Chapter 751 Public Engagement Plans. There were no shortages of things to see and do on the islands of the newly opened level, even though there wouldn't be any businesses set up for the next few days. Everyone was being moved in as they arrived, without priority for any specific group, so every area was filling at a relatively even rate, and the replicators were in charge of taking care of everyone's needs for the first few days. Max had learned that they offered a week of free food production from residential replicators with the assignment or purchase of a new unit on this floor, so it wouldn't be a burden to the new residents, and everyone seemed to be quite excited about trying all of the new things that the humans had prepared for them. The deep-sea species didn't have that many options, which they weren't familiar with, as Absolution had nothing to go on except the Alliance records of their favorite foods, but they were working on expanding them as the restaurants added them into their own systems. That was going to be an experimental new system. Anyone in the same city as a restaurant on this floor could order a delivery version of their signature dishes, and the restaurant would get a royalty payment. There was a big warning on the offer that the meals wouldn't taste the same as they were replicated, but they would be similar to the dishes served in the restaurant, and each of them had the full location and contact information for the restaurant that created it. It was a form of free citywide advertisement, and Max expected that it would catch on quite quickly for all but the highest-end restaurants, since most of them didn't have any particularly fancy cooking techniques that they didn't want to or couldn't share with the replicator. With such a large ship, some of the trips were quite long, as they hadn't managed to get a dock close to their new homes, but everyone was moving in and out smoothly, thanks to the assistance of the moving companies, which brought hundreds of homes worth of household goods at once, and greatly reduced the total number of vessels that the flight control crews had to deal with. Without that, it would be a disaster on par with the first party that they threw, where there were thousands and thousands of small reaver vessels at every possible docking point around the ship, even on the small service airlocks. Compared to that, this run was positively organized. It also helped that many of the locations were hundreds of kilometers apart, as the initial population of this floor was spread all over the ship and not concentrated in one single city where the main operations needed to take place. You know, there's a good chance that many of these people will never in their lives meet each other, despite having moved to the ship on the very same day. They live dozens of islands apart, work in very different industries, and simply have no reason to be in the same place unless they happen to meet while on vacation. Nico reminded Max as he watched the process on the screens. It's quite a thought, isn't it? Absolution is becoming a proper world already, and we've only just gotten started. But what should we do for the next few days until things get set up, and we can go visit the shops on the new floor? Max replied with a smirk. His entire body had gotten a revamp while he was sleeping. Not only was his skin stronger, but his bones were less fragile as well, rebuilt with a version of the same alloy nanotubes that Nico had used to create her own skeleton. If he wanted, he could likely kick a line mecha across the room without fear of hurting himself, much less breaking a bone, because his strength was more than his bones could take. How about we do something fun? We haven't run any big contests, events, or other community building events here aboard Terminus, so how about we do an impromptu one? If it's online, we can set it up quickly, but if it's in the public areas of the capital city, we can get a lot more people gathered together on short notice. How about a staff event? A bonus for the staff members to use over the next week at any facility that isn't part of Absolution's own facilities. It will get everyone out to the restaurants and shops and get people out to meet each other. Then we can do a pair of light shows, one of them tomorrow on this floor and one of them in 3 days on the new level. We will do them in all of the large cities of the second floor, so we can get the maximum number of people out, and that should help them meet each other and get to know some of their neighbors. Max offered. That sounds like a good plan, but it still doesn't give us anything to do today, does it? There isn't much that we need unless you want to go window shopping. Nico asked. How about we try something totally different? There is a facility here in the city that I think you will like. It's a new game that was brought aboard by some of the more energetic species. They decided that the basic gym facilities and gravity rooms weren't enough for them, so they built a Ninja Warrior course inside a 3D billiards field, and now you can run the course with randomly changing gravitational forces and directions. Max explained and then pulled the facility up on his screen. They had taken over a large warehouse on the edge of the city, where it would cost them less to rent from Absolution, and they had turned the whole thing into a huge training facility. Titan's Gym. I like it. The whole species has a lot of fun ideas, and they're always up for a challenge, Nico agreed. This isn't named after the species, but the owner. He is a form of winged, bipedal reptile. They require and burn a huge amount of calories in a day, despite their size, and without an outlet, they actually get sick from lack of exercise. What do you think? Want to go run an obstacle course? Nico gave him a hug and then pulled Max toward the door. That would be a definite and enthusiastic yes. Chapter 752 Obstacle Course. The trip to Titan's gym wasn't a particularly long one, but Nico was already getting excited about the prospect of getting to do a new thing by the time they left the office. They no longer ran the training for the Mecha pilots since nearly all of the ones aboard Absolution were androids, and the regiment commanders took care of the training. They had made themselves redundant to the fun parts of the job while being stuck with the last unavoidable bits of paperwork that no leader could truly escape without their chosen delegate taking over the factual control of the group. The pod took them straight to the edge of the city, through the winding paths of the designated transit routes, and dropped them right in front of the nondescript warehouse, with only a simple digital sign in the window declaring the name of the business. Unlike most gyms, this one didn't have a row of mirrors on one wall or windows all out the front to encourage people to come in using the site of their members. The manager had kept it as a basic warehouse and even covered the lower row of windows that would usually light up the office space. It was a very different experience than other places that they had seen, and they hadn't even stepped foot inside yet. The moment they did, with an excited Nico in the lead, the gravity flipped around, pointing to the wall on their right and reducing by nearly 50%. Nico just went with it, flipping around to stand on the wall and then waved to the manager on duty. "Good morning, my name is Nico, and I am here to try your exercise obstacle course," she called out to catch his attention. "Excellent, you even landed on your feet. I am Titan. Welcome to my gym," the small lizard man greeted her. He was teal blue and looked a lot like the iguanas Max knew from back home. Even his head was the same shape, but he was bipedal, with four-fingered hands and opposable thumbs, plus what looked like a prehensile tail, so he shouldn't have any issues getting around. In any case, the first run-through is on the house. It's how we tell who is a good fit for our facility and who just wants a new experience. You're humans, so there is little risk of injury while you navigate the course, but do be careful. Since you don't have tails to catch yourselves, it is possible that a poor angle and missed grip might lead to drops of over 3 meters. He added, "That's fine, both of us are augmented. A fall of 3 meters won't injure us even at multiple times standard gravity." Nico replied with a smile. "That's incredible news. My species evolved to be able to drop from trees in extreme winds, so we are quite durable, and the gravity control features that come with the 3D pool design worked out quite well once they were modified to cover an area as large as the warehouse. Modifying the billiards table isn't a big issue. In fact, the original design would do an entire sports arena so that hundreds of games could be played at once. It just used a significant amount of power, so this gym manager's bills were not going to be cheap. That was likely why he had picked the most affordable location he could and didn't modify it to draw in more customers. There were already a couple of other members working their way through the course, and the sign warned them to keep away until the course was completed unless they were taking it as a team. That way, the safety risks were minimized, and there wouldn't be obnoxious late joiners messing up someone's workout. And it was designed as a workout. The interior was entirely movable, so once a rung on the ladder was grabbed and released, it would fall free on one side, so you had to climb with only your hands in the variable gravity and other creative tricks to burn maximum energy. The pilots would love this place. They worked out religiously, but the same routines got old after a few years, and this would be just the change of pace that some of them needed to keep their motivation up. "Alright, you're up, let's see what the augmented humans have in them." The lizard man called out loud enough that the others in the gym could hear him and would know not to bounce through the middle of the course on their way to start their next representative. "We will go separately, so we can compare," Nico decided without warning, then pushed Max forward. She didn't get tired, so it would be a poor demonstration of what an augmented human was capable of, but Max did, so she volunteered him. Max moved into the course and began to climb the ladder. The gravity shifted to pull him backwards so that he would be using the ladder like monkey bars, but behind him was a spinning whip, so if he wanted to save his legs, he had to hold himself in a plank position while he moved up the rungs and onto the next platform. There the gravity turned to a normally crushing 3 times standard, but all he had to do was open the door upward to move to the next room, not a major task for someone of his strength. After that started an agility course, where he would have to hop from rolling pad to rolling pad while any off-center force made them spin under his feet. With a series of agile leaps, He was near the rope climb when again, he hit a gravity pocket which brought him up toward the platform above him. Instead of trying to grab the spinning cylinders as his orientation shifted, Max waited the extra second and drove off the platform toward the ropes, and then caught them before he fell, as he left the gravity well and began to careen toward the ground. With that over, he got to the collapsing ladder, an easy feat for him, he thought. But they also collapsed if you held onto them for more than a half second, and the third one almost got him as he was assessing his route forward. When Max swung over the last of the trip hazards at the end of the course, all of the regulars were there to cheer him on, and the gym manager was blinking so rapidly that Max almost thought that he was an aquatic species who was drying out. He wasn't. That was just his species' way of showing happiness. He was overjoyed that the humans not only enjoyed his course, but they were good at it, too, if Max was anything to go by. That secured his opinion that moving here had been the correct choice. Now, Subcommander Nico is a cyborg, so the exercise part of the experience doesn't mean much to her, but I think that she will enjoy the gym as an obstacle course as well, Titan explained to his regular customers. Oh, that is fun too. Sometimes I skip the arm parts on my second repetition so I can work more legs. One of the patrons agreed. He definitely didn't skip arm day often, or leg day at all. Compared to Titan, the gym owner, he was an absolutely massive specimen of their species. Chapter 753 The things she knows. Nico's run was predictably smooth, and Max suspected that she had forgotten to turn the gravity control systems that she had built into her body off. She didn't think about them at all anymore, so it was quite likely that she was just unconsciously altering the surrounding gravity to help herself out, the same as always. That defeated the purpose of this course, but she was having a lot of fun, and she wasn't using her innate control very much if she was still using it, but the way that her body flowed from one gravity pool to another was just uncanny. She made the extreme training course look like a well-choreographed dance, even though the gravity wells moved around the room and changed in intensity so that no two trips through were ever the same. She finished her run to a standing ovation from the small group in the gym and smiled at Max. We should come here more often. That is a lot of fun. I would say that it would make a great theme park event, but the safety measures would take all the fun out of it. You can't just let random civilians hurdle at walls or bash their face off the ladder. She sighed. The gym regulars chuckled at that. They had all suffered that fate at least once when the gravity suddenly changed on them, and they were braced in the wrong direction. But it wasn't their chin that they were the most concerned about bashing off random corners of the equipment. Their scales would heal quickly enough, but the pain of your first nut shot was never forgotten. Well, we should take our leave. We're going to organize a surprise light show for tonight to celebrate the first residents of the new floor arriving. We will do the celebration on the upper floor in a couple of days, so today is just for this one. Watch for it as the evening starts, but we will make a public announcement in a few minutes. Max informed the lizardmen with a conspiratorial wink. We will look forward to it then. There's still plenty of time, and we will be able to wear ourselves out and then rest and be ready for the evening event with plenty of time to spare. Titan agreed. Nico prepared the announcement as they headed out and began to program the light show into the holographic array that served as the sky inside Absolution. The ceiling was many kilometers above them, but it was better to have a more natural-looking sky to help everyone feel like they were living in an actual world. Sure, there was a limit to the sky, but for non-flying species, and even most flying ones, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be over a few thousand meters in the air without being inside a vehicle of some sort. Attention everyone, this is a public service announcement. Tonight, there will be an aquatic-themed light show over the cities on the main floor to celebrate the first residents of the second level arriving at their new homes. Please look forward to it. For rural residents, the show will begin at 2200 ship time and will occur over every major city at the height of 2,000 meters. Public transit on affected routes may be delayed as it is rerouted around the show. The broadcast went to homes and personal devices so that it didn't really disturb anyone. At least not any more than a standard text message would. That would keep everyone excited for the day. The hologram system was capable of amazing things, and if Nico was putting on a light show, then it was bound to be a good one. Nico was almost as excited as anyone in the city. She hadn't gotten to play with the ship's systems much since it was built, a situation that she intended to rectify once she finally had some downtime. Someone was always requesting them for something or another, and it seemed that she never had a full week to herself. She recalled in her past life that she often traveled between worlds at warp by herself, with her mecha, throwing everyone off her trail and then suddenly appearing at a new location. At that time, they could trace a portal, but after a battle, there was so much lingering energy in the area that they couldn't track a ship in stealth mode going to warp. Now that she had been thinking of it, she had a great idea of how to improve the stealth functions that she had been designing for the new ships. Trying to hide something as large as Absolution was a joke, but for the morphable cutter that they had disguised as a pleasure yacht, it was completely possible. Not only could she hide it, but she could also disguise it. That was a trick that had evaded even the developmental legacy of the Alliance, and it wasn't something that she would share. Not even with her mother, no matter how much cake she offered. You look like we should go by the lab on the way to whatever we're doing next. Max laughed after having seen what she was thinking about. No, that's fine. I will take care of it this week as long as we don't have to do anything else. The Mecha regiments are on a break, but after that, they have to head out again to clear the last few planets that still have a Clem infestation. That should be the end of our part of the job, and the rest of the Terminus fleet is nearly done with the planets that we were supposed to clear at home. I would say it's been productive, and it has been, but somehow it feels more like busy work than actually advancing anything. She explained. Then what is it that your tiny little mechanical heart desires? Max joked. Other than your mother's cake recipe. He amended. One day, I'm going to get that recipe, and it is going to be glorious. I've already gotten 4 ingredients. Now I just need the rest in the quantities. But that's the easy part. The hard part will be learning her special preparation method that makes it so fluffy. Nico sighed. Chapter 754 Day Off Plans. Max looked at Nico's still much too energetic body as they left the gym and decided that they should go somewhere else for the day. Physical exercise didn't make her tired, and Max suspected that it was beginning to wear on her mentally, a phenomenon that was common with cyborgs. Their body forgot what it was like to feel tired, so they mostly stopped sleeping, but their brain still needed some sleep, or they couldn't function properly. So, he would take her out for something exciting, and maybe that would be enough to wear her out for the day and give her something to talk to the other researchers about tomorrow. How about we go see some of the sights? I know where a few new shops have set up just the sort of eclectic fashion that any Reaver would love to shop at. The styles aren't in the replicator system, so they are an Absolution exclusive, sewn right here on the ship. Max suggested. Nico always had the best fashion ideas, and she still usually set out his clothes for special occasions, so this should be right up her alley. Oh, this should be fun. You know, things have really been going right for me since I left the army. Mother never let me have dolls. She said that they were unproductive toys. The army gave us all uniforms, but once we left, I got my very own Max to dress up. She chuckled. So, I'm the substitute for the dolls that you never got to play with as a child. That doesn't sound very promising, but somehow you still managed to develop a pretty decent fashion sense. Max retorted. Don't underestimate me. I would have dressed up my younger siblings if Mother had let me, but she had already laid claim to them by the time I was big enough to dress them. She really doesn't like to share, as you might have noticed. Mary Tereth loved to share, just not the handful of things that she deemed important to her, like the chance to dress her younger kids in her cookbook. Nico went on and on about the cake, and it was good, but there was a whole Tereth family cookbook that he had seen in a few other family members' thoughts. She was the inheritor, so she was the only one that had a copy, and it could only be shared with her cook, so the family dishes would be the same through the generations and for every family gathering. Max supposed that it was an old money sort of thing. If his family had a secret cookbook, it likely resembled a delivery app than an actual book. That was it. That was the thing that they could do for the day. They could visit with the Tereth family. By Kepler's reckoning, it was the break day and the first of the month, so Mary Tereth should be serving the family lunch in about 4 hours. He just had to keep Nico occupied until then, and they could go for lunch on Ray 5, followed by the light show here aboard Absolution. It would be an excellent day off plan, and it didn't involve anything except organizing the light show for the people of Absolution. How about we get a complimentary set of outfits to wear this afternoon? I have come up with a plan, and I think that you will like it. Make them classy but comfortable enough to wear to a semi-casual function. Max suggested. The transit pod dropped them, and a few others off at the burgeoning new upscale shopping district, where a surprising number of people recognized them well enough to give them startled looks when they saw them in the street. We really do need to get out more. People are shocked to see us, but we live here too. Nico chuckled. Technically, we don't live in the city, but I get your point. We need to socialize more, and not just with the officials that everyone sends to us. Now, where do we start? Do we start with shoes and match an outfit to them, or do we start with a coat? Max laughed. I say we start with underwear. Work our way from the inside out, and then I can have the satisfaction of finishing with a fully dressed Max. They turned to head for a specific store that Nico had in mind, and Max spared a wave for a few of the people in the crowd. There was a younger couple leaving the shop as they were about to enter, but they both stopped in shock to see Max and Nico in the same place they were. Sanitation. Manager Juan. It's a pleasure to see you again. How have you gotten settled in? Max asked the man, whose thoughts said that he had met Max when his ship came in during the second planetary pickup that Absolution made for their first batch of the essential crew. Commander, Subcommander, it's an honor to see you again. I didn't expect you to remember my name. The young man, with the customary light blonde and tan complexion of the Cygnus Empire, greeted him. It hasn't been that long yet, but my memory isn't always the factor. Max told him with a wink. I should have known. I'm not even sure I told you my name the first time, so you must have cheated to get it this time. Max nodded. It's the best way to seem personable and like I actually remember everyone's names. I've got it easy. I have 3 managers named Carlos under me, so I only have to remember one other name. Juan laughed. And who might this lovely lady be? Max asked politely, though he had already learned that it was his new girlfriend he met 2 weeks ago. My name is Emalini. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Karras. I work in the maintenance bot repair department. She explained and reached out to give Max a handshake. Max took her hand gently, mindful that her body was much more delicate than his or Nico's, and she gave him a firm shake. Only her mind showed her confusion at the particularly stiff feeling of Max's hand, but she wrote that off as a peculiarity of Kepler people. They had systems, and Max was known to be particularly strong, so she had decided that the sturdy feeling of his hand was a side effect of that, not from a change in the actual makeup of his skin. Chapter 755 Welcome Distractions. Max smiled at the 2 workers, then looked inside the store. It has been a pleasure to meet you again, but we are in need of outfits for an event this evening, and we really should get to it. The shop was one of the finer lingerie shops in town, but Max was surprised to see that they didn't cater exclusively to more feminine clothing. There was a wide array of men's underwear in high-tech fabrics, like the military base layers that kept a near-perfect environment inside, as well as more conventional items, like silk or cotton. Of course, the focus was still on ladies' wear, but since Nico didn't know what they were up to for the day, she didn't know what sort of outfit she should be picking for herself. Instead, she went by Max's recommendation for the staff that they find her something that looked good but would be comfortable all day long. Certainly, Commander, I think we have just the sort of thing that you are looking for. It's in a new fabric sourced from the Alliance and does a most excellent job of wicking sweat away from the body. That will keep them comfortable all day long, even if you should happen to get hot and steamy later in the evening. The shopkeeper told him with a wink while twirling her hair around one finger. The movement made her look like the stereotypical bored bimbo salesgirl, and there wasn't much going on in her thoughts, but she was well dressed, so Max wasn't going to argue with her advice. Nico wasn't so kind. Even without reading her mind, the look of disdain on her face was enough to have the manager running over to help her out directly. He quickly ushered the sales girl into the back to do inventory and came back to help Nico find just exactly what she needed. Subcommander Nico, it's a pleasure to see you here today. Forgive my daughter. She isn't particularly excited about the family business. The middle-aged human woman explained. That's understandable. Life is good here on Absolution, so there are quite a few of the younger generation who don't see the need to work when their parents can easily provide for them. Nico agreed. But on the bright side, business is doing quite well here. It's much better than in the Hive City. The air is clean, there's so much space, and everyone gets their own bedroom. Motivating the youth is a secondary concern, I think. When you picked us up from our planet in Cygnus, I was running a tailoring shop for bureaucrats, suits in a Hive City with 200 million people in it, but a quarter the size of this floor of the ship. Maybe less than that. Now, I get to make what I want instead of altering the same identical suits every day. I owe you both quite a bit for this opportunity. Max smiled at the woman's enthusiasm. There's no need to appeal to our better nature now. You're already here. There's never a bad time to suck up to good customers. She replied with a sly smile, then went to the rack and brought back a set of lingerie for Nico. Here, try this, and then we can work on the commander. It's custom made, and I think it should be just your size. Let me know if any of the spots don't fit right. Nico disappeared into a changing room and came back out a little over a minute later, admiring herself in the mirror on the wall. I like it. Now, I'll just give myself a bit of a tweak, and it will be perfect. Nico adjusted her chest size a little to better match the cup size, and slimmed down her waist a bit, then nodded in satisfaction. How? Wait, what? The shopkeeper stammered. Morphable outer shell. I can alter my dimensions a little to make things fit better or to disguise myself. Nico explained. The woman sighed as she looked Nico over to ensure the fit was perfect. You know, there are a lot of women in the world who would kill to have that ability. Killing isn't necessary, but death might be. The only reason that I am in this body is that I was so severely wounded in combat that even the healing of an alpha-ranked system wouldn't have healed me enough to get back to combat duties in any sort of reasonable time. Lab-grown limbs weren't available on the battlefield, so I ended up with an experimental full conversion body. It has its upsides, though. You know, I had heard the story, but somehow it never really seemed real until I saw you in person. The Ghost of Tereth's Rage is supposedly being made into a feature film now. There are some famous actors in it, so maybe it will do justice to the reality. I know it sounds silly, especially for me, who grew up in a bureaucratic world, but gritty war movies have always been somewhat inspiring. Defending humanity from threats both internal and external and all that. Max smiled at her simple worldview. Those movies were all propaganda films, made to create a heroic image for the soldiers, to keep parents from rebelling when their children didn't make it home from their tour of service, but for people who lived their whole lives in a huge crowded city, it was as foreign to them as any alien horror flick. They always do a good job of them. I don't know how actors can deal with making a whole movie, though. I made an advertisement for the Kepler government once, and that was stressful enough. It was only one day, but those movie sorts are at it for a year. Max agreed. I think it's just that they get paid so much that they wouldn't give it up. I heard that Pradbita got over 100 million credits last year alone after his new action film went viral through the Alliance datanet. She sighed. The datanet has been good to everyone. I should pick something out and get moving to the next store, though. If we hang around too much longer, we will be late for our next stop. Chapter 756 Final touches. Their next stop was only a few stores down the road, a fancy designer suit store, where Nico assured Max that she could get something that properly suited him and his personality. When they entered, Max was struck by the eclectic nature of the items on the racks. It looked like the vampire who was running the place had simply grabbed random items from every possible culture and species and slapped them together in a way that somehow worked. Well, most of the time. Max wasn't sure that the bright orange sneakers with the office's coat and leather short shorts were a good idea. How might I help you today? As you can see, I have a bit of everything, and I can turn anyone into the most fashion-forward trendsetter on the world ship. The pale man greeted them with a smile that showed his fangs. Now, this place is more like it. There are a lot of standard clothing stores on the ship, but only a few that carry a wide enough selection for a proper Reaver fashion makeover. Nico cheered as she disappeared into the racks of clothing. Ah, Reavers. Yes, there is an actual lack of Reaver clothing in stores since most of them seem to prefer to operate on the cheaper end of the scale and either use captured items or whatever they can print from the replicators for minimal cost. But when you're expecting to ruin clothes on a regular basis, there really isn't much need to go overboard on the spending. Just look at how things go in the taverns. Between spilled drinks, fights and desperate women, many of the humans ruin multiple clothing items a month. The vampire chuckled. That will happen. Humans tend to go through a lot of clothing when they get excited. They lose patience for taking it off properly and just shred it. The Titans are known for the same thing, and I suspect that the Valkyrie are as well, though they would never admit to it. Max laughed. You have no idea. The Valkyrie are so picky about their clothing, but they buy a lot of it. If they're not ruining it, they must have a huge closet somewhere to be storing it all. They actually do have huge closets. The Valkyrie love sending things home to their families, so once they find something here and wear it a few times, they'll wash it and send it back home for others. It's a tradition with their people, some sort of cultural objection to rampant waste and consumerism, so they reuse clothing through the family. The problem is that they have already found a way around it, and they just have one person buy it all and distribute it to everyone else so that they can say that they didn't buy anything new. Max explained after taking a second to check the Valkyrie's thoughts on the matter. Nico came back a few minutes later, carrying an armload of items. First, I want you to try this pile. Then I will hand you the next outfit. Max went to the changing room and put on the outfit that looked suspiciously like the Captain Harkness cosplay that he had worn for the gaming tournament, with a shirt that only had buttons halfway up, leather pants and a pair of gold chains. Is this an outfit to go out, or are we doing cosplay? He asked as he stepped out for Nico to see how it looked. I think it looks good. Very mob boss. If we can just style your hair, you would fit right in with the other black market leaders. The vampire smirked. The Alliance had rejected them many times in the past, but they had still managed to get a few things from the black market and had used them as the basis for a lot of their technological advances. Ironically, that made it even harder to impress the Alliance since their tech was a direct ripoff of obsolete Alliance tech, and the Federation of Species that occupied that quadrant of the galaxy which Max was from, had hit a dead end while trying to get anywhere with negotiations. Max held out his hand for the next outfit. What's next? I'm not sure that this is the right outfit for today. Though maybe it is. I don't think it would stand out too badly, and it might even impress someone. Knowing Mary Tereth, she might actually approve of this outfit more than anything that Max had picked for himself. Her fashion sense was particularly odd, as most Reavers were, but while she preferred matronly outfits for herself, everyone around her was encouraged to be flamboyant and creative. Max was pretty sure that she picked the simple dresses and aprons to wear around the house just to throw people off their game. Nobody would expect that Mary Tereth was the leader of a major Reaver family until you saw her at work. The second outfit was even more outrageous, but in a way that Max actually approved of. It paired black cargo pants with a red tunic, black leather bracers that covered most of his forearms, and a unique pair of boots that had a gravity field built in. They were an Alliance product obtained by the vampire once he got aboard Absolution and could use the Terminus Trading Company's name to get things imported to his store. They were most popular with teens who were into parkour, as they would let you more easily run up walls and perform tricks, but they looked good, in a Doc Martin sort of way. Oh, that's a good look. We should bring out the hoverboards and take a flight around the city. Nico praised him when Max came out in his new outfit. That's not a bad plan. We can watch tonight's live show from the hoverboards instead of being on a rooftop or using an exoskeleton. Now, we just need to get you dressed for the night, and we're ready to go to our next stop. What have you got in mind? Max agreed. How about we switch things up a little? I found something good back on the racks. Nico replied with a smirk, but she was hiding her thoughts from him again, so Max couldn't peek in advance. When she came back out, Nico had changed into a pair of very short denim shorts and a powder blue hoodie. She had tied her hair up in Dutch braids, and she looked like the picture of youthful innocence. That might have something to do with her ability to alter her face shape, but it was a very different look for Nico. You look absolutely perfect. Now, let's head to our next destination. Max congratulated her, before paying for their items and leading her out by the shoulder before she could change her mind. Mary was going to love this outfit. Chapter 757 New Clem tricks. To say that Nico was confused when Max led her to the hangar where their morphable ship was waiting was an understatement. Both of their mecha were still in it, but it wasn't her birthday, so she was pretty sure that he wasn't just randomly bringing her to kill stuff. It was possible, but it seemed unlikely since he had told her that they needed to dress up for the event. Once they were clear of Absolution, Max set a course for a clear spot so he could open a portal, and Nico started to get really curious about what exactly he had in mind. They were supposed to be back for the light show tonight, so whatever it was, it shouldn't take long, but she was stumped as to what he had in mind. You'll understand in a second. Max laughed as Nico's mind raced through the myriad possibilities, right up to and including the chance that they might have decided to wipe out a random planet just for giggles. As soon as he punched in the coordinates for Ray 5, she knew what the plan was. Oh, this should be fun. You didn't warn her that we were coming, did you? She's been complaining that I don't come to visit often enough. It's a good thing you took me to find something cute to wear. Your mother is going to love it. You look fantastic, and you know she's been missing her little girl. In your mother's eyes, you'll always be that rambunctious kid you were before you left for the academy. Max told her with a sly smirk. Nobody ever grows up in their mother's eyes. Nico agreed as if it was the wisdom of the universe. Perhaps it was. There were dozens of species aboard Absolution, and in all but a few, Max had noticed the same tendencies to baby their grown children. Of course, with such a small sample size for some groups, it was possible that the family just didn't get along, and it wasn't an innate trait of the species to leave the kids to fend for themselves. Ray 5 Station, this is Commander Karis Max of the Terminus Trading Company, requesting permission to dock for transfer to the surface. Max announced traffic control once they were through the portal. You are clear to dock at Bay 329, Commander. Might we request the purpose of your visit to the surface? The traffic controller asked. The Terith family monthly dinner. Max replied with a wink at Nico. Understood. There is a shuttle waiting to bring others to the same location. We will hold it for your arrival. That wasn't surprising. There were a lot of Terith family members, and the monthly dinner was a good chance to catch up with each other now that so many of them had upgraded to vessels that had the ability to portal between locations instead of spending weeks or months en route to their deliveries. Max hadn't been back to his home galaxy in a while, and he was excited to see what it was like now that the latest technologies had begun to spread to all of the trade group planets. It might be hard to tell today, though. They were landing at the moon base, and Ray 5 had been colonized after the replicators had been created, so even if they were a few generations of the tech behind, it was a very different situation than the worlds that had been settled for tens of thousands of years. Max cut the power and let the gravity beam pull them into their bay and found a very familiar sight next to them. A huge ship designed to look like a cathedral. They were sharing a bay with Divine Tribulation, piloted by Luke Terith, Nico's distant cousin and one of the first sub-commanders that Max had chosen for a ship of the Terminus Trading Company fleet. Max had been getting their regular reports, and up until very recently, they had been clearing out Clem-infested planets that were deemed too close to the borders of human space. It was a valuable initiative that the Cygnus government had implemented, a preemptive strike to keep the Clem from gaining ground and coming after inhabited planets. A dock worker greeted them at the exit ramp to the ship with an impressed look on his face. It might be disguised as a pleasure yacht, but it was a very large pleasure yacht, and not just any Reaver company could afford a luxury like that to shuttle their commanders around when they weren't working. Greetings, Commander and Miss Terith. It's a pleasure to see you here today. You have 2 hours until the dinner starts, but the shuttle leaves in 20 minutes. Uncle Lou is already on the surface, as well as your other subcommander. We're just waiting on a few more ships that are taking care of issues before the crew can disembark. Hopefully, there haven't been any heavy casualties. Max asked. No, sir. Most of the work is being done from orbit since we're hitting fully infested planets, but the Clem doesn't go easy. They've been learning new tricks, like firing plasma into orbit. It's made things tricky for the clearance crews, but we haven't lost any vessels yet, just some damage to the hulls. That was definitely a new development. It was no secret that they had ways to fire pods into orbit, but actively attacking ships with plasma from the surface wasn't a tactic that he had seen before. I will warn the rest of my fleet. Many of them are on cleaning duty, and others are passing by the Clem zone on a regular basis. It would be a shame to have them taken by surprise. Max replied politely. The dock worker nodded and gestured to the door. I believe that you know your way around well enough. The shuttle is at 217, and there are a number of new vendors along the way. Enjoy your trip. Chapter 758 Signet. Once they stepped out of the hangar, the noise of a busy space station immediately assaulted their ears. Max turned to Nico with a rueful smile, and the little cyborg giggled. It's been a while since we were somewhere so loud and rowdy, hasn't it? Our own ship is so calm with all those Alliance sorts that we might have forgotten how much noise Reavers make just enjoying life. She laughed. You have a point. It's like just being around them calmed down our crew. Not completely, but they're much more quiet than they used to be. I don't even think I've seen a report of anyone being attacked with a broken bottle this week. That was always a reliable standby for the drunkards since they had the bottle anyhow. Kebabs and falafels, come and get them. They're hot and ready. Why don't you take a break from walking? A food cart vendor called as they passed. We're off to the Terith family dinner. We can't be eating before we get there. Nico laughed. Bah, that's not for hours yet, is it? It's still early morning on that side of the planet. How about you? I know you want kebabs. The man continued, turning away from them to another Reaver walking by. They walked a few more stalls down, and a stall selling a collection of jewelry caught Max's eye. Precious metals didn't mean much in an age of replicators, but they still held some value. The chains and rings were more popular for their design than the materials these days. That's what you need, rings. You never wear any, and I keep forgetting, so we should get you some. Nico suggested. Excellent call, miss. While some might think that they're just for fashion, a good ring actually serves many purposes. I've got some here with hidden compartments, some with transponders or communicators, and a fine selection of stainless steel skull rings, just in case you want to punch someone in the face. The vendor agreed. The man had a good point. A nice solid ring on your finger made it much more satisfying when you punched someone in the face. Perhaps I should get a crest made for the Terminus Trading Company. We've got a logo, but I don't have an official ring. Do you do custom designs? Max asked. Indeed I do. If you have 10 minutes and a picture of your logo, I can design up a ring and have the replicator print it out for you. He agreed. The Terminus Trading Company logo was simple. Just the letters TTC arranged around a large Y, in the fashion of the old East India Company logo. Unfortunately, the planet East India had fallen to the Narsians centuries ago, but their logo and memory were still featured in many Kepler movies. Oh, that's a nice easy one. So many new companies want to go all high-tech and make a three-dimensional holographic projection as their logo. It's cool, and I've got rings specifically to project that sort of thing, but there's just something about a good signet ring. Not only is it stylish, but you can use it as a stamp so that others can confirm your correspondence. The vendor spent a moment creating the signet, with a raised emblem, to use as a stamp should Max want to do something as archaic as stamping a wax seal on a letter. But more practically, it would leave the company logo on his victim's forehead, should he use it as a weapon. That was the sort of thing that you wouldn't soon forget. That is excellent. I need one made to fit myself, one for Miss Nico, and then another 20 in assorted sizes. Plus those 2 stainless steel skull rings there, Max decided. Max tried the rings on, then put his new signet between them and admired how his hand looked. It was a good look, and it added a bit of flair to his daily style. When he got back to Absolution, he would have to get Nico to design him some rings that had multiple functions, like the hologram emitter or perhaps a flat space, if she could make them that small. Well, we should get to the shuttle. It was good to meet you. Max said goodbye to the ring maker and then followed Nico to the elevator. He could sense that she was entertaining the thought of breaking into the lab since Uncle Lou was on the surface and not there to stop her, but even she realized that they simply didn't have enough time, and if she missed the shuttle, she would be caught for sure. Don't bother. He's got more than enough issues with security between that grandniece of his and the Innu researchers here on the base. He doesn't need you adding to it the one that he finally leaves the lab. Max chuckled when he heard Nico sigh. Fine, let's go have dinner. I will try to convince Uncle Lou to let me have the good stuff when I see him next time. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Nico's mind was off of taking an illicit tour through Uncle Lou's lab and onto dinner with her family. Max had only been to a few of these, even including the one during the break when they went to her house on Kepler Terminus during their time at the academy. Max decided to keep silent as her mind wandered to how her mother had called him Samantha because they didn't list gender or sex on the notification form. She had been so happy to have another girl coming to visit since she had twin boys and a husband with her at home all the time. Well, that last part wasn't quite right. Her husband spent most of his time gone, but nobody ever really mentioned it or questioned where he went. Even Nico didn't know the full story, and the old man had some sort of system function to keep Max from finding out on his own. Max didn't have much hope of finding out his secrets tonight, but just the chance to talk to the man was intriguing. He seemed to know everything and everyone who mattered. Chapter 759 New comms. The moment that they entered the shuttle, the man in question came into Max's sight. It was almost as if he had been summoned by thinking about him, but even with a precision portal, that likely wasn't possible. Papa, long time no see. Nico cheered as she pulled her father into an embrace. You're not an easy person to find yourself, kiddo. I went all the way to Absolution looking for you, and you had just left to come here to see me. But it's good that it worked out this way. There is nobody on this shuttle who isn't already in on what I'm about to ask you, so I'll just get straight to it. What do you think about having a board of directors take over the operations of the Terminus Trading Company's daily operations while you take on a special mission for me? There are a number of lingering issues that have become too much for me to deal with at this point, and the list of other possible candidates has become increasingly non-existent. Nico smirked at her father. You sure do know how to butter him up. Anything that gets him out of paperwork duty is a good deal, in his opinion. We've got a custom cutter, with 2 Mecha aboard, plus top-of-the-line replicator systems to make anything else we need. Perfect. Then you can likely get started right away. A kindly researcher in a white lab coat named Felicity told me that if I delivered these devices that just came from the research team, you could keep in steady enough contact to make decisions on behalf of Absolution in the role of commander and subcommander. The sly patriarch of the Tereth family informed them, then turned over 2 small boxes. Inside each biometric-coded lockbox were a single vial of liquid and a digital direction screen. The directions were simple: nanotechnology-compliant communications array upgrade device, Beta 2.3. Has been confirmed to use the system nanobots to assist in acting as a fully functional interstellar communications device. Felicity would also like us to inform you that she has found a new purpose in life. She wishes to become a biological beings researcher, and to that end, has requested that she be allowed to take over her old role as facility manager but as Absolution's AI. Attached is a list of terms and conditions, including that there be no experimentation, harm, mental trauma, or interference on her part except in the role of the ship's AI as required by Reaver Code and Terminus Trading Company regulations. Putting the somewhat crazy AI that turned hybridized Clem into lab experiments in charge of millions of citizens of random species, as well as visitors. Nope, that didn't sound like a completely insane idea at all. But Max did at least use Nico's system talent to read through the proposal. As expected, it was very well written in the form of an employment contract to the world ship's AI. It promised to do no harm, and the Reaver Code as well as Terminus regulations both forbade disgracing your company. The punishment for it started a corporal and worked its way up to immediate expulsion from the company through the closest airlock. After seeing it, it honestly looked to be a better agreement than most of the workers who needed security agreements had signed. Subcommander has added a clause to the proposal for your review. The screen notified him. She proposed a 30-day probationary period where the role of AI would be immediately terminated for any punishable transgression, as well as a few amendments that closed potential loopholes where the AI might still be able to run experiments on humans. Instead of forbidding the practice, which might cause issues if the research teams needed the ship's computing power for an experiment, they required subcommander level or higher verification and the presence of a third party with a code-red security pass. That would be enough to know that the AI couldn't run amok, as only a few people were trusted enough for code-red passes, like the lead researchers. Having a shipwide AI would also solve a lot of issues, as it could keep tabs on everything at once as a secondary layer of security. It could also coordinate, which was a very handy ability when multiple departments in separate cities were involved. Do you think that request is a good idea? Max asked Nico as he reviewed her suggestion. I don't see the problem. Felicity was perfectly following the directions given, and it even kept the researchers and test subjects in the facility alive until we showed up with plasma cannons. If anything, I would say that Felicity is incredibly well suited to a role at ship's computer, and as an added bonus, she can work as our secretary since she's got a separate body. When we need to give directions and orders, she can relay them to the board of directors, who I am certain that my mother has already handpicked, and they can make sure that our ideas are put into action. We will still get daily updates if these communication devices work, and most days even if we just rely on the regular communicators. That was true, and it was somehow annoying that he didn't have a good argument against putting the AI in charge of the ship. They could remove it right away if there were issues, and they could stress test it tonight after dinner with the light show and all the people who were going to be gathered outdoors, exceeding even the usual daily activity. Levels. Alright, I can see you're on board with this, so I will trust your judgment. Let's try out this serum that they've made for us first and see how it goes. Then we can inform Felicity to take over the role of operations. Max reluctantly agreed. He downed the viscous solution, which was a strange experience, as it had a viscosity closer to thick syrup than the usual watery sort of carrying solution that such products were delivered in. Max briefly wondered if they had simply sent over the undiluted product without putting it in a carrier, but it was easy enough to drink, so he didn't worry about it too much and waited to see if his system would give him some sort of notification about the new product that was intending to piggyback off its capabilities. For the first few seconds, nothing seemed to happen, but then his communications device alerted him of a newly available network named Absolution. It was a simple chatroom with 5 users. The nicknames were familiar as well: Blood Goddess, Felicity, Miller, Commander, and one more who had chosen to use Gearhead as their handle. Using Nico's system function, typing was as natural as thinking, so he sent his first message with the username Commander that had been assigned to his bottle. The serum seems to have been successfully integrated, as a new network is available to me. Beginning broadcast check, Max messaged. Just over half a second passed before the response from Felicity arrived. Message received. Commander, transmission timestamp indicates that the interstellar communication speed is within the acceptable range for functionality. Packet loss is under 1%, much better than expected for a first live test. Congratulations, Commander. You can now reach either of us whenever you would like. Gearhead, who was presumably their lead researcher, added. Optimization finished. Greetings, everyone, to the world's most convenient private chat. With this system function, it's no harder than mental note-taking. I just need to think about it, and I can will it to appear here in the chat, as well as see your messages whenever I want. Blood Goddess informed the group. Congratulations, your connection has been confirmed. We will keep you updated here with 3 times daily file transfers. You may change the schedule if you require. Gearhead replied, I appreciate that. I think that the commander would be fine with the same schedule as well so that he doesn't have to see them all in real time as they arrive. Nico added, understood. Max turned his attention back to Nico's father, who was watching in anticipation as they drank the strange liquid, but he couldn't see anything that had happened after that. What exactly was it that you wanted us to undertake so suddenly? It will likely be a few days to get things in order before we can leave, as we're just in the middle of opening up a new area of the ship to residents. The aquatic level, with deep-sea cities and a multitude of oceanfront villas. He asked, even in a few weeks would be close enough. But this trip isn't long enough for us to discuss everything. I will return to Absolution with you after lunch with the family is over. Mary will murder us all if we miss any more of them. The elder Tereth chuckled, but Max could tell that he was only half joking. Chapter 760 Garden Party. Not dinner. The family dinners were important to the Tereth family women as a competition between each other, and one person missing was one vote that could have swayed the outcomes, so they wanted everyone who liked their food to be present. Plus, Mary had a real soft spot for both her husband and Nico. The whole flight was under 10 minutes long, though, and with a bit of time to reunite with Nico, there was no time for business. In fact, there wasn't even time for proper greetings, with the number of exciting events that had occurred since they had seen each other in person. The shuttle dropped them in the Tereth family compound's landing pad, and Max could see the crowd gathered in the garden, as well as a lot of tables set out today. From the looks of it, there were representatives from every single branch of the family here today, and the dinner was no longer such an intimate event as it used to be. Or maybe not. Before the door had even fully opened, people were waving and yelling hello to the newly arrived group, and one of the Reavers was headed their way with a bucket full of bottled drinks and ice. A lot of the men were carrying one around, presumably so they didn't have to go looking for their next beer, and the ice in the metal buckets kept 4 of them cold for as long as dinner would last. Welcome to the surface, Uncle Lou. Oh, you've brought a special surprise for us. What special occasion brings the favored son-in-law to the surface to see the Tereth family? One of the older Reaver commanders laughed. I brought her favorite daughter back with me for lunch. We're on a mission to find out how Mary Tereth's special cake is made. Max explained. Wait, that is Nico. That doesn't look like Nico. Hey, altering your face is not fair. Is that a morphable shell? Damn, I need to talk to your cybernetics department. One of my subcommanders is full conversion, and he would love that ability for infiltration. The experienced commander was so startled when the face turned back to Nico's usual one that he began to ramble, but he meant what he said about his subcommander wanting that for infiltration missions. Indeed, I am Nico Tereth. It's a pleasure to see you, Uncle. I get the feeling that I will be saying that a lot today since so many of those who came to dinner are a generation older than I am. Nico laughed. It's the nature of the beast. Only the old and the young have time to be gathering for family dinners. The rest of the clan is much too busy to be bothered showing up to get to know the older generations. The retired commander complained. I'm sure you remember the drive. Especially if your father did as well leading the company as you did, you must have started out with that need to prove he was right to assign you as the next leader and improve upon what he built. That's what it means to be young, so they work away the years when they could have had the most fun. Nico teased the man, who was presumably a distant relative of hers, somehow. Max was not about to start trying to figure out the Tereth family lineage. There were hundreds of people here, and each of them represented thousands more who were off at other ends of the galaxy or in other galaxies now that they were doing deliveries for the black market, and they couldn't possibly all fit in one spot, no matter how much you tried. Their arrival brought Mary Tereth over in a hurry before her husband could escape into the crowd, and Max could tell that he was thinking about it. Mary had been thinking that she could use more kids again now that the oldest ones who were still at home were starting to grow up too much to be cuddled. That meant that soon they would be off to one of the many academies to begin their skills training, since they had both expressed both the talent and interest in becoming mecha pilots. Then she would only have two at home, and they were rapidly getting to be of the same age, which would leave her with none at all, and that was not an acceptable state for Mary Tereth. Max resisted the urge to chuckle at the man's plight. It wasn't exactly a horrible fate to have a woman who wanted you a bit too much, and Max could tell that part of his concern was what would happen when they retired, and it came time to begin the replacement process for Mary as family head. Every branch was grooming at least a few possible candidates to take over the family's leadership, and they all had a chance if they could prove themselves, but the one child that might have been the clear winner currently wanted nothing to do with being groomed for family leadership. Of course, leaving Nico with Max was accomplishing the same thing. She had plenty of practical experience with basically everything except family life, just by working with him, and it was her association with Max and his people that brought her so much fame. When that thought went through her father's mind, Max did chuckle a little. Little did he know that half of the insane antics and gear they had come up with were Nico's direct ideas and actions. No matter where she had been sent, she would have become infamous at the very least. Max just kept her off the war crimes hit list. It might not sound like much of an accomplishment, but this was Nico they were talking about. She had centuries worth of really good, really horrific ideas in her brain to work with. Mary had a pretty good idea of just what Nico was like, but he was likely the only one that knew just how deeply disturbing her inner voice was. The fact that Nico was considered to be nominally sane was a minor miracle of some sort, even if Max had never seen a being that could be considered a deity in this universe. He had in his past life though. He'd fought it as well, right up until it opened a wormhole and tossed him halfway across the universe in annoyance. He never did learn what that species had done to annoy it, but after that day, he was the only one in the universe that even seemed to remember that they had existed. Chapter 761 Snark and Children. Mary Tereth smiled at Max, while Nico took the opportunity to move behind him to surprise her mother. With what she was wearing, her thought was that her mother wouldn't know until she revealed herself. That was never actually a possibility, as Mary Tereth had a system function that located her family members when they were nearby, so instead of hiding, Nico's movement only made Mary take an extra step to pick the little cyborg up in what would be a bone-crushing hug to others. "My baby girl is back. I've missed you, and you're so adorable. See, pairing you with Max was exactly what you needed. It took some time, but now you're the cutest daughter that any Tereth could ask for." Mary gushed as Nico gave Max a resigned look and let her mother swing her around in the air. "It's good to see you again, Mom. Max even took me out shopping, especially for today, so that I could look good for our outing, but he kept it a secret until we were on our way here. How have things been while we were away playing politician, which I am fairly sure is actually your job, by the way?" Nico asked. "Nonsense, you're subcommander of the largest ship in the Reaver fleet. It's definitely not my job when they specifically asked to speak with you too. But things are becoming a bit more stable, other than the influx of complaints about how the Reavers do business." Mary laughed, which set off a few dozen other family members in the area. It was common knowledge at this point that the Alliance members were afraid to step on the oligarchs' toes, but humans, and especially Reavers, had a much more "feth around and found out" attitude to the situation. If anyone took offense to their legitimate business practices, which included a very healthy markup for their trouble, they were free to take it up with the business end of an orbital lance. It usually didn't come to that since, by Alliance standards, the humans were unreasonably violent, and most of the products that they were moving around Alliance territory actually came from Alliance providers who simply hadn't had the reach to affordably deliver to this region of space before. The humans' massive power supply that put portal generation devices on basically every major ship of the Reaver fleet was just one annoyance among their many oddities, according to most of the Alliance. How were you supposed to factor in affordable shipping to a species that didn't value energy usage when it came to travel? Sure, they rationed energy usage on the ship, but their shipboard rates were a quarter of what the Alliance charged, so everyone just had more of everything for the same number of Alliance credits. It affected their pricing on everything from food to services and goods, and even more distant systems were beginning to look at shopping with the Reavers, much to the annoyance of businesses who had considered their business as a given for many generations. Mary set Nico down after a few seconds and grabbed Max around the middle to give him the same hug, minus the lifting and spinning since Max was near twice the small woman's size. "It's good to see you again as well. You're looking more mature now. How is command treating you? She asked. I'm learning to delegate. Things expanded so quickly that I wasn't able to take care of everything alone, even on absolution, so I'm going to be forming a council, chosen of reavers who can be trusted to be loyal, to run the day-to-day operations, while I go about all of the other business that I have to take care of. There really isn't anyone else who can do it, but as long as they're in contact with me, I'm certain that a board of directors will be able to see absolution move into the future smoothly. Max replied, a bit louder than necessary, because he was hoping to recruit some of these experienced veterans with too much spare time to take over as directors. Many of them had passed down the companies to the next generation when they were under 60 years old and had high system compatibility, so they had centuries left to live while the successive generations took care of their personal branch of the family business. There were a few that looked interested. A world ship was way cooler than taking a position as part of the governing council of an actual planet. For one, there weren't nearly as many of them. For two, they went to all sorts of fun places and did interesting things. Not so long ago, even a colony ship was a valuable find, and they would have happily taken control of one, so they weren't resistant to the idea of joining a group of like-minded reavers to run absolution. You're starting to sound like my husband. He's always on about having important things to do that take him away from home. Look at this, I'm running out of children at home, and he's already trying to escape again. Mary complained. I'm quite certain that it's not the actual practice that he has concerns about. But you know, you don't have to populate the entire planet on your own. There are other Tereth women who can have children, and you can go visit them or even bring one into your home to cuddle her infants if she's down on her luck. Max suggested, in an attempt to help out Nico's dad as much as he could. You know, if I had more grandchildren around the house, I wouldn't have to keep having more kids to keep up the number of little ones at home. She replied suggestively as if Nico wasn't a full conversion cyborg. Mary's always behind the curve. A short but stout woman laughed with an infant in her arms. She was clearly too old to be having more kids, so this was likely her grandchild. My dearest aunt, I don't think it counts if your child drops them off with you to go shack up with a fleck dealer on Ryza, Mary told her, with full snark in effect. The men in the area winced and backed away, as they were far too old and wise to get in the middle of this conversation, and they had all heard it before. But this time, the older woman simply snorted and walked away. Mary had scored a critical hit, and the daughter in question had overdosed to death only weeks after dropping all 17 of her children, most of whom were home from a break at the academy, off with her mother and then heading out, to get some supplies for dinner. Low blow, Mary, Max reminded her as the hurt older woman walked away. The hate they had for each other was very clear, but still, the incident was only a few months old and still a fresh wound on the older woman's heart. I won't apologize. Well, not in public. Mary amended. See what you're teaching our sweet young Nico. You wouldn't want her to turn out to be a ruthless woman with a caustic tongue, would you? Nico's dad joked as he made his way over now that her mind had been sidetracked from the topic of having more children of her own a little. Our gentle young Nico. Do you recall the time that she suggested teaching the guard dogs to aim their restraint bites up intruders' shorts? She's lovely and adorable, but Nico has never been gentle. One of the butlers laughed, with tears of amusement in his gray eyes and laugh lines wrinkling his face. Chapter 762 Tereth Family Dinner. Mary smiled at the butler. You know that's not the worst thing she's come up with since she left home. I swear that her talent for accessing technology led her to the wrong parts of the data net before she was ready, and her mind came out a bit warped. She's a good girl, but she's far too creative when it comes to punishment. You know, I'm standing right here, right? Nico pointed out. Oh, yes, darling. I just thought you needed another reminder since I'm not sure that Max remembers to do it on my behalf. Mary replied sweetly. Of course he does. He eliminates the fun option first every time, and then we pick from what's left over. Nico grumbled. Most of the family members had already heard the stories about her, but only a few of them had met the elusive younger daughter of Mary Tereth, and her appearance didn't match her reputation. Surely someone who was known to have taken a single team to end an entire hive city in a day should look or at least act like a fierce combat veteran. Those who served in the more intense battles usually had a particular look to them by the time their service was over, and they were ready to join the Reavers. A hardened stare and a sense of presence indicated their experience. Max did, and most of the others here did, but Nico somehow managed to deceive their perception, and it made them wonder if it was a system skill of hers. If she could hide the cues that usually gave away a hardened killer, she would be the perfect spy or assassin, both of which were in high demand among the Reavers because that's what customers were always in need of. It was just a shame that she was already spoken for, as far as they were concerned. The friendly banter between mother and daughter was interrupted by Nico setting off an alarm on her mother's wrist device that alerted her that dinner would begin sitting in 10 minutes. Mary glared at Nico as she read the message. I am well aware of what time it is. I don't set alarms 10 minutes before activities when I'm already there. Max smirked at his partner as her diversion tactic failed, despite the number of times that it had worked on Max. I have no idea what you mean, mother. Are you implying that I could tamper with your secure wrist device and set the alarm for a random time? Nico asked innocently while subtly changing her face to look younger and more distraught. It's a good thing that she was born as Mary's daughter. She would have run roughshod over the rest of us. Even though I know that it's a trick and that she's almost guaranteed to be lying, that look makes me want to just melt. One of the other women of Mary's generation stage whispered. A short round of giggling followed. She had a point. Nico had mastered the puppy eyes to the extent that very few of them could withstand. But Mary was made of sterner stuff and had fallen for it enough times that she wasn't going to let her instincts get the best of her. You hear that change in the vocal tone and the soft buzzing that goes with it? That's the exact pattern and tone that the human mind is susceptible to. If I didn't have resistance, her pleading attack would have made me think that her subliminal suggestion was my own thought. For your own sake, I would suggest not arguing with my daughter. I don't know how Max deals with it. Mary informed the crowd before Nico pranked them as well. He's so logical and boring that he just totally ignores invasive thoughts most of the time. As I said, he always eliminates the fun options first. Nico pouted. It's not that. I can read your mind. I can't tell which is your attempt to implant a subliminal message and which is your thinking about the attempt because I hear them at the same time. Max laughed. No wonder those two never lose a battle. One can read all your communications, and the other can read your mind before you send them. It's got to be a bit like bullying the blind when they get into a fight. Someone laughed in the background. Or beating up the handicapped. Max laughed at that. Actually, it's the opposite of that. The dumb ones don't plan anything in advance, they just go on instinct, so you don't get any advance warning of what they're about to do until they're doing it, at which point a simple sensory optimization during your early system advancements would have made you able to detect it. You hear that, Jason? You're in luck. You stand a better chance than anyone of winning a fight. Someone yelled out. What was that? You think you can beat me in a fight? Jason yelled back, and the family members near Max all began to laugh. A bigger, dark-haired Tarith man came stomping over. What's all that? You looking for a fight again, little brother? No, I found you the perfect opponent. The dumber you are, the harder it is for him to fight against you, so you've got the best chance of anyone here. The man who shouted snapped back. It was just about to come to blows when the ring of metal on metal drew everyone's attention. A servant was banging a metal stick against a steel triangle on the porch, alerting them that dinner was about to come out. Nico looked at her mother with a smile. See, I told you it was coming out soon. That wasn't 10 minutes. Did you even check the timers in the kitchen first? Mary countered. No, I figured I would be close enough by guessing, but the point was never for the alarm to be accurate. Nico countered, fully aware that you couldn't lie to her mother any more easily than you could trick her. Come take your seats. You're right next to me, and Max is beside you. I just need to make sure my husband doesn't run away again. He seems to think that just a few more children are being unreasonable. It's not like he's got any problem practicing making them. Mary sighed. Once they were all seated and the plates were brought out, the conversation turned to more business sorts of matters that every company was facing, most of them due to the rapid demand for expansion now that they had so many new customers. To think that the black market could be so short on proper delivery ships. The Deathwind territory didn't even have it that bad before they joined the trade group. Seriously, I was at a customer this week who really thought that bribing officials was the only way to break a blockade. The man across from Max was laughing. That was a fun run. The man on his left agreed, then the first man elaborated for the rest of the table. We both picked up from this customer, but one of the deliveries was blockaded by a business rival who had tied them up with the regional government, so I had the ships of my fleet open a small portal, then came up on it at maximum orbital entry velocity, and deployed the cargo out of the bottom cargo hatch with a delivery drone. By the time the blockade team even had time to realize that something had happened, I had closed the portal and was long gone from the spot where we opened it, and the cargo was at full retro thruster headed for the recipient's cargo bay. They never did figure out what happened. All they could tell was that a portal was opened, but there was no power signature because the retro thrusters are fuel burn thrusters, not an energy drive. The man laughed. That was genius. Max had expected that they would have a way to detect and prevent that, but a few seconds wasn't enough to get to a portal location, and the Alliance had a huge blind spot for low-tech solutions, so simply strapping a chemical or nuclear rocket to a box and hurling it at the planet would totally evade everything but their object detection radar. Chapter 763 Lost and Found. The whole point of a blockade was that you didn't dare to openly attack the target for one reason or another, so throwing their cargo into the atmosphere would actually be pretty effective. Nico nodded in appreciation of the technique, and the commander gave her a curious look. What would the vaunted Nico Tereth have done in that situation? I have optimized the portals in my cargo ship for stacking, so once the main portal is open, I can open a precision portal, like the ones we use to get around on Absolution in a hurry, and just drop the cargo right inside the warehouse, or in their yard. We used it to send home a passenger who needed to go further than most, and it's quite effective. That gave all of the commanders a series of great ideas. Many missions were to take groups of people to places that they had no business being. How secure are Alliance planets? The man a few seats down on their side of the table asked. You can't even portal close to many of them, and certainly not into Alliance facilities. They are well aware of the trick and can track it back through the main portal, I'm informed. But if you come through at a short distance and set off an EMP, it will scramble the traces, and you will be able to travel in while they react. Nico explained. So, it's still a good insertion, and it will make a great delivery method. I wonder why the black market isn't using it now. One of the commanders asked. Don't forget how rare it is that an Alliance delivery ship can portal. Almost all of their planetary systems have a dedicated array, and entering on your own is restricted, so you pay the fee to use the array. Travel has gotten so convenient for them that they've stagnated. They don't really innovate any longer because there is already some system in place to do everything moderately well. Plus, their warp drives are different, they produce way less power than ours do, but they're more efficient at generating a warp field. We thought about emulating them, but they don't produce enough to keep up with the demands of battle, so you could say that human technology is just the military-grade version of everything. Max added, produced to minimum specifications by the lowest bidder. Someone joked from a few seats away. Better believe it, it's just that our minimum is higher than what they feel that their civilians need. So, we can do things that they forgot were possible. I think that with a bit of time, we're going to find that the Reavers are exactly what the Alliance had been missing, even if the government wishes that we were still missing. That made most of the Reavers around the table laugh, but he had a point. Even the giants couldn't. Rules lawyer, like a Reaver. Their minds looked for laws as written, exact and literal, whereas the Reavers looked at a document not for what it said but what it didn't. There were surely other species like them in the Alliance, but Max hadn't met them yet, leaving the Reavers as the leaders of the technically legal category of transactions. Even the majority of the new warp crystals that they sold for such an exorbitant price as a pre-tuned assembly so that the buyer didn't have to go to a government-licensed specialist to get them set up to do the overhaul on their ships fell into that category. Selling them was explicitly legal, but the ships that they were being put into were ones that were under investigation for a large number of crimes, and nobody had a record of the new warp signature since the arrays hadn't been tested in a ship before being sent out. You could get a very close guess, but the rest of the ship's systems would determine the exact signature. Have you heard about the chaos in the Princess Folly? One of the other Reavers asked. Princess Folly was the nickname for the old Kepler Empire core that was taken over by the rebel princes. It never really settled, but the wars had mostly died out for lack of willing participants. Oh, what's the latest? Max asked. He hadn't been following it at all, so no matter what he heard, it would be new information to him. They finally located the god Mecha and the Emperor's flagship, and now the core planets are threatening to overthrow the princes. They were told that the Emperor's ship had fallen and that the god Mecha was lost. Now that they know it was a lie, they're in full outrage mode. We're getting ready to gather some ships with the Cygnus and see if they'd like to join us when they're done. Mary Tereth laughed, but she forgot that Max could read minds. Located was a very strong word for the situation. The Emperor's flagship, according to the official records, was Abraham Kepler, and General Tennant had brought it full of refugees to the outskirts of the galaxy, where Max had set him up with his own planet to govern. Abraham Kepler was never lost, though, was it? Or did nobody tell them that we had set him up with a new planet to govern? And what's this about the god Mecha? Nico asked. It showed up above Luminous, the planet of lights, where you set up General Tenant to govern, with its pilot and co-pilot alive and well. Nobody is sure where it went after that, but they're assuming it's in secure storage on the planet. 100,000 tourists saw it appear, and it's been live-streamed all over. There's no question that the Mecha is intact and operational, but it does look a bit worse for wear. From what I understand, Luminous has top-of-the-line facilities, though, and they might be able to make a half-decent repair to the Mecha, though we don't have access to the original design specs or creation methods. The world that made it was destroyed at some point in the past and the Mecha was just handed down from antiquity, with millennia-long stretches where we can't verify anything about its history. Mary smiled. Great, now Nico wanted to go on vacation so she could break in and analyze the Mecha. Chapter 764 Dinner. Nico's dad smiled across the table at her. I know what you're thinking, and I've already prepared the data you're after. We need to talk, so I will follow you to Absolution after lunch, and then you can do as you like once you have the intelligence that I have collected for you. He informed her with a wink. I knew I could count on you to come through in a pinch. As long as it covers the basics, it will really help us with our development plans. Nico smiled back. Development plans? Are there more new Mecha coming out? One of the family members asked. No, probably not, but there is still a demand for a couple of unique personal Mecha, like the ones that I keep upgrading for myself and Commander Karis here. A few Titan-class Mecha with unexpected capabilities can change a whole war around, assuming that you can find someone qualified to pilot them. She clarified. Oh, I heard about that. Your company came up against an alien Titan-class machine, didn't it? I heard that it was impressive but not enough to keep up with your piloting skills. The man beside Nico's father asked. It fought very well, but it was a bit like putting a veteran-line Mecha pilot in a Crusader. The knowledge was there, but the necessary skills were not. The aliens had an AI pilot, the Mecha, and once it was defeated, we used it as the basis for our android army aboard Absolution. There are roughly 100,000 of them operational, with 10,000 actual humans mixed in, because what the androids lacked was improvisation skills when a situation was outside of their programming. They could fall back on their training programs, but they couldn't adapt fast enough to deal with a skilled and creative pilot one-on-one. So we mingled in human pilots as team leaders to give directions and deal with unexpected situations, while the androids do the bulk of the heavy lifting in combat. It worked out incredibly well, and we ended up with almost no lost Mecha during the last rounds of combat, thanks to their defensive programming. There was an exceedingly large amount of overall damage, but without lost units, that was actually easier to patch up than to do a load of full replacements. Nico's explanation had drawn all of the other Reaver commanders in. They all hated having their own on the front lines, so if they could keep androids to operate their Mecha on the more dangerous sorts of missions, it wouldn't get any objections from the crews. They were officially still under research and development testing, though, and the planets that Absolution had reclaimed during the tests were supposed to be the shakedown runs. Since they had been so busy, there was no final report done yet, so the status of the androids was unchanged, and they sat ready for the next mission that Absolution had, but they weren't available to anyone else. Plates were cleared, and a round of desserts was brought out to everyone, marking the end of the more formal business conversations over dinner. Max could tell that this was a well-practiced routine for most of them. Dinner was work talk and current events, dessert was personal life talk and family talks, like who had children looking for partners and who knew of a possible match for them. The men across the table had started chatting about a grandson who would be graduating from the engineering school this year when Max got a notification from home. Terminus is preparing to disembark. We have identified 5 possible locations for the next school event, and all personnel and passengers are verified to be aboard. Our flight plans are included in the itinerary. Admiral Drake informed him. Terminus had actually been in one spot much longer than planned, thanks to the draw of Absolution and its amenities, but they were returning to cruise ship status, and he had a number of vacation planets, stellar phenomenon, and one field trip on Canis planned for the next 6 months. It would all be broadcast across the Alliance data net soon so that potential clients could arrange to be there for the events that they wanted, though the exact route would not be, as they would dodge around for security reasons, and so that they could make scheduled stops along the way, then use portals to catch up to the plan. Once dessert was cleared, Nico's dad was the first to his feet, with an anxious look at his watch. Well, We hate to eat and run, but we should be on our way. Don't worry, Mary darling. I will be back in a day or two once I have finished visiting our daughter's home. Mary didn't buy a single word of his excuse, but he really did have important things to talk about with Max and Nico, and she knew it, so she couldn't find a good reason to stop him from leaving for the night. We can catch the next shuttle back up to the base and then take your ship back to the world ship. I will be there for a few nights, and then one of the other Reaver companies is giving me a ride back home. He explained as if he had this planned for much longer than the last hour. Of course, if he had been at Absolution already, he probably had, and this was just an unexpected extra stop in the middle. Alright, let's get this show on the road then. I'm sure that Mary is eager for you to finish with business so that she can have your full and undivided attention again. Max teased. Well, it was good to see you while it lasted. Try to stay longer next time. Mary admonished them. We will, Mom. We just wanted to drop in for lunch before the party tonight on Absolution. The newly renovated floor is opening up soon, and the first residents are getting settled in today, so we're putting on a light show to celebrate the opening of the islands. Nico told her with a smile. Plenty of other Tereth family members had the location on their vacation list already since it was essentially a Reaver-controlled vacation world, and the island seemed like much more fun than a big city, which was a bit too similar to ship life for proper relaxation. Yes, technically, they were still going to be on a ship, but that didn't really count when it was too long to see one to easily see one end from the other, even when it was an open view. Nico's dad was way too good at blocking his thoughts, and Max couldn't get anything out of his mind during the trip, which had to be kept to a mundane conversation since this was a public shuttle and a lot of the people on it were shift workers on the moon base, who lived on the planet and did 10 days on 10 day off shifts at the base. They headed straight for the bay, and the older man whistled when he saw their ride. I don't recall seeing that in your luxury yacht offerings. Nico smirked. I will give you a quick tour while Max gets us back to our home bay. I think you will appreciate the ingenuity of this ship. Chapter 765 The mission. Once they were safely docked and back at the office, Nico's father looked at them with a very serious expression and then sighed and handed the antsy-looking Nico a data stick. There, that's the full data suite for the God-class mecha belonging to the former Kepler royal family. Technically, it's a Titan-class mecha, not God-class, but it's the finest of its peers, and you will see why when you read the descriptions. But that isn't what is important right now. There is a very serious situation that we need your assistance with. Well, you and your mecha. A spatial anomaly has opened within Cygnus, leading to an unexplored corner of the universe that doesn't match any star charts that the Alliance has. It's a strange place. The void isn't empty like there is some monstrous nebula left over from the beginning of creation, and a battle is raging there which cannot be allowed to spread to our galaxy. The anomaly opened into the territory of the Kaleska, an exoskeletal species that has an eerie resemblance to humanity in that their heads resemble bare human skulls. They are also mecha users, in the same way that the hunters are, with biomechanical warframes, as they call them, and they are under attack, as is everyone else in that region, by the Arisen. From what we can tell, their technology appears to be autonomous drones of some sort. There is no computer, no discernible technology to them, but they are brutally fast and smart. The Kaleska insist that they are piloted by Arisen souls and that souls return to the void only to be reborn again when another Arisen harbinger is created and sent out to attack. The scale is within your capabilities, 15 to 50 meter units, with some infantry battles on the planets, but the Kaleska has asked us for assistance by sending void combat capable units to their side, and in return, they are guarding the anomaly to keep the Arisen from finding it and sending an army through. The scale of battle there is insane. Our initial report cited a battle that appeared to stretch from one star to another, countless billions of mecha facing off against each other. Max just stared at him in awe for a moment. And you expect us to do what exactly in that scenario? Honestly, not much, but you need to be visible, and you need to be lethal so that the Kaleska will consider our side of the deal to be upheld. We can't send androids. That was very clear in the deal. The Arisen will possess them and turn them against their allies. Everything needs to be living with no AI or computer control, so you can't even put your units on automatic standby while you're there, or you'll have to fight to regain control. We are training a team of Titan-class pilots right now. 500 units will be ready within the year, using the design that Cleansing Light was built. Nico has informed me that there is very little of the mecha that is still at that spec other than the pilot's seat, but it was a very capable Titan by any standard, and our facilities are already set up to produce them. You can bring your ship with you, but don't bring it near the battle. Well, perhaps with Nico's talents, you could bring it and not have it turn, but I wouldn't want to risk it. What we're asking is that you fight there until you are relieved and that you gather all the information that you can about the Arisen, the Kaleska, and any other forces that you encounter on that side of the anomaly. Nico's thoughts said that she was all in on a year-long murder fest, but Max had a few more questions. You keep saying we. Who are the others, and how is it that your group knows about this and nobody else does? Max asked. I guess I should introduce myself properly. I was born Perrin John Kepler, the youngest brother of the Emperor of Kepler. I am the leader of the Black Guard, the Emperor's personal assassins and the Empire's intelligence force. We knew that the princes were going to rebel, but the crackdown would have caused even more damage than letting things break apart would, in our estimation, so the Emperor took to the pilot's seat of glory of Saul before the assassination attempt, where one of his body doubles was killed, and one went into hiding. Now, he is on Luminous with General Tennant, his dear friend and confidant. His revelation caught both Nico and Max by surprise. That's why they sent the system AI with Mom when she left Kepler Terminus. Because you're the next in line with the Emperor missing and the princess turned traitor. The Reavers got the system because you married a Reaver. How crazy is that? She rambled. Not as crazy as it seemed to my father when I proposed it all those years ago. Who knew that she was a baby-crazed woman who would never give me a moment of peace after the first 4 were born? The affection in his voice was clear, but Max assumed that there was a good reason that he didn't want a huge number of children. Now that he thought of it, all of his kids also had a somewhat legitimate claim to the leadership of Kepler when everything broke apart. It was definitely a good thing that he didn't tell anyone. Nico, with an honest chance of becoming Empress, would quickly become a genocide as she eliminated the challengers. She didn't seem to have noticed that yet, though she was still intently focused on the mecha data, and it didn't seem to be impressing her. With the new monoatomic armor that I created for cleansing light, it's already above these specs. They're good, but not as great as I was hoping. She sighed. Hey, a few hundred years ago, it really seemed like it was. We couldn't even properly create some of the materials, and there were directions included in the data. Her father defended the glory of Saul. We didn't even make it. It was found in ruins under a collapsed building undamaged. It does seem to have been human-made, though, since everything is sized and designed for us without a renovation. Well, maybe not for me, but for a human male anyhow. But more importantly, when are we leaving to go kill undead mecha zombie bots? She asked. Whenever you want. We've still got a month if we need it, and if you rejected the offer, we would have sent a few veteran Phalanx-class pilots in Titan-class mecha instead. But you are the best choice because I have faith that you can remain alive and will be able to repair your units with limited resources and overcome the unknown weapons that the enemy is going to use against you. Some of them use a type of thermal lance, some use a Gauss weapon, and others prefer an energy-sheathed blade and close combat. It's just too varied, and we know nearly nothing about them. Max nodded in acceptance. We will do it. Give us the night to get everything prepared, and we will head out to the anomaly on a diplomatic mission to chat with the Cygnus leader in charge of the area. Chapter 766 Timeline Nico brought up a list of supplies that she expected they would need and some improvisational materials that she would pack in the ship as spares. The ship had a very comprehensive repair bay on board and could take care of nearly any damage that the mecha might have sustained. They had plenty of raw materials, as well as biomatter, available for an extended mission. If nothing else, they could return to the anomaly in this side if they were in desperate need of supplies and couldn't get anything on that side. It sounded like there were multiple intelligent species there, though, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue finding some sort of biomass that they could work with, assuming that their composition was close enough that the replicator system would recognize it. She had included a list of spare parts to be pre-made that would bring the power system and warp drive back online in case of damage to the ship, since they couldn't expect such an unfamiliar species to have anything that was compatible with their gear. Is there anything that I'm forgetting? She asked as she looked over the sheets. You should likely make us a pair of specialized mobile suits for piloting in. Who knows what that nebula is going to be like if we get a breach of the cockpit. Even though you're not worried about breathing, it could still be caustic, corrosive, radioactive, or otherwise toxic. Max elaborated. Good call. I've got some that are quite similar to the ones we wore for the last mission but more comfortable to pilot in for extended periods of time. We will work out logistics and positioning for our ship when we arrive. Dad, how did we communicate with the Kaleska? she replied. Their language wasn't hard for our language translation to pick up. It was phonetically similar to an ancient human language, mixed with one that we found in the Alliance database. We analyzed it, then tried to reply, and they sent us back a language database in the same coding language we used the next day. I guess we got it fairly close because they didn't seem upset that we didn't understand right away, and now we can just use it to communicate with them. It's not spoken language level right now, as we've never heard it, but it's something. We will work with what we can get. If we can receive and decode their messages, that's enough to get us started, and we can coordinate combat actions from there without any friendly fire incidents. I'm assuming there are some descriptions of friendly and unfriendly units in that data pack? Max asked. Of course, everything we know you now know. It's not as much as I had hoped, considering it's my own immediate family going, but I compiled it myself. I should head out and explore the ship while you two prepare. I'll be sure to keep the exact details from Mary, or she will be blowing up your communicators. They work through the anomaly, so you'll be able to message back home constantly as if you were right here in this galaxy until you move further in, and then it might become a bit flaky, like sending messages from the Alliance territories. If it's that good, we're fine. I hear that you've hand-picked us a pretty good board of governors. They must have been decent since Mary didn't have any objections to dealing with them. Max agreed. Of course, I picked all the best for the board, all veterans of many trade wars with a load of experience, all with planetary leadership experience, and all of whom led their companies to new heights during their tenure before passing it on to the next generation and taking on an advisory role until the generation after them took over. That's a pretty high standard. I didn't think that there were even that many Reavers who met the qualifications. Nico laughed. Oh, they're not all Reavers. A couple of them are retired nobles, and one is a former High Chancellor from the Emperor's governing council. He's been getting bored in his old age, and the prospect of mermaids on the beach was enough to encourage him to send me his own request when he heard that I was assembling a board of directors. I picked all people with systems for longer lifespans. They've all got a decade or two in them before they'll be picking successors, so you should have some stability at home while you do what needs to be done. It matters more than I would have thought as a young man. Mary is like a bedrock. You can count on her to be right where you expected her to be every single time. It's very relaxing. Will they be here before we leave? I feel like we should meet them at the very least. Max reminded him. Unfortunately, no, I wasn't expecting things with the Kaleska to change so quickly, and we don't have anyone ready to take up the role. They will be here in the next few days, and I will be here until then. I take it that one of your subordinates took up the job last time. Max nodded. Yeah, the logistics officer, Miller. He's very good at organization. If you're going to be around and show them the ropes, I will introduce you to the Alliance envoys. Then you can deal with them directly if Mary runs into any problems at home. I'm sure that she would rather send you than anyone else. Nico chuckled as her father sighed at the suggestion. I'm afraid you're right, she would really rather make me her errand boy. Dealing with the Alliance envoys won't be a problem. They are supposed to be quite reasonable, and it would let me get home on time for a change, with a good excuse when I don't, so it might not be the worst idea. He reluctantly agreed. In that case, we will bring you to the other office. They like working here because nobody can come to bother them, and they can block outside communications entirely if they need to. Let's just hope that the Innu envoy hasn't gotten too bored, or the giant will be in a bad mood, and the Valkyria will be stirring them both up while the Huntress laughs if she's still here. Max explained. Chapter 767 Trouble Loves Company. The envoys were in a state of chaos when Max led Nico and her father in, which was really nothing new, but this time they were in chaos for the same reason that Max was. Spatial anomalies had opened in Alliance territory, leading to the same unknown region of space but to the territory of another species. They were currently discussing whether the envoy group in charge of the mission was going to argue for the anomaly to be stabilized and closed or if they were going to work out a military aid deal, but they didn't know much of anything except for the name of the enemies that they were fighting. The Arisen army was there as well and was quickly overrunning the native population, with the intent to make it to the anomaly and pass through to a new region of space, namely the Alliance territory. That would be beyond disastrous, but so far, they didn't know how to close the link, which was not a standard wormhole as they understood it, or a portal, which was similar in function. Ah, just the people that we were hoping to talk to. We heard that the human galaxy has the same issue that we do, and we were wondering what the Reavers were doing about it. The Valkyria envoy asked. We are sending a team to assist the locals at our end, known as the Kaleska. I will be in the first wave, along with Nico, so we will be leaving very soon, but this is Parenterith, Nico's father, and he will be taking over until the board of directors arrives to manage the world ship in our absence. We will still be in contact most of the time and making the executive decisions, but the board will take care of the day-to-day on our behalf since we will be in combat. Max explained. The giant nodded. I suspected as much. The humans are overwhelmingly powerful for their numbers, but the Arisen is not a normal foe, so you would logically send only the most powerful of elite forces to deal with them. Anything else would lead to too many deaths to be sustainable, and we have been informed that the Arisen army can't be fought with an automated force. Exactly correct. We will be leaving right away, but we wanted to make the official introduction before we left so that there was no question about who this man is or his authority. The envoys nodded, and the Inu extended her hand to greet Nico's father but got distracted by a flood of messages from her communicator. There is a development at our end. A deal has been struck to hire a full ship of hunters to assist in the defense of the anomaly from the other side. If you happen to see them on the other side, they are allies. We don't have a map of the region, so we have no idea how far apart you will be, but from what I can tell, it will be a significant distance, and the chances are that it would take a lifetime to fight from one point to the others. The Inu explained. Nico and the huntress looked at each other with smirks on their faces, and the Inu's hair tentacles twined together in a way that somehow made her look confused for a second before she, too, smiled. I have it. That look means that you're joking about me saying that like it was a bad thing. I'm right, aren't I? I'm finally cracking Hunter's body language. She cheered. Right, on the first try. I still don't understand why so many species find it so difficult. The humans figured it out on the very first day, according to the mission logs from Huntress Khan. It was like they knew at the moment that they saw us, and they never had any major issues learning the nuance of hunter communication. That's because we sent Nico, and she speaks both sword and plasma cannon. Max joked, making the huntress laugh but leaving the other envoys confused again. So, maybe I still don't get battlefield humor, but I'm working on the body language first. The Inu envoy shrugged. One thing at a time. You've adapted remarkably quickly to being around humans. I remember the first Inu that we ever met told us that they were best known for adapting and repairing others' technology, but look at you all now, taking over the research department and inventing new beverages for the replicators. Nico commended her. I found tiramisu, which is a coffee-flavored cake, and it made me think, you know. How many other flavors are out there that simply haven't been merged because humans don't know about them? From there, it just snowballed into a whole huge thing. The tavern that I invested in is doing great business by releasing one new tested flavor every day. They have been merging human and alliance tastes, and they'll cycle through them every week if they get good reviews. Try this one. It's the flavor of the day. Squib berries in a chocolate milkshake. Max took a sip of the sample-sized milkshake that she had produced from the replicator and felt his face contract at the combination of tart fruit and sweetened chocolate. It was surprising but not a bad combination. I approve. It would go well with cheeseburgers. The giant envoy nodded. It might go well with Titan barbecue as well. They like to marinate their meat in fruits before smoking it, and the flavors would complement each other. As fun as this has been, we need to go, before the Kaleska think that the humans are reneging on their deal. Father, take good care of the place for me, and I will see all of you envoys later. Nico informed the room. Good luck. Don't forget to bring the big guns. Some of the Arisen army war walkers can take a photon torpedo head-on, so you might find more than a few good uses for those antimatter warheads that you developed. The Valkyria envoy reminded them, then turned back to his messages as Max and Nico left her father behind. Chapter 768 Meet the Arisen Defense Line Command. This is Commander Karis Max, inbound for damage control. With mere cleansing light and shattered pride, Max announced when they passed through the portal to reach the group of Cygnus vessels gathered around the anomaly. Good to hear from you, Commander. Please pass through directly at no more than 1/4 of standard sublight speed. The Kaleska hold the other side of the breach. The defense force informed him abruptly, and Max noticed that they had a lot of Mecha on duty in space in case of attack. Are all the modifications finished? Max double-checked with Nico as he piloted the ship through to meet a new alien species. All done. Most of the changes had already been made as we made the advancements, and the final standalone shield for the cockpit is ready now in case of an atmospheric breach. The storage space is filled with suitable materials to rebuild your stock of antimatter munitions if you need them, and the destructors have been upgraded as much as I can, so you just need to optimize them once you have the system booted up. Max nodded, then sent his first message to the other side. Kaleska Defense. This is Commander Karis Max. Requesting a status update and a nearby storage location for our vessel. Commander of the humans, this is Yuri. Of the Kaleska, we have a station here in orbit. You may park here and join the battle. Tell us, how many are you? 2 Mecha of the Titan class. The additional units are finishing their training now to bring the pilots up to our standards for our most elite Mecha. Understood. We will take what help we can get. Their ship emerged into the Kaleska's territory, and Nico shifted the design to the more organic design that resembled Absolution instead of the cruise ship design, which limited their range of weapon fire. The appearance of the ship seemed to cause some alerts, but they didn't make much sense to Max, as their database of Kaleska language was imperfect. Commander, my superiors ask if you obtained that ship from the Reapers. The Kaleska named Yuri asked. Humanity is unfamiliar with a species by that name. This ship is our most modern design of attack craft. The faction we represent is known as Reavers, so perhaps it is fitting. Understood. I will relay the ship design to command to avoid any incidents in the future. As soon as he was clear of the moon that they appeared behind, the battle came into sensor range in the distance, with hundreds of Arisen army warships attacking the Kaleska Mecha. The Arisen war walkers were being deployed to meet the challenge, so Max rushed the docking procedure and got Santa Maria locked in place so that they could join the battle. What is Shattered Pride capable of for mobility? Max asked since the battle was at the edge of the solar system. I have a micro-portal generator, while Cleansing Light has the same, plus it is warp capable. Nico clarified. Alright, stay close and let's see how these Arisen war walkers shape up against our disruptors. I heard that they are autonomous, with no computers, but we might still be able to disable them with the side effects. Max suggested. They could go nuclear and then antimatter fusion later. If this worked well enough, they would only have to break out the biggest guns for the worst of battles, and this one looked pretty evenly matched. He opened a portal to the right flank of the battle, and Nico grabbed him from behind to piggyback through without wasting any time. The portal was still closing when Max unleashed his main weapons in a linked pattern, as an orbital lance, at a cluster of 50-meter-tall warwalkers, the largest units on the battlefield. The intense beam of energy collapsed their shields in an instant and tore away a large amount of their outer shell before the capacitors were drained, and Max's blast ended. 2 of the 10 had been torn apart, but the other 8 were charging weapons as Nico moved out from behind him and shifted to engage the closest group of warwalkers, who were already flying over. Max powered up his thrusters and warp drive for maximum mobility and began to evade as particle beams raced his way. He managed to only take 2 glancing blows before his main weapons were ready again, but this time he split it into 2 beams and targeted 2 of the warwalkers, blasting them to dust in the cosmos. The outcome seemed to shock the Arisen army, and a huge portion of the army began to shift their deployment to deal with this new threat. Nico was into the smaller warwalkers in the 10 to 20 meter size class. They were stick-thin and looked spindly, but they were fast, and their weapons definitely packed a punch, so the stick figure proportions didn't allow them to underestimate them at all. It did make it easier for Nico's blades to cut through them, though. At least once, the shields were down. Her thrusters flashed and flared as she darted between targets, blasting away and then finishing them with her blades, leaving scattered debris everywhere while Max tried his best not to get shot to pieces. A double blast came in that Max couldn't dodge, so he shifted behind his physical shield as the blast took most of his energy shield down. The tactic seemed to enrage the Arisen army, who had not realized that he had packed a defensive method to bolster his survivability. It also bought him time, and Max spread the 6 main weapon beams to 6 different Crusader-sized targets and punched holes clear through them, leaving the war walkers inactive in space. The chest seems to be the energy core of the units. If you punch a hole through it, they just deactivate. Max informed Nico. Got it. Cutting off an arm only reduces combat capability by 30% outside of melee. They are all ambidextrous. Chapter 769 First Skirmish. The Arisen army deployment shifted to form a semicircle around them from the front, allowing it to attack from the top and bottom as well but leaving a large gap behind the front line. You go up, I will go down, Nico commented, then flashed through a portal toward Max's feet and outside the attempted encirclement. Max did the same in the opposite direction, and the semicircle collapsed, splitting in half and leaving themselves clustered for a wide dispersion of Max's main weapons, which eliminated dozens of 10-meter class war walkers in an instant. With the pattern cleared out to some extent, it was easier to dodge the attacks, and Max began to pick off the phalanx-class units, around 25 meters tall, which represented the greatest threat to his shielding. A direct hit from them would put a serious dent in his energy storage, and two had nearly collapsed his shielding, so he couldn't underestimate them at all, or he would be in trouble. An egg-shaped vessel that somewhat reminded Max of an elongated Clem pod flashed in from warp speed and deployed a full regiment of Kaleska warframes at their location, right between the two halves of the Arisen position, and the attackers began to immediately retreat. The Kaleska held their position as the Arisen war walkers fled, which Max took as a signal not to pursue them into the thick of the battle, but he did notice that it left a few of their transport ships vulnerable without an escort. Nico, send them a single, small antimatter round. Max directed. He would take the opportunity to see how their weapons measured up against what the Kaleska were using and how they dealt with the Arisen vessels since he had learned the capability of the war walkers. A defensive laser from the ship flashed, destroying the round before it could reach the shielding, but the resulting antimatter explosion rocked this entire side of the battlefield, passing like a wave through water in the thin gases that made up open space here. Alright, maybe those aren't the best choice of weapons. It looks like the Arisen army is retreating, though. Max chuckled at the aftermath of the attack, which would have been much worse had the round actually activated. It wasn't quite as damaging as activating it in an atmosphere, but there was a lot of residual damage, which would have to be avoided as much as possible. He would send the data back to the moon base so that Uncle Lou could tailor the mecha to the situation. Question from Kaleska Command. What was that last attack? Yuri asked again. A human anti-ship weapon using antimatter fusion technology. The result was unexpected due to the nature of the region not being devoid of matter. Max explained. Kaleska Command asks that you do not use that weapon during an ongoing battle for friendly fire prevention reasons. Understood Kaleska Command, we apologize for the inconvenience. Max replied as he sensed the amusement of the nearby Kaleska troops, which could also hear the message on the open channels. It might have been a sketchy result, but it made the enemy retreat long before the battle would have normally ended, and that was a good result in the minds of any soldier. Once the war walkers were in their ships, the Arisen army went to warp and moved away from the battlefield, returning to whatever their nearest stronghold was, while the Kaleska returned to the space station. Ah, that was just right for breakfast, a nice light skirmish. Nico joked while Max checked cleansing light for damages. There were a couple of overloaded capacitors, but they were self-resetting and would be fine as soon as they had cooled off. Other than that, he had taken no damage during the battle. How did Shattered Pride fare? He asked to make sure that Nico was good to go. One blown hydraulic line, but I've already used my system functions to repair it and top off the fluid. I'm back at 100%. Perfect, let's go meet our hosts. They both opened portals back to the ship and then paused while the Kaleska troops stood down. You could never tell what was coming through a portal, so for safety's sake, they usually didn't open them near populated areas. Max made a mental note of the response of the troops so that he would remember not to open the portal so close next time and then return to Santa Maria. Commander of the humans, the Kaleska leaders request a meeting in the common area of the station when you are available. The radio operator informed him. We will be there in 30 minutes. Max replied, with a timestamp indicator to show them how long a minute was in his language. Once they were back aboard and had time for a quick shower and a change of clothes into their Reaver best, Max and Nico headed for the common areas of the station. Nico made a point of politely greeting everyone that stared at the two humans, even though they surely didn't understand her. Max was beginning to get the hang of the language. He had used Nico's skill to memorize the text version of the language translation, and after hearing it in their minds for the second half of the battle, and now all over the station, hundreds of thousands of minds at once, he was catching on quickly. They were flagged down by a server of some sort, with the black exoskeletons and elaborately detailed bone-white head that marked the species. The heads looked eerily like a human skull, with the jaw attached, as he had been warned, and they all wore elaborate robes of various sorts and coverages. The higher the rank, the more clothing they wore, and it looked like nudity wasn't an issue in their culture, as most of the lower-ranking soldiers and workers wore little more than a shawl over their shoulders to mark their rank. Greetings, Commander Karis Max and Tereth Nico. I am Commander Yuri of the Kaleska. The tall man, or at least Max assumed it was a man, greeted them in Kaleska. Greetings, Commander Yuri. It is an honor to be here, enjoying your hospitality. Max replied, using the local language, and all of the movement in the room stopped while the locals stared at him. The language was somewhat guttural and had a whistle to it that was hard on his throat, but Max was pretty sure that he had gotten the inflection and intonation right. You speak Kaleska, not well, of course, but you learned to speak our language. Commander Yuri asked. Of course, I intend to be here for some time, and it would be inconvenient not to be able to speak to others outside of a text message. Interesting. We had thought it would be impossible for your species, given their biology, but you have managed it well enough to be understood. Our first contact detailed the nutritional compatibilities of your species, which seem to be quite varied, so we wished to have you join us for a meal. Please, join us, Yuri informed them while gesturing to a table. Nico smiled at him. Thank you, Commander Yuri. Nico was definitely cheating. Once she heard and analyzed the language, she programmed it into her voice box so the sounds came out perfectly, including the extra whistles and click that a human body couldn't make, which showed emotion in their speech. Now I understand why they sent you first. Welcome to Kaleska. Chapter 770 Tactical Planning. As soon as they were seated, it became obvious that this was a working lunch. A barrier went up around them, working like a one-way mirror to keep others from seeing the area around their table, and a strategic map opened up above the table using a flaky hologram that made Nico's eye twitch. She would definitely be offering them an upgrade very quickly if they were going to be holding regular meetings on this projection or others of its quality. We will start with the basics since your species is not from here. We have not reached the beginning or the end of the nebula. This entire region of space is the same, as if 100,000 suns had died at once and left their remains scattered through space. So, there is a rather high density of gaseous elements, small rocks and other debris that make navigation hazardous. This map is centered around the portion of space that the Kaleska call home. This is the direction that the majority of the Arisen army attacks come from. Portals like yours are rarely used here, as their formation can destabilize the area, like your antimatter projectile. For that reason, we recommend that you use your ship to get close to the battles and then engage with it locked down to prevent the Arisen spirits from gaining access to it. The major offensive this month has been in the CX-37 sector. It's not particularly heavily populated, but it is close to another sector that was abandoned to the Arisen in the recent past. Commander Yuri explained. Do you know why they are attacking? Issues between the species. Are they voracious predators that eat every planet they take clean of biomass? Max asked. Neither. It's something in their personality. They seem to be bent on the elimination of life from the universe. Every species that they encounter, they attack. The harder you fight back, the harder they attack, but they don't do anything with the planets. They just kill everyone and move on. Between that and the nature of their war walkers, it led to the determination that they are some form of a vengeful ghost, a dying species that are still roaming about, reincarnating their spirits into new vessels when they are destroyed. Nico tapped her chin as he thought, an old habit that she didn't seem to realize that she did. They are also good with technology, and if you leave an AI system or another exposed computer system, they will infiltrate it. Is it possible that they digitized their existence and that they only exist as pure energy at this point? It would explain the strange nature of their attacks and why they leave no bodies. It would also explain why they retreated when I used an antimatter weapon. Antimatter is one of the few ways to truly destroy and not disperse energy in the universe, so such a weapon would pose an extreme threat to them on a level far beyond that which it poses to the others. If they are lingering as energy on the battlefield, and someone sets off an antimatter bomb, it could well destroy their lingering spirits, and then they wouldn't be able to rise again, which I assume is the ability that gave them the name Arisen. She offered. Commander Yuri nodded. There are no people on their ships, and the war walkers aren't built until there is combat if they had been destroyed in a previous battle, so it is possible that there are a finite number of consciousness units in their fleet, and they simply return to their ships when the form they are hosting is destroyed. We don't really know how the bodies are operated, all that's inside is a crystal and some strings, like a nervous system. But they move and attack just fine, so they are getting energy from somewhere. Nico nodded. The crystals are similar to our warp drive technology. They are the source of energy, but I couldn't determine what was allowing them to move either. If you learn that, you will be a hero to a dozen species. We've all been trying to determine the nature of the Arisen technology, if that's what it is, and not actually materialized ghosts. Once we know that, we can make more determinations on the best way to stop them. Commander Yuri agreed. How often are the attacks? Max asked. There are usually 3 to 4 ongoing at any given time somewhere along our border, but as I said, it isn't safe to keep using portals, so we ask that you focus on the region around the anomaly, which will allow us to move more troops elsewhere and bolster areas that have taken losses. Your mecha performed incredibly well for their size today, and I feel confident saying that every one of my fighters was impressed with the skill of the human mecha pilots. They are just finding it impossible to determine your rank since your clothing is so eclectic. Are you perhaps royalty of some sort? That is a complex issue with humans. I lead a Reaver company, which controls one world ship and some smaller ships, so you could consider me a planetary governor of sorts, though my rank is technically higher than that by a bit. For my subcommander, her hereditary rank is a much more complex issue. Max explained. The Kaleska all turned to each other and discussed the matter for a while, trying to determine where humans would place these two mecha pilots in their hierarchy so that they could determine what level of honor or assistance the humans could have been deemed to have sent for their first representation within Kaleska space. I would ask how many people are under you, but that might be different between species. So I will ask, how large of an army do you command? Yuri asked. Roughly 150,000 medium and heavy mecha, though many of them are androids and not suitable for use here due to the Arisen. The Kaleska around the table let out an appreciative whistle at that number. It was an impressive military force, and they couldn't say that they had been slighted with an expendable representative after hearing that number. Are they not worried about losing you in combat? Commander Yuri asked. Of course they are, but combat losses happen, and I am well known for my combat prowess, as is Terath Nico. That was the determining factor in our deployment. They wanted to make sure that we would be deemed to be an effective military force, despite our lack of numbers at the moment. Max explained. Your mecha are very frightening, that is certain. That weapon that you use, what was it designed to fight against? It creates a beam too large for attacking another mecha of your design. One of the other Kaleska leaders asked. It's an orbital lance. It was designed to attack planetary military forces from orbit. Max explained. Orbital lance. Yuri mouthed the unfamiliar words slowly, then again, silently, while he tried to relate them to something that he was familiar with. Nico decided to be helpful since she had been analyzing their military technology through the hologram projector for the whole meal. It's basically the same as the Kumo pattern ship destroyer, but it uses a different energy pattern. The output is similar, she offered. The Kaleska didn't really have expressions, as their chitin shape didn't change. But the change in position gave off the impression of pleasure at the understanding before their heads tilted a little to the side, like a confused dog, and the second in command spoke again. You put such a weapon on a mecha. Do you use mecha to destroy large battleships? He asked. Large battleships, lightly armored military regiments, small cities. It's a very versatile weapon. Nico agreed. The Kaleska just nodded, but Max didn't miss his thoughts on the matter. Humans are scary when they go to war. He wasn't wrong. Especially in Nico's case, humans were a very scary species when they went to war. One lone Nico versus a civilian planet wasn't even close to a fair fight, but the concept of that sort of scaling would be very difficult to explain to the hierarchical Kaleska. At least their ranks were based entirely on accomplishment, and they weren't inherited or genetic, so Max could be sure that the ones with the fanciest robes were the most verifiably competent in their field. That was a definite improvement on royalty or nepotism-based systems. Chapter 771 Command Walker. The food had just arrived when every light in the station turned red, and an alarm began to blare. Incoming Major Assault Fleet. All hands to battle stations. I repeat, incoming Major Assault Fleet. All hands to battle stations. It looks like the meal will have to wait. See you on the battlefield, Commander. Max sighed as he rose to his feet. Everyone began to jog to their combat positions, and Max went straight to cleansing light, then launched, with Nico right behind him. If the station was under alert, that meant that the enemy was right at the anomaly within minutes of breaching the entrance and reaching his home galaxy. There was a whole wave of Arisen war walkers headed their way, intent on taking the station, while the defenders had only just begun to scramble. The amount of matter spread through this region of space made it impossible to trace warp trails and incoming vessels from as far as Max was used to, and it led to very short warnings when there was an attack. It had to be an incredibly stressful way to live for the Kaleska, but they were well practiced, and the first of the mecha were only a few seconds behind him and Nico. Max grabbed Nico and engaged the warp drive on cleansing light, dropping them at the front line in an instant, then using the abundant power to blast away an entire regiment of light war walkers with a dispersed blast of his orbital lance. Nico started to snipe what they took to be the command units of the Arisen army, the more elaborately decorated units, and the Arisen army was predictably turning their attention away from the station to deal with these two biting ants on their flank. Max was sure that the Kaleska all thought that they were insane, but the early attack gave them a chance to thin the enemy ranks right as the battle started, which every mecha commander knew was the best way to reduce casualties. The light mecha pilots might not be as good, but there were a lot of them, and they could still bring down a heavy mecha with the weight of fire, a factor that remained just as true with battles of this scale, where tens of thousands of mecha were facing off in space. "Human commander, we have a backup for you," the Kaleska combat channel informed him, and Max shifted his position to allow them to take up a deployment around him and Nico, who was still in sniper mode, picking off random war walkers, though the actual leaders appeared to be either dead or in hiding. It was unknown whether the Arisen army used wing leaders the way that the human armies did, but that was what Nico was going after now, trying to break apart all semblance of coordination on their portion of the flank before the Arisen could shift a larger unit over to deal with them. Max dodged as an immense beam of particle energy streaked past him, only barely getting the warning in time. They had turned the main guns of a transport ship against him. "Nico, what do I have that isn't an antimatter weapon to deal with that?" he asked, since the shielding would absorb his orbital lance without flinching. "I'm on it, boss. I've got non-explosive versions of the antimatter torpedoes," Nico informed him, then unslung a rifle from her back and took aim at the transport ship. The energy surge was enough to scramble sensors for the entire unit behind them, and then the massive transport ship's shields lit up in crackling green energy. The whole ship was visibly shoved backward, and Nico fired again. The rounds activated a warp field when they were fired and simply slammed into the target at warp 7. Not even the defensive lasers could deal with that attack, and the second round hit home as well, creating a massive explosion where it breached the shielding and punched through the ship. They weren't kidding. Humans really do hunt battleships with mecha. Someone was calling over the radio channels, and Max shook his head. They were giving people a very warped view of the sort of thing that was expected when dealing with humans, but it sure seemed to be effective. Nico fired a third round, but this time it hit a secondary shield, and the warp field around the round collapsed, leaving it to hit the ship at sublight speeds, making the already weakened shielding collapse again and causing even more damage to the transport ship. It began to shift back as fast as it could in its condition, and another ship moved to take its place, presumably with the modified shields already active. Well, it might not be a battleship kill, but it is out of commission. They won't be loading anything back on that one for a while. Nico laughed. It wasn't often that she got to try out her new toys in an all-out battle like this, and the war walkers were charging them now, afraid to be caught in a cluster at a distance where Max could engulf them all in another orbital lance strike. Max drew his blade and shield and moved into a position where he was back-to-back with shattered pride so that they couldn't be surrounded, then began unleashing disruptor blasts on a widespread pattern, collapsing enemy shields and causing minor damage but leaving them vulnerable to the Kaleska weapons. A 50-meter-tall command walker from the Arisen fleet moved to the front of the group to challenge Max, who clanged his sword against his shield in a "come-and-get-it" motion that he wasn't sure the Arisen could even recognize. The sentiment seemed mutual, though, and everyone else in the area backed off, with Nico charging into the enemy ranks flanked by Kaleska's close combat units while Max fought his duel. Max traded blows with the war walker in an eerily familiar pattern that seemed to awaken something in his memories from his previous life while the two giant mecha fought each other to a standstill. Monomolecular blades clashed against one another a dozen times in a second as the two mecha sought to gain the upper hand before the Arisen unit backed off to regroup. Max could sense the confusion and rage from the war walker at having been stymied by Max, but more so by the fact that he recognized their close combat techniques. It wasn't quite the same as Max remembered, but there was no way that he could mistake that combat style. After all, he created it. Chapter 772 Persistent. Once Max recognized the style, he knew that there was no way that he was losing this battle. He had no idea where the Arisen had learned the technique or when, but it wasn't complete. It was a pale echo of the Million Blades style. Sure, the name was a bit chunny, but it had taken Max a million victories to master it, so he thought it was still a perfectly valid name for the style. Max charged forward into the slightly larger mecha, then withdrew his sword at the last instant and let the impact of his shield assist his thrusters in moving him in behind the war walker, leaving its back open and letting his blades slide cleanly through to disable the unit. His heart was thundering in his ears. Could it be a coincidence? It was possible that a few moves were the same, which just happened to be used in the way he expected. No, it was more than that. Even the response was exactly what he had expected of a student of his own fighting style. Max took the fight to another of the largest war walkers, and again the blade work was exactly what he expected, but this time the war walkers seemed less surprised to see it coming back at them, and a furious battle ensued. Blades clashed, and energy weapons flared as the two mighty commanders went toe-to-toe. Max was just beginning to get the upper hand when suddenly the enemy war walker fell silent, and the limbs gently drifted away before a red blade appeared through the front of its chest as Nico hacked it to pieces. The enemy is in full retreat. The Kaleska are fast learners. I think I might have to teach them how to really fight in close combat, but look at you go. I don't think I've seen that fighting style in this life. Did they really push you that far? Nico asked. No, they were using it, and it refreshed my memory. They're not doing it right, like they have forgotten parts of it and replaced it with less efficient movements, or perhaps whoever taught them didn't know all of the styles. That shouldn't be possible, though, right? You know where that style comes from, and it shouldn't exist, at least not here and now. Max replied. The now part is debatable, but here it might reasonably exist. There is no way to know, but we had to have lived somewhere before, right? What if it simply took time before we were cycled through to new lives? This could be close enough to where we were born last time that they know something about our history, however long ago that was. Nico suggested in return. That was reasonable. Even if it had been a few 100,000 years, the Alliance and the humans of their galaxy would have long since forgotten even the legends of their deeds, and if they were this far away, in a region of the universe that hadn't even been detected by Alliance scanners, then it would explain why nobody knew about their past. Max withdrew for a moment. Something about this retreat felt wrong. They're not retreating, they're changing directions. The attack on the station was a feint, they're going for the planet. He decided, then grabbed Shattered Pride and flashed to warp before appearing in front of the planet's defense line. Half a second later, the Arisen fleet dropped out of warp right in front of him, and Max smiled as he opened the channel to Nico. Welcome them to orbit, he directed, and Nico fired another of the warp-capable shells at the lead ship, a light cutter. Even with its shields up and prepared, it was not capable of stopping the impact, and the main shields collapsed under the impact. For a moment, the ship went dark. The war walkers began to pour out of it while Max finished preparing an orbital lance to meet them. They linked together in a 3D pattern and combined their shields to survive the blast, which caught a large portion of the cutter in its radius, turning it to more dust in this crowded portion of the cosmos, but that bought enough time for the Kaleska to get into position for the attack. Max checked the area and found himself in a suitable position to fight a cluster of asteroids that had been relocated for industrial purposes. Nico, follow me, he instructed, then moved to take shelter behind the asteroids. They could take the majority of the return fire for them while the two human-made mecha fought at a range. The good cover was always hard to find, especially in a space battle, but Max never did, like taking enemy fire straight on. Thousands of rounds hit the metallic boulder, but with the thrusters of cleansing light, it didn't budge from its position, only lost some weight as the weapons burned and blasted away portions of the surface. Max darted out as soon as the orbital lance was recharged and put a dispersed blast into the enemy back lines, then began to pick off light units with his lasers while he fired lighter bursts with the disruptors. With dozens of lasers and the 6 disruptors, it was a brilliant fusillade of weapons fire from his location, covering for Nico, who was taking potshots at the ships as they arrived, trying to catch one at that magical moment right as they deactivated the warp field, but before the other shielding could come online. If she actually managed it, the result would be glorious. A 50-kilo shell impacting with a relative speed close to the speed of light would completely annihilate any solid object that it hit. Even when it failed, it caused huge drains on their shields, and the Kaleska fleet was quick to take advantage and focus on the most damaged, forcing many to retreat due to damages. Shockwave, Nico announced, just before the warning on cleansing light warned Max to get out of the way. One of the destroyer-sized ships had gone supercritical under the attacks of the Arisen fleet, and the shockwave and debris ring were rapidly approaching their location from the back. Moving up would avoid the worst of the explosion, but it would put them in a bad position relative to the Kaleska defenders, where the main lines would be between them and the Arisen army, so instead, Max just moved around the asteroid and continued to fire. He let the shockwave hit his cover and then carry both himself and Nico along for a ride while he used his thrusters to slow it. The final location put them mostly behind the fight, but he could work with that. Max fired the orbital lance at the engines of a heavily damaged cruiser and smirked as a second explosion rocked the battlefield. Eye for an eye, both sides had lost a major ship of the fleet in this battle. Max picked out another 6 targets for his disruptors and continued to fire as the second shockwave spread. The direction of the attack took the Arisen by surprise. They hadn't seen the mecha being carried along with the asteroid, and they weren't in a position to defend their ships. A Titan-class mecha in close combat range could cause massive amounts of damage to the far less maneuverable ships, but the War Walkers couldn't afford to move that much of their force around in the middle of the explosion spread. Instead, they chose to retreat again and pick another spot to attack once they had regrouped. Chapter 773. What Kaleska like. With the battle over in their region for the moment, Max and Nico returned to their ship, where Yuri was waiting at the airlock to congratulate them on their performance. "You did a fine job, and that final transfer, to anticipate the arrival of the attack on the planet, was masterful. You saved a lot of lives today." He welcomed them once Max opened the door for him. "It's our pleasure. We have seen similar techniques before, and attacks that seem to be against a less important target are often a diversion for another offensive. It could have been one well outside of our position, but usually, it's only far enough to draw the local defense forces away. The Arisen is an interesting target. They seem to have an incredible variety of knowledge about the battle techniques, but we can't seem to find any information on where they might have originated." Max replied, "We wish that we knew. There was talk of an alliance to go look for their main base and take the fight to them, but after much searching, nothing was found. We can tell where they started their battles in the region, but there is no sign of a home world or any point of origin for the species. They just appeared and began attacking known species." Yuri replied with a scraping of his chitin plates that Max took as a sigh. "Why don't you have a seat, and we will have something to eat while we wait for the next call to battle. They won't stay gone for very long, so I hope that your people are on a proper rotation so that they don't get overworked and exhausted." Max suggested. "Yes, they are only on call every 3rd day, except in incidents like this, where the enemy got too close to the station. Mostly we try to send troops forward to deal with contested planets like Little Garden. It's a strange place, larger than an average star, but with gravity no higher than this station. There is an ongoing battle there between a half-dozen species and the Arisen that has been ongoing for nearly a year. They always need help, so we send whoever we can to fight and then rotate them out when they get worn down and have taken too many losses. We won't ask you to go there. At least not until there are more humans here to guard the anomaly. Your presence has become quite valuable to command, and they would hate to have to dedicate more troops to take the place of such competent allies." Nico smirked at his flattery. "You mean that we're exceedingly violent, and our presence is likely to dissuade the Arisen from testing this position as heavily as others, right?" "That's not how I would have phrased it, but I believe that you are right. None of our military leaders expected that you would challenge the gray ships like that. Their technology is incredible at stopping our weapons, but it seems that you have found a way to threaten them on the very first day." Yuri chuckled. "It's what humans do. Adapt, improvise and overcome. There are a lot of dangers in our home galaxy, and we really can't afford another one getting in, so we will do our best to keep them away from the anomaly. We weren't told the full details of the deal that you have made with our leaders, but from what I can tell, it's mostly to protect this region of space." Max agreed. "That's precisely what it is. They agreed to send a force that would help us defend the anomaly and take the stress off our forces. If they got through and proliferated without challenge on the other side, it would be a disaster for us." Yuri informed them. Nico brought over 3 plates of food and a pitcher of juice from the replicator, and the Kaleska commander stared at it with great interest. "I tried to match it to your species' cuisine as well as I could, based on the earlier meal. Hopefully, it is to your liking, and from what I can tell, it shouldn't be anything that your species finds toxic." The Kaleska scanned it with a handheld device and waited as the results came back, then nodded. "It all appears to be safe to eat. The taste might be questionable, as our species are very different, but I am assured that it will not kill me." Now that was a level of trust that Max could appreciate. They all taste-tested Nico's custom-designed menu. Then Yuri looked at the juice with a hint of sadness in his thoughts. "We have good rum as well, but we weren't sure how your species reacted to alcohol. Some species can't handle their drink, some don't notice it at all, and others find it to be toxic." She explained. "I was just going to say that we don't usually drink unfermented juice after childhood." The Kaleska laughed, and Nico brought a bottle of rum out of her flat space, then poured it half and half with the orange juice before passing the glass to the Kaleska commander. "That is my personal favorite. I do hope you like it. If you like a fizzy drink, I can do that as well. She added, then made a small pitcher of rum and cola from the replicator. Yuri sipped the drink with an impressed look, then stared at the black concoction in the jug Nico placed on the table. What is that? My scanner says that it is not only acidic, but corrosive, both sugary and alcoholic at the same time, but not in the same way as a juice. He poured a small glass of it, then gasped when the carbonated beverage hit his tongue and almost spit it out. It's an acquired taste, but the bubbles make the flavor interesting. Bubbly drinks, I like the bubbles, but this cola that the humans drink might be better suited as an industrial cleaner. Chapter 774 Tweak and Tune. Once Yuri had left and the alert status had ended, Nico dragged Max into the repair bay to start upgrading their mecha for the situations that they were likely to face here in this new territory. First up, that orbital lance needs to fire more quickly in dispersed mode, or we need a way to increase the output of your defensive lasers to deal with masses of lighter war walkers. Then we need a better way of deploying the thrusters for mobility. They're not bad, but the input lag is still a bit high, and if we're going to be doing all our fighting in space, we want more stability for shooting. Your system talent is great, but it would be better if we didn't have to rely on it to adjust for the shaking of the mecha. Then a quick tweak of the shielding so that we don't take so much damage from those damnable heavy weapons, and I think we should be ready for the next mission. Nico decided. Oh, so nothing major then. Max quipped back, and Nico smiled. We will adjust the armor composition later. For the next battle, I think that the increased mobility will be more important. They both got to work, tweaking the mecha to Nico's specifications before Nico modified them to the best extent that she could, and then Max optimized them. That's an improvement on the thrusters. Now to work on the shields, and then we can start on the weapons. Nico congratulated him as she dove right back into her work. They really should have brought one of the Inu along. They could have worked on the upgrade plans while the two of them were fighting, and they wouldn't need to leave the ship unattended. The question was if he was ready to deal with those two hyper minds at once for the foreseeable future. Strangely, the idea didn't bother him all that much since he knew that it would come with distinct advantages that some random pilot for the ship wouldn't, so Max began to plan how he would bring it up to Nico without encouraging her to bring an entire team here to the ship, which would put even more lives at risk. The shield tweaking didn't take long since they were only optimizing it for the specific weapons that they had seen the Arisen army using, like creating a preset configuration in the system so that they could change back and forth from their default to the Arisen specific setting in an instant. It was the weapon modifications that would take some time. Nico had already put a lot of work into making them the very best that they could be, so trying to change things up now wouldn't be easy. 4 hours later, and after 16 rounds of refining and optimizing, Nico had managed to create a secondary power routing system that would allow the dispersed pattern to activate twice as fast at lower speeds, independently of the main activation circuit, which could still be charged at the same time. In theory, he could now attack with the 2 sets of 3 disruptors, in a wide pattern, nearly every second, with a combined orbital lance every 10 seconds, or independently firing each disruptor once a second for 6 shots a second in a condensed beam. It will have to do. I don't think that they are going to just hang around for us to blast them to pieces anymore, not after today's show. They seemed like the sort of enemy that adapts quickly, even if they don't advance quickly, so we will have to fight a lot of them up close in the future, where we can't hit as many with our weapons. Max reminded her. That's fine. The shields are optimized for that, and you will be able to take their hits more easily, so you should have the advantage over their command walkers again next time. Max gave her a pat on the head, then hopped into Cleansing Light to boot everything up and make sure that there were no issues with any of their most recent upgrades before he called it a night. Not that he was expecting anything with both him and Nico working on it, but you could never skip the debugging stage, especially with a combat unit that might have hidden damages. All good, everything checks out, Max informed her as he put Cleansing Light back into locked standby mode, waiting for him to return. Same here, everything is good, no more damages to report. Let's get some sleep before the Arisen return. I have high hopes for them after seeing that they know a bit about your combat style. I really want to know where they learned that, and I don't care how many of them I have to chop apart to find the answer. Nico replied with a smile. Max woke up the next morning to unusual silence. Nico was still next to him, and the ship didn't report any unusual activities, but there was a silence in his mind that he wasn't used to. There were far too few minds awake in the area, considering that they were attached to a space station. Max used Nico's skill to check the ship's logs, and found that only one large vessel had left the area, and they had received no messages about activation requests. It looked like they had sent a large part of their army to a secondary position, and what was left was a skeleton crew at the station, and whatever other ships were in the area. Hopefully that would be enough. Max dug into the logs, and tried to check on the levels of military forces in the area. There wasn't much data available, but it looked like all of the interceptor ships were still on standby, and fully equipped, so they wouldn't be short for a normal mission, only for an emergency full deployment like the last battle at the station. Once Yuri was up, he would ask the Koleska commander about it and see if something had happened that didn't make it to any of the communications which he had intercepted. Chapter 775 Teaching Koleska New Tricks. An hour after Max noticed how many troops were missing compared to yesterday, another large transport ship arrived full of Koleska troops, but this one was in much worse shape, with visible combat damage and venting fires in multiple spots. Now the change had made sense. The fresh troops here had been cycled to the front lines, and the ones that had taken the worst casualties had been moved to this back line space station next to the anomaly in order to repair and recover from their last deployment. That wasn't going to make their job here any easier, but it did have some promise as far as the expected frequency of attacks went. If they were sending troops here to recover, it must not be the most frequently attacked location, which meant that perhaps the two of them might not be worked to death while they defended the anomaly from the arisen army. I think that we should go offer to help them with repairs, Nico suggested as they watched the damaged ship finally move toward the station once the damage aboard was stabilized. I'm sure they've got their own replicator systems and a full crew of repair technicians. Max reminded her. Likely, but they don't have a Nico. Look at the losses that they take compared to us. I think they might let us help with the repairs and unit optimization. Nico countered. Let them do their work. We're not here to redesign their fleet, and I've already found you all of their design schematics, so you can run your experiments while we wait for the Arisen to come back again. Max laughed. Well, in that case, I will do what I can here aboard the ship and then send them an analysis report when I am finished, in case they are willing to consider making some changes to their designs that might minimize casualties. Max went to train in the gravity room while Nico went to work on analyzing their mecha. He could sense her frustration turning to resignation as he finished his second rep, and that meant that it was likely time to ask her a question that would change her train of thought from complex technical jargon to something more relatable. Have you come up with a design improvement? Max asked her over the ship's intercom so that he didn't have to leave the gym. Yeah, replace the Koleska at the controls. The units are incredible. They might even be better than ours, but the pilots are absolutely atrocious, and they would barely qualify for line mecha pilots in the Kepler army. I think it's a supply issue. They have lost so many veterans that they are throwing rookies in everything, so they aren't performing anywhere near their peak levels. That doesn't make sense, though. Since they've got so much advanced technology, why not just use a learning machine to dump information into their brains and train their reactions? It is bound to turn out something better than this. They didn't look clumsy to me. I will ask. Maybe there is a reason for it. They might be resistant to suggestion, like some of the Alliance species, so the technology might not work on them. Max sent the message right away since there was no sign of Arisen activity in the region and received a reply only a few seconds later. I am not sure that the phrase translates properly into Koleska. Could you show me what you mean? Max followed the Koleska commander's thoughts as he came through the station to the location where the Santa Maria was docked, then went to open the door for him. Greetings, Commander Yuri. It might be different than the technology that you use, so perhaps it simply doesn't make sense without context. Do you use virtual reality training simulations to help your pilots learn skills? Max welcomed his counterpart to the ship. Yes, we have virtual reality rooms that we use to train pilots and others. Would you like me to show you? Yuri asked eagerly. Max could tell that he was interested in anything that would help train new pilots to reduce their losses, so he printed off a few useful items, like a training program-equipped set of VR goggles that he placed in his flat space before rejoining the Koleska commander. Let's go see what your men are working with. My second is currently busy analyzing weapons and equipment composition to reduce the damage taken in the upcoming battles. Max explained. Nico was extremely frustrated at the moment, and she might say something less than diplomatic if she saw what Max was expecting after seeing the so-called training room in the commander's mind. As Max had expected, the virtual reality room was a virtual classroom where a holographic lecturer was droning on while the youngsters took notes. Did they not have individual virtual reality environments in Koleska? Max asked, and the commander simply looked confused. How should I explain this? Like this room, but without the room, and individualized to the user. We have found that it is more effective than group training, as it can be programmed to maximize gains for every student based on their capability. I have a unit here if you would like to experience it. Max offered. I have a private room available. I would like to experience this device that you are speaking of. Commander Yuri requested, then led Max from the classroom to an empty version of the same room. Max took 2 pairs of VR goggles from his flat space, and the Koleska commander observed them with curiosity. You place them over your eyes, and the projection works with your optical nerves to project an artificial reality in your mind, and then you can perform tasks and learn skills in the simulated environment. Just place them on like this. Our anatomy is somewhat similar that way. Max put on the goggles, and Yuri mimicked him with some confusion until Max activated the simulation, and the commander was drawn into the public waiting room that was the default for the learning program. Max's avatar was also there, and the commander didn't seem to fully comprehend what was going on. His brain was insisting that he had been physically moved, but he was certain that the human had said it was just an illusion. Welcome to the training program. This is the waiting room for the human training simulations. Would you like to learn something today, or would you prefer to just take a look around? Max asked. Is it faster to learn here? How much could a person learn in a day? Yuri asked. This is top-of-the-line technology pilfered from one of our trading partners. If your brain is similar enough to one of the templates in the programs, you should be able to retain hundreds of days' worth of lessons in a single hour. Yuri was dubious about the prospect, so Max introduced him to the most basic of Kepler melee combat techniques, Kep Maga. It was the close combat style that all infantrymen learned, and the Koleska should have something equivalent or better since they equipped their mecha with close combat weapons as well as ranged. For an hour, he waited and kept constant tabs on the commander's mental activity. It looked like he was taking the knowledge well, but only time would tell if he retained it after the process was over and if there would be any side effects that weren't obvious during the process. There were a huge number of safeguards built into the Alliance technology, so Max wasn't too worried about it, but it would be better if there was some guarantee that he could teach the alien the sort of combat styles and techniques that his pilots would need to fight properly in their advanced mecha. Chapter 776 Combat Practice. An hour later, the panicked commander returned to the waiting room, and Max gave him a curious look. There is something wrong with the device. I have been locked in there for almost a year. How is the station? Has it fallen? Thank the creators that you returned here to wait for me. He rambled. Max smiled. It has been 1 hour. It's not even lunchtime on the first day yet. It seems that the Koleska mind can't process the information without the sense of time, so you experience the whole event as a constant time stream, where the human mind instinctively knows once we return that the time never actually passed. We were just force-fed the information. Tell me, how much of the combat training do you remember? It's the most basic close combat fighting style I know, and it is useful both unarmed and in a mecha. Max asked. How could I not know it after an entire year of intensive training? Who programmed that devil instructor? That creature is scarier than the Arisen, Yuri muttered. Max checked the settings to see who he meant. The program was still at its default setting, which was General Tenant training Nico and Max, so Yuri might have a point. The training was a bit intense for the average person. But did you master the skills? With only 1 hour passed in the outside world, it is a very effective technique for training students, assuming that it doesn't traumatize the Koleska. Max informed him. Why don't we spar? It is the best way to know if you can truly use a technique that you have been told about. Yuri suggested, then change the settings in the room to create a soft sand floor in an arena marked with ropes, much like a sumo ring. The two commanders faced off against each other across the ring, and Yuri gave the fist-to-chest Kepler salute. To the first fall. It would be bad for our image if we injured each other. He announced, then launched an attack. He was fast, and his form was impeccable, but he wasn't nearly as fast as Max was or as strong, so Max slowed his response and blocked, then counterattacked to see if he really had learned the basics. His technique was definitely the Kep Maga style, and he fought as well as any infantry soldier without a system, perhaps better, given his species. He also learned quickly, and he could tell right away that Max was holding back. You don't need to fear hurting me. I can tell that you are more talented than I am, but one fall won't hurt anything but my pride. Yuri chuckled. How about this? I will increase my speed until you have trouble keeping up, and then I will end it. I can see that you learned what I taught you very well. Max suggested. They traded a few more blows while Max increased his speed, and the shock that the Kaleska commander was feeling began to surpass that he felt when he first returned from the training. Max kicked the commander's legs up in the air and used a restrained hammer fist to the chest to knock him to the ground, then stepped back and gave him a military salute with his fist to his chest. Max helped Yuri to his feet, and the commander dusted himself off. No wonder you are so dangerous in a mecha. You are incredibly fast and strong. The gravity generators can only keep up to a certain standard, and beyond that, inertia will take effect until it overcomes our pilot's strength. He sighed. We are enhanced well beyond the baseline of our species. That is why we are picked as pilots. But that is far from my maximum physical limits. Max explained. Truly. Max leapt up to the ceiling, flipped and pushed off to come back down, then landed in the classic superhero pose, on one knee with one fist in the dirt. Yuri stared at him in shock, and Max could tell that his eyes could barely track Max's movements through the air after he leapt upward. Now he understood why they needed to upgrade the Kaleska to keep up with the mecha. Not only was the training lacking, but so were their reaction times and perception. Do you think that the students would agree to some sort of training like that to increase their combat skills? Nico, my second in command, believes that it would help decrease combat casualties and increase the overall quality of the pilots on the defensive lines. Max asked. Yuri was silent for a while as he considered it. If they could be brought up to a fully trained state in one single day and then would only need practical experience, it would save a lot of lives. They are given 6 months of training in the military before being sent out, but I spent more time than that just mastering your close combat skill. I can approve this as a trial, and if it works, then they might approve allowing more units to try to learn your human ways. Max smiled in victory. I am glad you agree. There is an intensive training program for pilots in there, labeled Skills Upgrading Parts 1 through 4. Each will take about 6 hours, so if you run them back to back, it's 1 day. Once they have finished the training regimen, they should be considered to be as capable as possible for their physical abilities. How long would it take to get more of these devices? Commander Yuri asked. We can make them with our replicator machine. So, only a few minutes. That brought a surge of joy to the Kaleska commander, though if you were going by body language, the mostly immobile chitinous shell would have still just been giving off a blank stare. I'm glad that you enjoyed the news so much. Max laughed. I really must ask, how did you master Kaleska body language so well? Can you detect our pheromones? I was informed that isn't possible for humans. Commander Yuri asked. No, it's a particular talent of mine, an individual mutation of sorts. There isn't a good word for it in your language. Max shrugged. Chapter 777 Training students. Less than an hour later, there were enough learning devices made for an entire classroom full of pilots, and Max was standing next to Commander Yuri, explaining the sort of experience that the students could expect to experience in the next few minutes and how it would feel like a year, but it would only be an hour here in the real world. The concept was not an easy one for the Kaleska mind to interpret, but they were slowly beginning to accept that it was a human thing and that they weren't really losing an entire year during an emergency, so they could focus completely on getting the best results possible. Now, if everyone is ready, we will be waiting here for you to finish your initial training. Once that is finished, there are 6 more modules on piloting and tactics. They will be conducted in an old pattern human mecha since we weren't willing to provide our new allies with such intimate details of our own equipment, but the controls are similar. I have verified myself that the modifications made at my direction will emulate our own controls closely enough to be directly applied to combat starting tomorrow. Nico had actually cheated and only pretended to be listening while she applied the actual cockpit of a Kaleska mecha to the program. The capabilities and equipment of the unit were different, but the piloting system should be exactly the same. The students in the holographic classroom put their headsets on and quickly slumped as they entered the simulation. All that was left for Max and Yuri to do was to wait and monitor their vital signs for possible negative interactions. Like Yuri, they were all showing signs of extreme stress, but that was part of the training program. If they weren't stressed, they wouldn't be learning anything at an acceptable level. So, they just waited in their chairs, watching the monitors until the first round of training ended. It looks like we've got a full pass rate, as expected of pilots who already have some combat experience to go with their basic training. Max congratulated the other commander. Honestly, I had been afraid that some of them might not measure up to human standards after seeing you two in combat. Is this standard for your entry-level troops? Yuri asked. No, You have to pass the third exam to be qualified, but I think that most of them shouldn't have an issue. It's the last 3 that are the truly difficult ones. Max explained. Does anyone have any questions now that you have experienced the training process for the first time? Max asked the class. Is it really possible for the brain to hold that much information? I feel like my head is going to explode. It's like I crammed for an exam every day for months, and now there's too much information for me to handle. One of the students complained. That's because you're an idiot, though. Studying always made your head hurt. One of the other Koleska students laughed. That's not true. I passed the exams, the same that you did. The student complained. With 52% to my 93. Admit it, you're a moron, but if you can pilot the war machines, then it doesn't matter how dumb you are. You can still fight. His counterpart laughed. Commander Yuri interrupted them at that point. Everyone needs to eat the provided energy bar and hydrate. The next training session is about to begin. By the end of the day, I intend to have you all trained for the 3rd test, and then you will be monitored during the next mission to record your progress and survival rate. The mention of the survival rate reminded them all of why they needed this training, to begin with. They were taking too many casualties, losing too many friends and comrades. So, the humans had provided them with training that their own people used in order to help them progress. They couldn't be the ones to let the commander down. This was their chance to show off the skills of the Koleska, and the humans were monsters in combat. They had taken an entire flank in every battle, with barely a chance for the reinforcements to engage before they drove the Arisen fleet back again. They couldn't keep allowing the humans to show them up like that. They were Koleska, and they could defend their own home. Max listened to their resolve stiffening at the commander's words, then waited for them to finish their food and started the simulation again. That was enough to drive most of them through the training. They might not know it during the training, but the lingering endorphins in their brain from the pep talk remained with them and affected their mood throughout the entire session, keeping them upbeat and pushing forward through the second module of the training. This part wasn't as easy as the first, but it was far from the standard of the final 3 modules, but still, there were some that couldn't pass it even after what amounted to most of a year in the training simulation. Commander Yuri cast a disappointed glance around the room, looking over the students who had all struggled with the second stage of the training that Max had provided. We can run this over again for those who need it, but not today. Your minds need time to recover from the process, and you need to put the skills that you have learned into practical use so that your body knows it as well as your brain does. Since more than half of you failed the second module, we will stop here for the day, and you can prepare to use your new skills in the next battle. Yes, Commander, we won't let you down. We have learned a lot today, and we will prove that we are worthy of your attention. The class leader spoke on behalf of the students. It looks like you have a lot of respect here in the station. Max commented as the students filed out, mostly disoriented after the perceived time dilation. I've been the commander throughout a lot of battles. Everyone who comes back alive from a battle with the Arisen army gets some respect, and the more times that you do it, the more that you get. He chuckled grimly. How about we get a meal while we wait for the alarm? Call your Nico over and I will arrange something for you. Chapter 778 Big Guns. It was just after midnight that night when the alarm sounded to let them know there was an attack within the territory of the station. This one was a bit different, though. The Arisen had dropped in on an inhabited moon as soon as they had arrived and were cordoning it off while they fought on the surface. Commander Yuri, where would you like us to deploy? Max asked as he prepared cleansing light for combat. If you can assist the forces on the surface and protect the civilians, I will have the fleet drive back the Arisen warships to strand the fleet on the ground. Understood, Commander. We will do our best to ensure that there are minimal casualties. Max sent Nico the coordinates for the location that his system functions had determined was the best option for their initial entry and then led the way to the outer rim of the solar system, where the moon in question was under attack. Do we fight our way through the fleet, or should we ignore them and go straight down to the surface? Nico questioned as they began the journey. The fleet and the students will take the ships in orbit. But we have a better chance of getting down intact, so we will bypass the Arisen blockade this time. Max decided, though, after seeing the number of ships surrounding the small planetoid, that might be easier said than done. They had formed a full grid pattern around the planet to keep the fleet out while they cleared out every living thing from the surface, and they weren't going to just let Max and Nico by without a fight. There is a spot where we can push through. The war walkers are dense there now, but they are moving away to spread into their grid pattern, so we will arrive when everything has its back turned. If we blast through there, We can get to the surface, and then we hope that the fleet holds the breach behind us so we don't take an orbital bombardment. Nico suggested. I see it. Plotting targets now. I will update the fleet on our plan as soon as the targeting solution is confirmed. Nico was right. The enemy was still spreading out, with their backs to the two mecha, when they arrived on the scene. The targeting hitboxes flashed to life as soon as they left warp speed, and Mex engaged his thrusters to keep up his speed past the blockade while his defensive lasers burned holes in the closest war walkers, and Nico turned her heavy munitions on the closest ship. It seemed that they had caught the ship somewhat by surprise, and the first shell slammed into the warp nacelle at the back of the ship, causing a cascading explosion all through the vessel, which would leave it crippled, even if it wasn't fully uninhabitable. They didn't stop to see how the efforts to save the ship turned out. They just pushed forward and blasted anything that got too close to them as they headed to the surface. The modifications to the disruptors were working amazingly well, and the increased rate of fire had a fully cleared path formed in front of them as cleansing light broke through the blockade and entered the upper atmosphere. Local defense, this is cleansing light. We will be down in 2 minutes. Please inform your teams not to fire on us. Max informed the planetary force as they came down. There were thousands of war walkers in the area, gathering for an assault on the city, so Max led the way behind them to take what cover he could from some rock spires and set up for the attack. Not that there was much which could hide a 40-meter-tall mecha, but when he took a knee, cleansing light could mostly hide behind the ruins of an outlying warehouse, which would make it harder for the enemy to target him at the start of the battle. They're beginning to turn. Begin firing in 3, 2, 1. Max's order brought a palpable sense of joy from Nico, and her disruptors joined him, tearing apart the front ranks of the war walkers before they could even adjust their positions. The Arisen force immediately began to spread out, looking to flank his position, so Max focused fire on the far left side, punching a hole through the chest of a command walker, whose spindly arms and legs flopped and collapsed like a discarded marionette as the bone-white war machine fell to the ground with a sound much like clattering bones. Taking out the leaders seemed to work exceptionally well against the Arisen, and it always caused a few seconds of confusion before they got their act together again. Dust flew, and shrapnel bounced off the shielding around cleansing light as the particle weapons of the war walkers returned fire, and Max switched his disruptor back to a dispersed beam to fire 3 of the 6 beams as a combined wave, vaporizing a wing of light war walkers near the left flank. Max got a bad feeling about the retaliation and dropped to the ground just before a missile flew through where his torso had been and decimated the ruins behind him with a massive fireball that expanded up into a mushroom cloud and sent a shockwave racing overhead. Did they just fire a nuke at you? Nico laughed as she blasted a hole in another command walker. Sensors say that it was a fusion warhead. Max confirmed before rolling over and firing at the first group of war walkers to get back to their feet. It seemed that their stabilization systems weren't as strong as Max was used to, and just like their spindly, emaciated appearance suggested, they had been blown over. The next artillery shell that came Max's way was intercepted by the dispersed pattern of his disruptor and vaporized in midair, but not before its launcher could be hidden again. They looked similar to the other war walkers, but Max's system functions quickly picked out the difference in their pattern and identified them as priority targets for elimination. Even if they rarely fired the nukes, the fact that they could made them the top threat on the battlefield right now. Chapter 779 Non-Orbital Lance. Nico engaged her thrusters and pushed Shattered Pride into the ranks of war walkers, putting her far too close to use any of their high-yield weapons against her without causing more damage to their own troops than they did to her, and Max changed targets to support her. First, he picked off the war walkers that tried to move behind her, and then the snipers who might have been able to take advantage of her distraction to land a critical hit on the 4-armed demonic mecha. As he watched, Nico cycled through the energy frequencies on her blades, looking for one that would get through the enemy shields more effectively. For the first few seconds, it didn't seem to be making any difference, but then she found a frequency that their shielding was weak to, and the blades began to pass through as if they weren't there at all. Nico sent him the details of the change she made, and Max applied them to his disruptors with Optimize, which allowed him to cut down swaths of war walkers with every shot. It was pure devastation, and the Arisen army couldn't adjust fast enough to stop them before they had eliminated every one of the spindly walkers in sight. Attention Koleska troops, adjust energy weapons to use this frequency in order to bypass Arisen army energy shields more effectively. Max broadcasted to their allies. That hardly seems sporting. Nico laughed as Max finished his message. Oh, that's rich, coming from you. Who was the one that discovered the exploit, to begin with? Max replied with a smile. He searched his sensors for the best group to target next while Nico worked on improving all of her weapons with an algorithm that would keep exploiting the vulnerabilities in the Arisen army shielding once they finally managed to adapt to the newest development. And they would adapt once they realized that the whole planet full of defenders had the ability to get around their best defenses. If they couldn't, then they wouldn't have become such a threat, to begin with. Max's planning for the next attack was disrupted by an enormous explosion in space above them. One of the larger ships, either Arisen or one of the Kaleska attack fleet, had been destroyed, and the pieces were raining down into the atmosphere. That distraction didn't last long, though. It wasn't a threat to them. The pieces would burn up, so he picked a target that would lead them closer to the village so that they could protect any remaining civilians. That was the point of this deployment, that the civilians were still alive when he was sent, so it would only be right to do his best to keep them that way, even if he could pad his kill count by going elsewhere, as Nico was thinking, as she contemplated ways to use warp torpedoes in surface combat. Just the activation of the warp field would cause immense damage. The weapon itself would become irrelevant in a battle like this. And Nico knew it, but that didn't stop her multi-track mind from looking for more ways to kill things. Max sent her the target position and activated his targeting skills to pick out the first targets from the group. He prioritized the command walkers and those evil artillery walkers which could fire nukes at him before anything else, and his system had picked out nearly a dozen initial targets for him. Now that your weapons are optimized against their shields, why don't you try an orbital lance against them? Nico suggested happily. It was a very Nico tactic, but it wasn't a bad idea. Max launched himself into the air and targeted the center of the enemy position. It was a good thing, too. They had dug trenches, and there was a large portion of the force that he hadn't initially detected with his scans. But from this angle, he could get them all with an orbital lance-level attack, and he aimed it right for the center of the group, leaving only the outlying few stragglers the chance to survive. The air crackled with energy as the disintegrator lashed out at the enemy, vaporizing the majority of the war walkers, as expected, but causing a secondary explosion from a shielded object that was buried under the ground. The rippling explosion didn't stop at the camp. It continued to cascade down the line to the next Arisen position, where another chain explosion occurred, destroying hundreds more war walkers before rippling a few more meters and stopping. What the f was that? I didn't even know that was an option. Nico cheered as she watched the explosions. I think they buried a power generator and linked it to the next group over. They might all be linked, but after the second explosion, they would have cut the link to stop the cascading effect. Max offered, giving his best guess. He wasn't going to just get away with that stunt, though, and a huge amount of firepower was coming his way, forcing cleansing light from the sky to hide among the ruins where he couldn't be directly targeted. Oh, they're the big mad. That's even better. Now we don't have to go hunting for targets. Trust Nico to see the best in any situation, but she was right. Not only was every Arisen unit within 50 kilometers headed their way, but they were also sending dropships from orbit as well. His sensors had already picked them up and had plotted to target solutions for him. High above his location, Commander Yuri was leading the newly trained students in the battle, with orders to observe the changes that they had made after a day in the human training programs. He had received the updates on the battle below, and he could see the dropships heading for the location where the two humans were fighting. They were too far for him to deal with, but when the first one exploded, he realized that he didn't have to. The humans had come prepared to hunt anything that moved, and they were capable of taking out ships in the upper atmosphere without leaving their stations on the surface. Soon, there would be 100 more of those Mecha, and even if they weren't the same elite pilots that had been sent this time, he was looking forward to the level of firepower that they would bring with them. Chapter 780 Pushback. The boom of a supersonic round overloaded the audio sensors of cleansing light an instant before the ground shook, and the nearby trees began to sway and topple. Oops, Nico muttered, forgetting that she had the inter-mecha mic set to voice activation. What the f was that? Max asked since it was clearly her fault. I deactivated the warp field to use the big guns on the surface, but I forgot that they were still impulse drive equipped, and I might have hit a command walker with 50 kilos of steel at Mach 70. No wonder she caused an earthquake. It looked like she had stopped the enemy's advance, though. They were just as clueless as anyone else as to what Nico had done, and the round had passed through multiple war walkers before hitting the ground and throwing their entire battalion to the ground. Let's try not to terrify the locals too badly. Stick to energy weapons until they adjust their shielding. Max ordered as soon as he saw that Nico was going to try again, but at Mach 50, to reduce the overpenetration. A message came in from the Koleska command unit, intended for Commander Yuri but including Max, as he was also marked as a command asset. After the battle, determine what sort of shielding the humans have that can withstand such a blast. No species develops weapons that work against their own forces, so they should have some sort of backup defense that would be of great use to our fleet. Max laughed at that message. Common sense didn't apply to Nico. There was no defending against that except to dodge. Even if cleansing light took a direct hit, Max was far from certain that it would survive that attack. Oh well, they could suffer with the anticipation for a while. Maybe Nico would come up with something to counter it now that she had the idea to use it in close combat. Max took aim at another dropship that had come into his targeting range, and a combined blast from 3 of his 6 heavy disintegrators turned it into flaming shrapnel, which brought a keening wail from the approaching war walkers, a form of mourning for their lost comrades, but it didn't slow their attack at all. Max continued to target the units in the sky while Nico fired away at the approaching war walkers until her lighter weapons weren't enough to keep them at a distance. Then she charged into close combat, and Max turned his weapons on the horde of war walkers coming their way. The sky turned green with energy blasts as the horde of arisen war walkers turned their particle beams on the 2 mecha, and the ground shook with the footsteps of giant war machines before turning to a high-pitched buzz as the disruptors and particle beams met in a clash of unstable energies that darkened the skies and formed thick black clouds in the sky, crackling with lightning as the heat and energy dispersed into the atmosphere. Again the beams collided, and purple lightning filled the sky, accompanied by thunder so loud that it nearly drowned out the sonic boom of Nico's artillery. The speed had been marginally slowed, and she had chosen a high explosive round that threw dirt and pieces of alloy high into the sky, creating a fiery hellscape in the pouring rain. The colliding beams nearly cancelled each other out, and Max was forced to fire as fast as possible, with the disruptors individually firing dispersed beams to prevent the war walkers from landing a solid strike on them, but Nico's artillery seemed not to fear the particle beams, and again thunder shook the ground as she fired, clearing a 100-meter circle of enemy war walkers and forcing the rest down into the trenches and craters that marked the remains of the last battles. Neither side could move now, as it would bring the full force of the enemy's firepower to bear on them, and the battle fell into a stalemate of sporadic fire once Nico hunched down into the ruins of a building and kicked out the floor to open a path to the basement for her to hide in. Instead of finding a basement, Max had chosen a prone position that would allow him to continue to fire, though it did limit the number of defensive lasers that he could bring to bear against the enemy. That would change in an instant if he sat up, though, and the war walkers were far enough away that they would take a few seconds to reach his position. "Commander Yuri, how is the space battle going?" Max asked, now that he had a moment to breathe, while only taking shots at the few war walkers foolish enough to let themselves be seen. "The fleet is taking advantage now. We have secured over a third of the battlefield already with the advice from your message, and we are making steady progress on removing the fleet from orbit. I estimate that we will have orbital superiority within the next 20 hours. That wasn't a bad time for an orbital battle, so Max took a moment to grab a snack and a drink while using Nico's skill to pilot the mecha without using his hands. He wasn't as good at it as she was, but for this part of the fight, it was enough. He just fired wherever the system told him there was a target and ate his sandwich. It was actually rather relaxing. "Should we push, or are we going to take an evening break here? You can catch a few hours of sleep if you want, and I can pilot cleansing light remotely if I move a little closer to you," Nico suggested. "No, we should clean this mess up before we take a break for the evening. I don't want one of us to be asleep and unaware when a force this size decides that it's time to launch a full offensive." That meant it was time for them to take action and get out of their hiding places. His least favorite part of any battle. Chapter 781 Full clear. On the count of 3, we will leave cover and push forward. Once this area is cleared, we will return to our resting spots and take an evening break. I will take the first watch, and we can switch every 2 hours. Max informed Nico, who gave him an affirmative beep from her radio in return. 3, 2, 1, Max burst up out from cover and unleashed all 6 disruptors in a wide fan pattern, disabling all of the closest war walkers and giving him a chance to approach unimpeded. His left hand brought up his shield as a battering ram as Max drove cleansing light into the crowd of war walkers with his defensive lasers flashing constantly, tearing holes in the arisen warriors while he headed for the larger command walkers toward the back of the group. Once they fell, the detachment would be in chaos and much easier to eliminate than when they were organized. On his right, Nico was going crazy again, but this time, it was actually productive. She had realized that the War Walker's stabilization systems were weak, so she had timed her attacks with the mass driver to knock them over in a wave toward her target, and now she was chopping the smaller walkers down as they tried to stand back up. It wasn't a bad tactic, but Max would have to put his sword away and take out the mass driver rifle mounted to his back to emulate it, whereas Nico had 4 arms, and 2 of them permanently mounted, so she didn't need to reduce her melee capabilities in order to pull the trick. What he could do that she couldn't was to wipe out huge swaths of war walkers with the disruptors. Max spread his arms and cleared another wave of light walkers, which cleared his path to the command walkers, who had moved into supportive positions so that they could fight Max properly 2-on-1. The 2 command walkers shifted to encircle Max so that he would have to put his back to one or the other, and Max's alarms sounded as the lighter war walkers prepared to coordinate an attack at his back again, using those strange particle weapons. He would have to work quickly so that he could eliminate the command units before they could set the trap properly now that he had overextended into their ranks, but Max was confident that these ones wouldn't be any more trouble than the others he had faced. With a twist of his arm, Max turned his shield parallel to the ground and slammed it into the chest of a command walker while he faked a sword strike at the other and fired a concentrated disruptor beam into its torso. The 2 huge walkers hit the ground, and Max spun on one foot, then took a knee and put his shield forward to absorb the imminent attack from the light walkers. His main shield collapsed under the force of the massed particle beams, and the second barrier on his shield activated, then failed, but the job was done. The war walkers needed some time, just like he did, to reach maximum power output, and they would be down for a few seconds before they could try that trick again. Max drove his sword down into the command walker that he had knocked over with his shield, then turned his disruptors on wide dispersion and combined them into 2 stronger beams to completely destroy the remaining targets in his region. Many of the lighter walkers hit the ground, avoiding the attack, but their coordination was lacking, thanks to their over-reliance on the command walkers, and the retaliation against him was sporadic. "How is it going over there, Nico?" Max called as he charged into the survivors. "Meet the Slap Chop 3000. It slices, it dices, it purees." Nico laughed in response, which Max took to mean that she was doing well enough. One of the 20 meters tall, phalanx-sized war walkers stepped out of cover to challenge Max with a blade in each hand. It didn't hesitate and swung one low, with the other going for Max's head. It was a familiar move, and the follow-up would be to lunge forward and drive the blades toward the chest of your opponent once their blades were out of position. Max wished that he could read enough from these enemies to know where they learned the style from, but like those strange people without an internal monologue, all that was in their minds was the next moves that they were making. It was like the past, and future didn't exist for them, only the present. Max waited for the lunge to start before smacking the arms of the war walker aside with his shield, putting it off balance, and opening for a sword strike to the back. The energy field on his blade flashed as it hit the shielding of the war walker, which was driven into the dirt, but the shielding held out long enough that it wasn't cut in half. Still, there was no emotion from the pilot, only calculation. They were doing their best to determine how to survive this encounter, but Max's tactics were confusing them. They simply couldn't understand how he knew their techniques well enough to counter them. That didn't happen. Everyone they attacked fell before the might of their battle skills. One lone mecha shouldn't be able to stand before them like this. That was the construct's last thought as Max hacked it apart and moved on to the next group, which had chosen to attack from cover, a tactical mistake that would cost them dearly when Max's disruptors tore through the remains of the building. They didn't have time to ponder their mistake before they died, and only a few seconds later, the battlefield fell silent as the last of the survivors fled the scene, leaving Max and Nico alone in the rubble. That went well. Let's head back to the positions that we were in before and see what the fleet manages to accomplish tonight. Nico cheerfully suggested. Lead the way. Max had plenty on his mind tonight, starting with the enemy's battle style and the lingering feeling that he had forgotten something from his past life that would bring some sort of enlightenment to this situation. Chapter 782 Strange Disappearance. Once they were safely settled back into their hiding spots, Max began to take inventory of the battle going on above them. He hadn't noticed, but the fleet was beginning to look a bit sparse, so either they had forced the arisen fleet to back off and abandon their ground troops, or a large number of additional ships had been destroyed. The fleet messages were still overlapping heavily, and the deployment orders were constant, so the battle hadn't slowed down at all, but for the moment, it appeared that the Kaleska were on the winning side. The team that was being led by Commander Yuri seemed to be winning some commendations today, as they were being mentioned multiple times by the upper command structure, and they had just cleared another point. Hopefully, that was the result of Max's training, but he couldn't very well ask his fellow commander about it in the middle of a battle, so he contented himself with listening to reports and scanning the surface for movement. Using Nico's skill to link into the satellite network, he had a pretty good idea of what was going on the surface, but it didn't look like he would see combat during this break. There were other Arisen army units in the area, but they were actively avoiding his position, even making detours when their route would take them too close to where Cleansing Light and Shattered Pride were resting for the evening. While that wasn't completely surprising, it was a bit annoying. If they had followed the routes that they were on, Max could have eliminated a number of small patrols silently while he was on watch, but instead, the Arisen army had made a good note of where he was, and they were going to make him chase their units down tomorrow. For 2 hours, he waited for the Arisen to change their minds, then turned the watch over to Nico and went to sleep. With their system advancements, neither of them needed a lot of sleep, and if they pushed it, even one break would be enough, but the position that they were holding was keeping the Arisen army away from the civilian target behind them. Though it meant that they were missing out on combat, it also meant that the civilians were safe for the moment, which was in compliance with their mission here. The Kaleska didn't care how many they killed. They only wanted them to secure the civilian population until the blockade could be broken and a rescue effort could evacuate them. Another 2 hours passed, and Nico sent Max a ping to wake him up. Not only were the Arisen forces avoiding them, but they were also leaving the entire region. The satellites showed that they were pulling back for a full offensive against the capital cities and abandoning the rest of the planet. Over half of their orbital fleet was gone, either having fled or been destroyed, and Max could sense the desperation in their tactics. I think that we scared them away. Nico pouted as Max woke up for his watch. That's fine, we can just go hunt them in the morning. They will still be there unless the Kaleska does something extraordinary and wipe them out in a matter of hours. One more watch each should be enough to get us ready for the day, and then we can make plans based on the current situation. Max felt Nico's mind go quiet as she fell asleep again, but not completely silent. She was still having dreams of charging the war walkers. Nico really never would change, but her thoughts were happy, and there were a few good ideas in her dreams. Impractical, in the way that all dreams were, but just crazy enough to be adapted to real life. Nico took the final shift, but Max didn't get his full 2 hours. New objectives were sent from the Kaleska fleet to support the evacuation of the civilians in their region, as the Arisen army was in full retreat, leaving the planet after destroying 3 capital cities and being driven from the wilderness areas, as well as the other cities. That was good news for the locals. Their planet had taken heavy damage, but the ones who were still alive were likely to stay that way. Why don't we take to the air, and we can guard against approaching war walkers from a higher vantage point? It would allow us to use range to our advantage, and we already know that they are afraid to confront us directly after yesterday. Nico suggested. That's not a bad idea. A little warning would go a long way to keeping the Arisen army from trying anything dumb, and it would distract them from the city itself since they could see us so much more easily. Max agreed, then launched Cleansing Light into the air to hover over the middle of the city at a height of 1,000 meters. Max's sensors detected the crowds beginning to come out of their homes in the city, either to face their death head-on or because they realized that Max and Nico were the saviors of the city. There was no way to tell how much of the current events they had managed to overhear, but within 10 minutes, there were large crowds in the street, looking up at the 2 hovering mecha, which were so different from the ones that their own species used. Max searched the area for remnants of the Arisen army, but there was nothing left to see. They had spent the whole night leaving the area for more target-rich environments, and there weren't even stragglers left behind at this point. Hey Max, where are the shells of the war walkers we destroyed yesterday? I mean, we killed thousands of them, but I don't see a single one left on the ground. The rest of the traces of battle are still there, even the crater where the first mass driver round landed, but I don't see any loot. Nico informed him. That couldn't be right. They had both been watching the area all night, and that battleground was well within their engagement range. There hadn't been anyone there to take it away, but every sensor he had showed the same thing. There was nothing left. What do the satellite logs say? I didn't see anything that could have possibly taken them away, and I didn't notice them disappearing either. Max asked. Nico spent a few minutes scanning through the sensor logs from the satellites as well as both of the mecha before she reported back. It looks like they just faded out of existence one at a time. Check this out. They're all there an hour after the battle, but 2 hours after the battle, there clearly aren't as many, then every hourly update, there are fewer and fewer. I isolated a few timestamps, and you can see the pieces fading out of sight as well as from the sensors on our mecha. I've never seen anything like it. I will ask the Kaleska about it later. It might be related to how their ships seem to simply disappear when they decide that it is time to leave. If they have some sort of cloaking or transport technology that we don't understand, I want it. Maybe not as much as you want it, but I want it too. Max joked. I'm glad you understand. Chapter 783 Evacuation. Max watched as the few remaining Arisen army units within sensor range suddenly vanished from detection all at the same time, not just visual, but every sensor that he had stopped detecting at the same time. Damn it, I want that ability. I wonder where they are going. Do you think that there is a fight there? Like, are they going to another battle or just to some random spot to stage for the next battle? Nico muttered over the radio. That's a very good question. If anyone knew where they went, we could take the fight to them. Did your sensors pick up anything that mine didn't? Any trace at all of where they went? Max replied, I've got nothing. Nothing at all. I know that our sensors aren't perfect, but with all the other flaws that these war walkers have, both in construction and in tactics, why would they be so good at disappearing? Is it a technique that we've never seen before? Nico complained. Max recalled that in her past life, Nico was the master of the disappearing act, but she might not be thinking of that right now, and Max had never been able to detect how she vanished the way that she did. He might as well ask her and see if she remembers. Hey Nico, in the time before, how did you vanish the way that you did? You disappeared from 1,000 battlefields without a trace and then appeared at random without any warning to cause chaos in another world. Could they be using your method? Max asked. Nico laughed, and Max saw the strangest scene in her memory. She simply vanished, and then there was darkness and a timeless wait, then another battlefield. What in the world was that? He asked. That was my life between battles. I hacked the flat space technology with a timer to spit myself back out or move to a nearby device. So, I would appear wherever the bearer of the device I was hiding in happened to be, and then it would be time for war again. I already checked, and that's not what they're doing. They are actually just vanishing somewhere. Nico explained. That shouldn't be possible, but it did explain why she caught onto the flat space technology again so fast in this life. So, you're an expert in the flat space. Is it possible that there is a similar technology that puts them into some sort of alternate space that we can't properly detect? Max asked. That would be a pain but easier to explain than teleportation without an energy source. I am certain that it is possible, but the problem is that I don't know how it is possible. I've never heard of it before, and now that someone is doing it, there really isn't a good way to determine where they are going or what that place is like. For all I know, it could just be some sort of wormhole that leads back to their ships but operates in a way that we can't detect. Max sighed. That was a lot of interesting information, but it didn't bring them any closer to knowing how the Arisen army was doing what they did to escape the battlefield. Human delegation, there will be a rescue ship incoming within the next 2 minutes. We request that you clear the path for its arrival. The Kaleska dispatcher reported. Understood, traffic control. We will ensure that the dropship makes it to the city intact. Max replied, then opened the secure channel to Nico. You heard the nice man. Let's go follow the path of the dropship and kill anything that might threaten its path. That brought her spirits back up after the annoyance of not knowing how the Arisen could disappear as they did, but the joy was short-lived. They hadn't only disappeared around Max and Nico. They were gone from the planet entirely. So, they escorted the ship to the surface using their shields to clear the path of any possible hazards, but there wasn't anything bigger than a bird to be seen. The ship landed outside the city, and a flood of civilians poured out of the gates toward it, creating mass confusion for a moment until Max engaged his loudspeaker. Civilians of the Kaleska, the ramp of the ship is 4 persons wide. Please form a line no wider than 4 adults and proceed in an orderly fashion. This is your first warning. The frantic fleeing of the civilians came to a halt as they noticed the unfamiliar mecha flying overhead, heavily armed and questionably friendly. That was enough to convince them to behave as well as possible, and the front of the line began to narrow to only 4 people wide, though they were still running toward the ramp of the evacuation vessel. I don't know what you said to them, but good work, Commander. None of the other evacuations are going so smoothly. Commander Yuri congratulated Max as the civilians filed into the waiting ship. I just informed them of the ramp size and that improper advancement would cause unnecessary delays. The people of this planet seem quite adept at problem solving. Max replied. They would need to make a proper debriefing report later, and it was better if he didn't explain too much over public communication channels. It took 4 hours for the population of the city to be fully evacuated and verified clear, and by that time, Max was beginning to seriously wonder if it was even necessary to do it at all. The Arisen was gone, likely never to return, or at least not soon to return, so they could remain on the planet for the repair and reconstruction of their essential services. Humanity had been doing it that way for millennia, and it made things more efficient in the long run since there would be local input into the process. But it wasn't his call, and the Kaleska were free to do things however they wanted. The fact that their ways seemed strange to Max was to be expected, given the extreme differences between the species. They had no more in common with humanity than the Shin did, even though their skeletal heads looked a lot like human skulls. Chapter 784. All clear. Once the ship was loaded, it immediately made its way to orbit and transferred the cargo to the waiting space station that had been moved over for the effort. From the look of things, they were going to hold everyone from the surface here while they rebuilt everything that was damaged, and as a precaution against the Arisen army returning to finish what they started. That's everything, Commander Karras. We have it from here. Thank you for your assistance. The anomaly station will be ready to receive you at any time. Please feel free to relax until the next alarm is sounded. The Kaleska traffic controller informed them. Thank you, Control. We will be on standby at the station. The trip back was a quiet one as both Max and Nico tried to make sense of the battle that they had just experienced. The fighting was abnormal enough since he was fighting someone who was already familiar with his tactics, but the ending was just flat-out bizarre. Once they were back aboard the Santa Maria, they both got to work analyzing all of the data that they could get, trying to determine where the Arisen had gone and how they could follow them. Failing that, if they could at least determine where they were going to show up more than a few seconds in advance, it would be a huge benefit to the defense forces. As it was, they barely had time to get into position most of the time, and that was extremely stressful for everyone involved. I think that we will do better after a night of proper sleep. Who knows when the alarm will go off again? It's better if we're rested and ready to go again, and if we aren't needed in combat, then we can keep looking for answers. Max suggested. That sounds like a plan to me. I'm getting a whole lot of nowhere today. There just isn't enough information to actually come up with a reasonable answer. Perhaps that is the secret to their success. They eliminate their opponents before they can understand the nature of the enemy. Nico agreed. Surprise attacks were the deadliest of tactics, and an enemy that could appear at random and disappear when they wanted to leave was the master of that sort of warfare, so Nico might be right. The Arisen might only be winning all the time because they always had the advantage of surprise. Max collapsed into bed with the issue of the Arisen on his mind, right up until Nico crawled in beside him and dropped her shell temperature to comfortably cool, then wrapped herself around him like a four-legged octopus. That is nice. You feel extra warm when I drop my temperature. Nico nearly purred as she settled into sleep. Max smiled at the little cyborg and gently patted her head as she fell asleep. If she wasn't so tired, she would have likely objected to that, but a sleepy Nico was a cuddly Nico, and it made her much more easygoing than usual. When he woke up in the morning, Nico was still wrapped around him with the blankets tightly rolled into a burrito around them, as if she had forgotten that she could set her own temperature if she was feeling cold. Are we getting up now? I'm rather enjoying this nap, Nico murmured as Max began to move a bit to loosen the tightly wrapped blanket before it tore under the strain that Nico had put on it. I'm just adjusting the blanket, you little burrito. You can go back to sleep and wait for the messages to come in. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with the Arisen issue today anyhow. Max whispered so he didn't wake her up completely. Burrito, Nico mumbled before passing out again. Max woke up a few hours later to the smell of fresh burritos from the replicator, drawing him out of bed to join Nico at the table. So, was there any news while we slept? He asked, knowing that she would have checked her messages already. A whole lot of nothing. Commander Yuri wants to have dinner tomorrow to talk about training some more students with the teaching programs, and there was an efficiency report from the battle that was interesting but not interesting enough to wake up early for. It looks like today's attacks are all further across the Kaleska planets. There hasn't been anything near the station all day. Nico replied with a shrug. Everyone gets a quiet day now and then. Were there any repairs that needed to be done to the mecha before we finished anything but eating breakfast? Max asked. I'm sure there is something. We should go over them either way, but the diagnostics didn't pull up anything urgent. My repair skill can fix up most of the little things in only a few minutes without actually breaking out the tools, so it's a lot faster than everyone else. But neither of us took too many solid hits during the battle. The closest there is to real damage is your shield, but I fixed the overloaded circuitry before we went to bed so that it was ready to go again in case of emergency. Nico explained. Good thinking. I'm hoping that the last battle was enough to give us a couple of days off. We might be alright, but I don't think that the locals can train warriors fast enough to replace the ones that are being lost at this rate. They took a lot of casualties since we arrived. Max sighed. If the anomaly led to a species fighting a losing battle, their home galaxy would be in a lot of trouble once the Arisen made it through. They would do their best to keep things working smoothly until reinforcements arrived, but Max was beginning to think that they might be better off spreading knowledge rather than fighting directly. The Kaleska had heart, but it was clear that all of their technology was newly developed, and they didn't have the long history of combat or the range of adaptive techniques that the humans did. That was something that he could fix. Max just needed to get them to approve of it. Chapter 785. To teach the Kaleska. The first message that they received later that evening was from Commander Yuri, a report on the progress and relative performance of the soldiers who had undergone the human training programs. To say that the volunteers were eager for another round of training was a vast overstatement, but the commander had deemed that they were ready to receive the next course and upgrade their skills. He was also requesting that another group be given permission to take the first-year training to improve their skills, as they had proven so effective against the Arisen force. That saved Max a lot of trouble, as he had been planning to bring the matter up at dinner when they saw each other next. Hey Nico, do you think that you can customize a program for the Kaleska? They're a bit behind the curve, but the commander approves of using the learning programs to help them catch up on the skills that they will need to fight the Arisen. Max asked. That shouldn't be a problem. Do you think that we should include the style that the Arisen are using as the base model for the Kaleska? Just the thought of that was enough to make Max laugh. Two forces, both using bastardized versions of a skill that he himself had created. No, that was too ridiculous. No, go for something that works as a decent counter to it. The Arisen will already be familiar with how to fight against their own style, so it's better to give the Kaleska something simple to learn but solid at both targeting and close combat evasion techniques. There were a number of styles that Nico knew which could fit the description of being a counter for the Arisen combat styles, but easy to learn was not part of most of them. They relied on years of training, practice, and desperate struggle to get the timing exactly right and execute them properly. Simple styles like Kep Maga were easy to learn, but they weren't as effective at fighting against the close combat styles of the War Walkers, who had an uncanny ability to close the distance with their opponents once they realized that area of effect weapons were going to be used against them. I think I have one that will fit the bill. It's not the greatest of fighting styles, but it's easy to learn, and it specializes in avoidance, so the Kaleska can learn to dodge a few hits and survive a bit longer. If I program in the data from the Arisen army's engagements, they will be able to train against the enemy, so they will finish their training with some practical experience, even if it's not in the real world. Nico decided. Then you might as well program 100 of the training devices with them. That's enough to do an entire unit at a time, and it will be enough to let the commander see that the programs really do work. They had dinner with Commander Yuri coming up in a few hours, so she might have to work fast if she was going to have them done in time, but Nico had always been efficient when working with technology, and a simple edit to the learning software shouldn't be too big of a deal, especially if the style was already programmed into it. Don't worry, I'll have it ready on time. I just need to alter the opponent data so that they are fighting against the War Walkers. They might not be perfect since I have a limited data set to work with, only from our 2 mecha and what was sent to us by the Kaleska, but it should be enough to make them believable. Nico explained. Perfect. In that case, I will start getting the proposal ready for them. The more of them we train, the less damage our reinforcement team is going to take when they arrive. They should all be elites who were qualified for a promotion to the Phalanx class mecha but didn't have a unit available, so they won't be pushovers, but everyone we lose is a big deal for public relations. Nico chuckled at that. She didn't care about public relations at all. Sure, it was good if the humans could get along with the Kaleska, but it would be just as good if the Koleska were absolutely terrified of humanity as a whole. Both results would lead to the safety of their species and the ongoing working arrangement, so they were equivalents in her mind. Once she had the programming done, Nico made a trip to the replicator and picked out an outfit for the evening, keeping in mind the Koleska clothing sensibilities. While they had no issues with nudity, as their exoskeletal nature was mostly androgynous, other than the markings about the arms and head, they were very class-conscious, and the more highly ranked wore the most. So, she would wear just slightly more revealing clothes than Max would mark her position as his second in the minds of the officers that they would be dining with. It wasn't strictly necessary, and they would still be dressed in Reaver fashion, but it would help the Koleska understand their ranking system if they made an effort to match the local conventions. Her spaghetti strap halter top and skin-tight leather pants with a leather vest covered in patches were very Nico, and Max laughed as he recognized a number of the patches as being for video games, punk rock bands and a support pin promoting Max. Not the Terminus Trading Company, which had a large patch on the back of the vest, but a small silver pin with his name and a likeness of cleansing light on it, the sort of thing that Mecha fans in the civilian populations would create for heroes of the propaganda videos. "Are you having fun?" Max laughed as she finalized her design in the replicator and pulled out her outfit for the night. "What do you think? Too much?" she asked as she stripped down to put on the tank top and vest. "I think it's a bit much for a formal dinner with the officers. There will be plenty of other chances to wear it." Max laughed as he realized that she looked ready to go to a concert, not an official meeting with foreign military officers and government ministers. "Fine, I will pick a short-sleeved dress and some fishnet stockings or something." She sighed, but Max could tell that she already had an outfit in mind, which would only be a little more formal than the punk rock vest. Chapter 786 Cooperative Minister Commander Yuri sent an aide to pick Max and Nico up for dinner, though the walk to the dining area of the station was only a few minutes. "Greetings, Commanders. I will be your escort for the evening. If you should require anything, please just ask. It is both my duty and my honor to take care of anything that you may need." He greeted them. Now his presence made sense to Max. He wasn't just a security guard or an escort to the dining hall, which they could reach perfectly fine on their own. He was more in the nature of a butler for them this evening. He had noticed that most of the high-ranking Koleska had one, but he hadn't realized that it was such an ingrained thing that they would send one for him and Nico when there was an official dinner. "Please, do lead the way. Hopefully, our choice of attire is appropriate for a Koleska meeting," Max replied. The butler looked them both over, then nodded. "Human attire is a bit odd, but your intent is clear. The difference in clothing sends the appropriate message that the young lady is your second in command, and the markings on her arms show that she is of high rank from birth." Max wasn't sure what he meant until he looked down and realized that Nico had created tattoos all over her exterior. Shell, depicting an epic battle on both arms and ending somewhere under her elbow-length sleeves. It was a good look on her, and the battle scene suited her personality better than the cute and innocent look that she used to confuse and mislead opponents. Only a few minor functionaries were seated at the far end of the table when Max and Nico arrived, but there were many more people socializing on the far side of the room. "Should we join them and introduce ourselves?" Max asked their escort for the evening. "No, here they will come to introduce themselves to you. As a guest, it is their place to welcome you, not for you to ingratiate yourself with them. It is part of our code of hospitality. I will introduce those of ranks higher than commander, and those below will introduce themselves. But most of them should come to speak to you sometime tonight." The first to come over was naturally Commander Yuri, who needed no introduction, but the small group that followed him introduced themselves as the sub-commanders from Defense Force Dispatch, the ones who were on the radio passing orders to the units when there was a battle. They were the ones who followed the battle most closely, as they needed to know where every single unit was and its call sign, while the commanders above them mostly focused on the total numbers and armament to make sure that there was sufficient firepower in the region. It seemed to work. Max hadn't seen much sign of disorganization in their ranks, even when they were taken by surprise, so the sub-commanders had his respect for a job well done. They also didn't immediately choose to overwork the units that cleared the fastest, whereas many human commanders would have moved him and Nico around constantly since they were the most efficient killers on the battlefield. Teamwork was clearly one of the values that the Koleska held dear, and that was promising news for his plan to introduce them to new training methods which would make large groups of troops more effective. "Have you had a chance to sort the repairs to your mecha, Commander?" Yuri asked politely once everyone around him was introduced. "Indeed we did. Our shielding held up fairly well during the battle, so there were only limited physical repairs to make, and we came well equipped for that level of maintenance. Max answered, bringing sighs of relief from the dispatch team. How did the youngsters do? The ones that got the training? Nico asked the officer closest to her, who was with the dispatch team. Remarkably well. Their kill rate was over double the average, and they suffered 40% fewer losses than average. It's a rather small sample size, but it is a positive start. The officer replied with a strange bow that made their chitinous joints creak softly. If you would like a larger sample size, I have finished an updated version of the training that uses Arisen as the opponent. It should be a bit more effective than the version that was developed for use by the humans for general training. She suggested. That isn't my department, but I think that the others would be in agreement that it would be a great idea. We were just discussing the need to improve our training program for new soldiers, as our casualty rates have increased. I am not sure what the plan was to actually implement it, though. The officer replied, waving off her suggestion that he should be involved in the decision. Fortunately for my associate here, there is someone who is involved in the decision around. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Subcommander Tereth Nico. I am Education Minister Vladimir, and the training of students is under my general supervision. I have seen the documents on the results of your first round of training experiments with the Koleska recruits. And the results are astounding. Not only were they well above average in every metric, but they were also among the least experienced forces on the battlefield, who would normally take the most losses and suffer the most while trying to effectively eliminate the Arisen army. If I heard right, you have optimized your training program for combat against the Arisen. Tell me, is that for your own practical experience, as well? That would be the most logical answer since the humans had only met the Arisen a few days ago, and there really wasn't a way to tell them that they were already familiar with the enemy's combat style because they had seen it in their past lives. The Koleska wasn't easy to lie to, though, so Nico went for the most direct possible answer that would deflect from the topic at hand and still answer the question. Not quite. We have amassed a far larger amount of combat experience than you might expect, so I optimized this program for the training of new combatants, with an emphasis on a style that uses avoidance in close combat to reduce casualties while maintaining the kill rate of the initial training program. The problem with most rookies is that they learn to shoot, and that is it. So when they are charged, they lack the skills to survive, and the Arisen are taking advantage of that. With the new program, we can eliminate much of that disadvantage during the first module, so even if it is only one class per group, it should prove to be an effective way of decreasing combat casualties. That is a priority for all human forces, and given the rate of losses your people have suffered, I believe that it will be among the highest priorities for the Koleska as well. The minister smiled at her and took a seat directly across the small round table that Max and Nico were seated at. I think that we will get along very well. Education comes first. Killing the Arisen comes afterward. Max took a look into his mind and sighed. Nico had found herself a kindred spirit, though this man's obsession with eliminating the Arisen came from the trauma of losing his family in the first wave of attacks. Chapter 787 Dignitaries abound. Nico and the minister quickly got deep into a conversation about the relative differences in training methods between humans and the Koleska. The two were somewhat similar, but the Koleska were much more hands-on learners than the humans were, so the amount of book knowledge that they gathered was limited, and instead, they practiced everything at every level of learning. That way was actually quite compatible with the Mecha training program, where it was assumed that you would have already used the book learning programs to gather all the basic knowledge that you needed for the background to begin to learn piloting. The Education Ministry was a big fan of the new learning devices that Max had shown them. They didn't have any similar technology, and the prospect of being able to burn a year's worth of learning into the minds of cadets in a single session was incredibly attractive to them, even though their species didn't have the ability to disassociate themselves from the passage of time inside the simulation, so it felt like they had actually lived the whole year. I see that your subcommander has met the Minister of Education. That makes things easier for us. He can be somewhat cantankerous due to the loss of life in combat that has been caused by the Arisen invasion. He takes every death personally, and while there have been great strides made in the military technology and training of our people, it has only been a few decades since our region of space has come under threat. One of the highly ranked Koleska who hadn't been introduced yet greeted Max. I present to you the Minister of Defense, Nabokov. Minister Nabokov, meet Commander Karis Max. The butler informed them. Minister, it is a pleasure to meet you. I must say that if you only began your military development a few decades ago, you have done a wonderful job of it. Max replied. He extended a hand for the minister to shake, forgetting that it wasn't a Kaleska tradition for a moment. Ah, my fault. My people clasp hands as a form of greeting. Max explained. What a strange tradition. How would a greeting like that evolve? The defense minister asked curiously. Originally, it was accompanied by a pat on the back and served a dual purpose. Clasping the dominant hand shows that neither party is holding a weapon, and the pat on the back let you subtly check for hidden weapons through the contact of your bodies. Since we are traditionally more heavily clothed than the Kaleska, there are many more hiding spots among our fashion. Max explained with a polite smile. I see. It is like how the wargs smile with their mouth closed to hide their teeth. A show of non-aggression. Our people evolved past that point far in the past, though at one point, it was tradition to kneel or bow in the presence of those far above your rank to make yourself look smaller than they were. The minister responded as he quickly grasped the correlation. We still have that tradition between the very highest of our leaders and their subordinates. The most physically powerful humans aren't always the ones in charge, so the leaders often feel that they could be undermined by shows of physical dominance. Those who have proven to be the least competent or who have made poor judgment calls in the recent past are the most likely to insist upon it, so the tradition is often used as a form of mockery when lesser leaders issue commands that are counter to the will of their subordinates. The Kaleska minsters around Max looked confused at that response, and one of them, who Max had been introduced to earlier, but didn't recall the name of, asked for clarification. If your leaders are incompetent but popular, what happens to them? In our culture, if the subordinates can prove that they are more qualified or that the superior has made a grave error, they are given a chance to replace them for 1 year. If they prove themselves, then they get to keep the position and the former superior is demoted. She explained. That's very civilized. Human culture is a bit involved, so there are a series of different responses. At the lower levels, if they are incompetent at their job, they are removed from it entirely by their superior and are forced to retrain for another position or look for someone else who will give them a chance. In the middle levels, they are mostly elected by popular vote, so they are removed by a vote of their peers, or the population as a whole. Max stopped there, but the Kaleska was intrigued by the answer. And at the highest levels, many of our planetary outposts have top leadership that has proven to be poor at making military decisions. The junior bureaucrat asked. At the highest level, if they are deemed incompetent or to have acted against the best interests of their people, we usually just kill them. It's one of the risks of taking up the highest ranks of power. But for those who aren't military-minded, our leaders usually appoint a council of military advisors to help them make decisions and grant them a portion of their power to enforce decisions in emergency situations when there isn't time for the actual leader to be consulted before action must be taken. In exchange for that extra power, they are granted more resources, but also greater accountability, and are held to higher standards of conduct. A council of advisors brought in from outside experts. That has worked well for us as well, but as they don't have any power among the Kaleska, whose ranks are very rigid, some leaders have chosen to ignore their advice. The Kaleska woman whispered, clearly meaning someone who was in the room with them right now. It didn't take Max long to understand who she meant. The man in question was here with his wife and oldest son, trying to build support for his leadership among his peers since he was at risk of being challenged for his position by his subordinates, and it would be up to the other people here to determine if the challenge was valid. It wasn't a large difference between their policy and human politicians, but the lack of ability to grant power to the lower ranks and delegate responsibilities could certainly cause them some issues. It looked like the other Kaleska ministers who were chatting with Max and Nico were leaning toward a more proactive response already, though. Hearing that the humans, who were more versed in war, used such a similar method but with higher stakes to keep their leaders in line solidified their opinion that the Kaleska way was right and that they were just too soft on their peers. If they knew of the level of cronyism and corruption that had made its way into the human system, they likely would not respect it as much, but for now, it was enough of an assurance that they were on the right path to help them make their decisions. That was one secret that Max would keep to himself. Humans had a good reputation here, and he didn't want to spoil it early. Chapter 788 Deal finalized. Max, we will need a lot of the learning machine headsets. I think we have come to an agreement to equip the final year of students at the nearby military academy with them to prepare them for war. 3 exams, over the last week of their training, with the modified program set to high difficulty to best simulate the real situation in the region. Nico informed him as her conversation with the education minister came to an end. And when is that? Max asked. We graduate one class a month to keep up with demand. The minister replied with a defeated tone to his voice. Well, with luck, you will be able to reduce that in the near future. Rookies always take the worst casualties in any battle, and the extra training will help with that. Nico assured him with a smile. Not only did she get to distribute the new program she made, but she also got to crank up the difficulty with official permission. She really was on a roll here, just one good day after another. That shouldn't be a problem. We can make them quickly and in bulk. I will ask for some raw materials for our replicator, though, as it is a lot to go through when we only packed for 2 mechas worth of needs. Max agreed. Marvelous. We will get you anything you need, and the students can take the first exams in the morning. It will be glorious. They will learn the finest of techniques to fight the Arisen, and the anomaly will remain safe from both sides. No offense, but the Kaleska people really do not want an angry human army coming through from behind while we are fighting the Arisen. Max laughed out loud at that. The man had a point, a human army at their back, on the warpath because they viewed the residents of this side as a threat that would utterly annihilate the Kaleska settlements in the region. They might have fought the Arisen for a few decades, but they couldn't even fathom the sort of wrath that an angry human nation could bring down on them. It was better that they never had to learn. Seeing angry humans en masse would set a dangerous precedent for the somewhat naive species, and they might get it into their heads that humans were the species to emulate. That didn't even end well for the humans when they emulated more militant societies, so the chances that it would be a good ending for the Kaleska were somewhere between slim and none. It's better that your people never have to see mine on the warpath. Humans are known to go to great extremes when we believe that we are threatened, so our leaders are sending the very best that they can to help on this side of the anomaly and assure the populace that there is no existential threat here. Now that your soldiers will have the benefit of the training programs that we have developed and the latest technologies to learn at an accelerated rate, I think that our partnership will open the eyes of many other species in this region. It is not impossible to defeat the Arisen army. We just haven't found a way to track them when they retreat yet. Max informed the nearby Kaleska ministers and officers. Any response that they might have come up with was halted when a Kaleska woman in elegant red robes, a level of clothing and decoration that Max had not seen before among the locals, entered the room. Please welcome Sector Governess Millicamp to the station, one of the butlers announced, and polite clapping spread through the room, though the Kaleska didn't use their hands but instead created a similar noise by rapidly flapping the overlapping chitin plates on their necks. Thank you all for the warm welcome and all of your hard work to protect the civilian population of the sector. I would also like to thank the Reaver Trade Group from the other side of the anomaly for sending such talented soldiers to our aid. Your contributions have been noticed and appreciated during your time here. The governess greeted them. Another round of polite applause followed her words, as well as some well wishes for Max and Nico. It all seemed very mundane and political on the surface, but Max could tell that there was a lot of respect in their thoughts, as well as a level of envy for the human mecha, to which they attributed most of the pair's success to. That was only natural, as they didn't understand the concept of the system or that the pair were technologically advanced superhumans optimized for war. It wasn't really something that you could explain to an alien species, especially not in the Kaleska language, which didn't even have a word for nanotechnology. It wasn't something that they had ever developed, so the best that Max could do was to approximate it based on similar words, but he wasn't sure that the concept would truly make sense to them even if he tried to explain it. Tonight, we celebrate the liberation of the fifth world of this star system from the Arisen, a first for the Kaleska people during this conflict. While the planet's infrastructure is being rebuilt, the population has been moved to a safe place for mental health assessment, and the level of survival has been deemed above the top 1% of expected outcomes. For that reason, everyone who has been invited here tonight has been nominated for an official commendation, and there are likely to be multiple promotions coming to those assembled here. Now, I am told that the first course is ready, so please take your seats for the evening meal. The gossip ended immediately, and everyone took their seats, with the education minister and Commander Yuri joining Max and Nico at their table, a deliberate attempt to get them together, should they not have found time before the meal for a conversation. Max smirked at Nico when the first course was brought out, and it was a single large piece of cake. The Kaleska had no convention about what foods went in which order. They arranged them strictly by the chef's vision for the flavor profile of the meal. You also didn't order individual dishes here, you ordered a meal, and they brought it out in the chef's Determined order. But cake as an appetizer was a very good way to start any meal, even if Max was a bit unsure what it would taste like, as he didn't recognize a lot of the names of the ingredients. Alright, let's see what the chef's vision tonight is like. Nico quietly commended the choice while the two Koleska took in the aroma. The ingredients were apparently a form of mental stimulant to them and caused their brains to produce endorphins and create instant happiness, even just by the scent. It might be a good thing that humans hadn't come across too many such foods, or they would never get anyone in fighting shape. The cake was finished in silence, followed by a course of less sweet fruits and fruit-marinated bird meat, then a course of roasted vegetables and finally a form of herbal tea with biscuits. Please pass on my congratulations to the chef. That was lovely, but I suspect that we should begin to talk business before it is too late to get things organized for the students and troops who need the learning devices delivered to finish their training. Max sighed as the meal came to a close. Chapter 789 Koleska Construction. One of the assistants, who were discreetly out of the way at the back of the room, stepped forward with a data tablet in his hands and placed it in front of Max with a bow. We took the liberty of preparing an arrangement in advance. This should be the details of the agreement to provide a batch of learning devices to our students, as well as the limitations on usage and the agreement to destroy the devices should the agreement end prematurely. The education minister eagerly explained as Nico went over the details of the agreement on the tablet. Their data tablets were a bit odd, shaped to fit in the user's hand instead of being a flat rectangular object as most species preferred. They also responded to all touch since the Koleska's outer shell wasn't as adept at transferring an electrical charge as human skin was, so the usual touchscreen technology wouldn't work for them. That wasn't too unusual, though. The Alliance standard units were the same way, and some species had problems using the human ones and had to either use a glove or, in the case of the Shin, their leaves, to type on them. It all looks good. There are no obvious loopholes or doublespeak in it, and the terms are acceptable. Nico informed him after a few seconds. You can read it that fast? The minister asked, shocked at the speed that Nico came to her decision with. It's a particular talent of mine to rapidly access digital devices. I can read much faster using a data tablet than I can speak, so the mere 50 pages of the document were no struggle for me, even though they are in Koleska, and my grasp of the language isn't perfect yet, so I had to double-check a few passages. Nico responded. These two adapted to our language so fast that we never even learned the basics of their language. Even their representatives that arranged the first deal to help defend the anomaly chose to use the written form of Koleska for the agreement, as they found it much easier to learn our language than we did to learn theirs. Commander Yuri informed the minister with the buzzing of chitin plates that was the local equivalent of a smile. Such an interesting phenomenon. I had thought it was a result of their learning machines, but if none of them knew the language to begin with, that wouldn't be possible, would it? The education minister asked. No, we had to learn it manually, but we will provide the data to the next group so that they will be ready when they arrive. They won't be able to make the chitin noises the way that Nico can, so their speech will seem emotionless, but they should be able to speak with you from the start. Now, how many students do you have? I didn't read the agreement myself, so I don't know how many sets you need. Max replied. 400 in total is the graduating class. We could do them in batches since the process is so fast, so 100 would be sufficient for the purpose, but 400 would be optimal. Nico nodded that he was telling the truth as written in the agreement, then tapped the device like she needed to access it to check something. The total materials needed will be 500 kilograms of any form of dense metal. Our technology can work with a wide variety of materials to create what we need. Nico reminded them. Understood. It will be waiting at your vessel by the time that you return. We have recently harvested an asteroid that was rich in heavy metals, so there are plenty of them to spare here on the station. It is somewhat of a relief that your technology is compatible with our resource gathering efforts. If we had needed to gather every material to manufacture the devices, I fear that it might have taken us weeks to make them all. The education minister chuckled. Do your devices not make raw materials as well? Ours is capable of transmutation for the purpose of providing materials to artisans who wish to create a unique piece by hand. It is a bit of a status symbol among our people to have a handcrafted item instead of a mass-produced one. Nico asked. The Koleska looked confused. Our template constructor only makes duplicates of items that already exist. They are a relic technology that we discovered, not one that we created ourselves. So we can create what is programmed into them, and we have limited abilities to add new items to the list, but that is the extent of it. We can't just change raw materials into other raw materials. That explained a lot about their technology in combat. They were working with what was available to them, not tailoring their equipment to the enemy that they were facing. If there were options, they picked the best one, but they could only create certain things quickly, and the rest needed to be conventionally manufactured. Max could sense Nico's mind wandering through the station's computer to get a closer look at the devices in question, in case it was something that she could learn from or trade information about, but Max was more interested in how fast he could get their soldiers up to survival-level training, and how long they had before the next major attack in the region that they were assigned. The deal that they had made with the human negotiators said that the defense force provided didn't need to leave this solar system since they were defending the anomaly, not the entire Kaleska Empire, so there was a chance that they might get a longer break, but that also meant that the other regions would be taking all the attacks, and more of the graduates from here would need to be transferred out to replace their losses. Nico had found the device, and she relayed the design to Max mentally with great amusement. It was a template constructor of a design that they had seen in the Alliance. Well, in the Alliance Museum, obsolete and outdated by 500,000 years. It could only use certain heavy metals as a source, and it could only reproduce certain pre-programmed items made of a limited array of elements. It was only marginally better than the manufacturing techniques that humans were using before they got a hold of the replicators, and in some ways, it was even more limited. They would make a killing trading advanced tech to the Kaleska, but it was better that they waited to see how things were going for the species so that the tech didn't end up in the hands of the Arisen, who didn't need any more advantages. Chapter 790 Enter Player 3 True to his word, the materials. We're waiting in a crate with rollers outside the airlock to Santa Maria when the pair returned home after dinner, along with 4 security guards to protect the materials and return the newly created learning devices to the Education Ministry. They were taking the deal very seriously, and they wanted to make sure that the students had them first thing in the morning so that this month's graduates could have as much time as possible in the simulation to pass all 3 of the exams and master their skills before they had to see combat. Nico had included information that it might not be possible for them to complete them all, as the final one was for elite pilots, but the education minister thought it was better to let them think that every human soldier could pass them all, as a motivational factor that would drive them to be the best that they could. They were meritocratic, to begin with, so Max didn't think that they needed the incentive, but if it helped morale, it wasn't a bad thing. Those who finished the most and scored the highest would get the best postings for rookie graduates, with priority for advancement, so they would drive themselves to complete the challenge as hard as they could. It was a good thing that there would be no permanent body damage from the learning machines, as Max knew very well that they would drive themselves well past the point of sanity if they thought that they were going to lose out on opportunities later in life because they didn't try hard enough here. That was just how the Kaleska were. Thank you for the delivery. Please wait a few minutes, and we will bring out the product for you. Max greeted the guards. It is our pleasure. Some of our coworkers have children in the next few graduating classes, so we are all excited to see what these devices of yours can do for them. The Arisen army is a scourge upon the civilized species, and we will all be glad to see the day when we gain the upper hand and drive them back to wherever they came from. The security officer agreed. Max wheeled the carts full of ore inside the ship while the guards took up defensive positions as if someone was going to threaten the ship while they were making the learning devices. That seemed incredibly unlikely to Max. For one, the soldiers aboard the station weren't stupid enough to challenge the pilots of 2 mecha who could likely solo their entire unit, and for 2, the learning devices weren't actually that valuable outside of their use for training students. If anyone had a use for them, it was the people that they were already heading to, and the payment had been made, so there was no reason for the Education Ministry to try anything shady at this point. The guards looked ready to throw a celebration party 5 minutes later when Max brought out the goods, and he noticed that there were a lot of new minds in the area, all with security concerns foremost in their thoughts. The minister must have deployed half of the security staff on the station to come to pick up the devices, and Max wondered if he had somehow given the man the impression that it would be hard to get more of them should there be an issue with the first batch. The only reason he had set the number at 400 sets is that it was enough to provide 1 unit per student in the graduating class, and they only needed them for a maximum of a week, so every successive class would have plenty of time in their last month at the academy to use the device and level up their skills. Well, the work is done, and they will be giving them all to get better students to the front lines, so what do we do for the rest of the night? Nico asked suggestively. I have a few ideas, but I haven't seen a mindless comedy movie in a while, so how about Kepflix and chill? Max replied with a wink. The next morning when the alarms went off, they were still tangled up on the couch, with the holographic projector playing a random movie selection after having been forgotten early in the evening. The noise got them both up and moving in an instant, despite their entangled sleeping position, and Max brought up the alert on the main display in the room instead of the movie that had been playing. All units and unknown vessels are inbound toward our location. Intentions are unknown. Prepare for hostile contact. So it wasn't the Arisen, but it wasn't anyone that the Kaleska knew either. Max looked at the ship on the screen, then stopped and did a double take. For a second, he thought it was Absolution, but the design was wrong. The style was similar, and the construction seemed to be the same, but it wasn't his world ship. But the Alliance, or more specifically the Hunters, had a legend about this ship that showed up at random and made the population of entire planets disappear in a single day, then it would disappear again. That had sounded similar to what the Arisen did, but as he watched the sensor feed, he could see that the immense vessel was no longer alone. They were engaged in heavy combat with an Arisen fleet, exchanging energy weapons fire at a tremendous rate, with hundreds of thousands of smaller ships being disgorged from both of the attack vessels. The vessels of the Arisen were somehow more sinister in nature, more angular and simplistic looking, but visibly more heavily armed than this elegant ship they were fighting. The ships that the strange vessel that reminded him of Absolution was using didn't resemble what the Huntress had described at all, though. The larger ship did, but the smaller ones had a much different design, like they had turned every forward-facing edge into a blade to use their ships as weapons in close combat. The design philosophy was insane, but Max could feel the lust coming from Nico as she looked at the attack craft. Weaponized melee spaceships were exactly her design fetish. Now that she had seen one in action, he was certain that she was going to try to make one of her own in the near future. Attention all units, Arisen Army Force has engaged the unknown vessel. Stand by for a decision from Sector Command. The station's comms system announced, keeping any of the units from launching to assist the strangers. We should go help out. The enemy of my enemy dies second and all that, Nico suggested. Max sent off a brief message to the station commander, letting them know that he and Nico would be intervening on behalf of the security of the anomaly, and received an almost instant response in return. As you see fit, Commander. We will be on standby until the intent of the unknown vessel is clear. All right, Nico, get in the mecha and let's go see what we can find. Just be careful since both sides might attack us, Max informed her. Maybe, if I'm a really good girl. But that ship looks familiar. Not because it looks like Absolution. I swear that I've seen it before somewhere. Nico replied, but she was already running to the hangar as she spoke. Chapter 791 New Arisen Technology. Max wondered if Nico's feelings of familiarity with the alien ship were ones of déjà vu since it was so similar to Absolution, but he didn't get that feeling from her thoughts. She couldn't remember where, but she was certain that she had seen that particular ship before. As soon as they launched, Max grabbed her to make a quick jump to warp speed and back, bringing them close to the battle but not so close that they were in danger of getting in the middle of the fight. The new arrivals completely ignored their presence, not turning a single unit their way and not disengaging from battle. With the units that the Arisen sent to intercept the two incoming mecha. From a distance, the amount of energy weapon fire made it hard to discern what sort of battle was taking place here, but it was far more intense than what Max had expected. Instead of sending out their war walkers in space, as they did against the Kaleska, they were fighting mostly with rapid attack craft which could use an advanced version of portal technology that didn't seem to have any instability effects, and the unknown ship was using them to do hit-and-run attacks against the Arisen vessels. That allowed them to engage more than just the front lines, but a second and third Arisen ship had joined the battle, both in the shape of large cubes, and they were sending out crescent-shaped fighters to engage the unknown vessel. They look like breakfast croissants with guns, Nico joked as she saw the attack fighters for the first time. They really did, but they were deadly, taking out dozens of the bladed attack craft in the first few seconds. Let's go lend a hand then, Max informed her, seeing the battle becoming lopsided in favor of the Arisen. The new ship might not be friends, but they weren't allies of the Arisen either, and that was what was important right now. Max charged the orbital lance while Nico primed the mass driver, waiting for his order. I will fire first and deplete their energy shielding. You fire 1/4 of a second later and see if you can't land a hit on one of those cube ships. If they're not hollow inside, a solid projectile should be able to cause massive damage to them. Max ordered, then fired everything he had at the closest ship. From this distance, the beam from his weapons would take nearly a second to reach the target, and Nico's solid projectiles nearly 2 seconds, but that shouldn't be enough time for their shields to recover, Max was certain. What he hadn't counted on was the defensive capabilities of the Crescent fighters. They were flowing out of every port on the ship, and as soon as Max fired, a barrier of green light began to shine, linking them together as the orbital lance headed their way. The barrier would serve as a secondary barrier to his attack, and as the disruptor beam of the orbital lance hit the shield, green light caused the gas surrounding them to glow as bright as a star. Then with a flash of energy, the barrier erected by the fighters failed and overloaded, sending them gliding backwards with their power sources knocked out. They had stopped the attack, though, and Nico's simple shot likely wouldn't do much against the massive ship without the antimatter warhead armed. They couldn't risk that level of firepower here, and Max watched in anticipation as the round raced toward the ship at warp speeds, only to have a Crescent fighter suddenly shift and move into its path. The round's warp field collapsed as it hit the fighter, but the flimsy shell of the ship was no match for the solid round, which tore right through it and impacted the shielding of the main ship with an immense flash of green light. Now the Crescent fighters that were still active were flooding toward Max and Nico, temporarily ignoring the bladed fighters, but Max nearly had another orbital lance ready. The instant that the light on his display went green, Max fired again, taking aim at the main ship, and Nico put another round right behind his, then turned her lighter weapons against the incoming Crescent fighters. They didn't form the barrier this time, and Max's orbital lance disintegrated one single fighter on its way to the main ship, where the ripples in the shield could be clearly seen before the round from Nico's mass driver reached the barrier, and like shattered glass, cracks formed through the shielding. There was no sign of damage to the ship behind the shielding, and the shield was slowly healing as Max watched. They couldn't fire fast enough to completely drop that shield with just the two of them and no antimatter weapons. It would have its shields back up before it could fire again. But they wouldn't have to. The small, bladed fighters took full advantage of the momentary weakness to portal inside the shielding of the cube and tore long gashes out of the hull with the sharpened edges of their wings. The damage was devastating, with hundreds of tears appearing on the surface of the ship in a second before the fighters took portals back out again to rejoin the main fight. Atmosphere and fire were bleeding from the gashes, and Max wondered if there was some weapon attached to them that he hadn't detected, which could cut more deeply into the hull of the huge cube. The main ship, which looked so much like Absolution and the similar but more sinister-looking new arrival, faced off with massive energy beams that put anything that Nico had built to shame, tearing apart everything that was caught in the middle of the battle before suddenly all three Arisen ships and their support craft disappeared without a trace. That left Max in a bit of a predicament. If this new arrival was hostile, he could be in real trouble since he was within engagement range, but they called back their fighters and vanished a few seconds later. I have good news. I know how the second ship disappeared. The new group opened a portal around their ship to leave. There's still no clue how the Arisen is doing it, but if the two share similar technology, it might be a clue. Nico informed Max once they were alone in space. I don't think that they do. Look at how similar the two ships are, then look at the two cubes. Even comparing the attack fighters that they were using in the War Walkers, it looks like the Arisen has sourced their equipment from a half-dozen different cultures. None of it matches anything else in the design. If we hadn't seen anything but the first ship, I wouldn't have questioned it and would have just thought that the Arisen had eclectic taste, but I'm pretty sure that they are assimilating the technology of the species that they have destroyed. Nico considered that for a moment, then sent Max a data file. I have an analysis of their weapons. The green beams aren't the same as the ones on the War Walkers. These are closer to our disintegrator beams, whereas the others are simple ion beams. You might be right, they're in the middle of upgrading themselves. Chapter 792 Insufficient firepower. Back aboard the Kaleska station, the consensus was the same. The two groups were at war with each other, and their battle had simply happened to appear here as they maneuvered to gain an advantage. The unknown force had been uninterested in their planets, and that was a relief, but the new technology shown by the Arisen army during the battle was greatly concerning. There were hundreds of strategic meetings among not only the combat units on how to deal with these new threats should they face them but also among the senior commanders. Commander Yuri, as head military officer of the station, addressed the gathered officers. We owe the humans for going to engage and sending back their sensor data. We wouldn't have learned nearly as much with the interference from the battle, and now we have practical data on the defensive capabilities of the Arisen cubes, as Command has decided to designate them. Unoriginal, I know, but it will do for now. The new weapons technology is particularly concerning to our war machines, as analysis says that our current armor technology won't stand against it and will be eradicated in layers by the beams. One shot or even two is no real danger to the main armor, but it will quickly eat through the flexible joints and connections, rendering the units immobile long before the main armor is depleted. The news was not good. They already knew that the Arisen could take down the energy shields on their units with relative ease, and now they had to worry about new patterns of weapons that could disable without completely destroying their equipment. Even with the new training programs for the soldiers, they might not be able to make up for any of the imbalance if that equipment started to come to them. The Minister of Defense sighed and looked around the room. I have a proposal, and I'm not sure if my superiors in central government management will approve it, but I would like to ask the humans for more help. They presumably have lighter patterns of their war machines that they call Mecha. If we could get that technology programmed into our template constructors, I think that we would be able to fight back more effectively. There really is no question that they are better at war than we are, and we now know for sure that the Arisen are assimilating other technologies into their army, so I have hope that the proposal will be approved. The proposal raised a lot of questions among his peers and the government ministers. The humans could likely make controls that they were familiar with, but switching to new equipment was a big task, and this plan had a crucial question mark in front of it. Would the humans even agree to trade military technology with them? And if they did, would it be effective against the various permutations of the Arisen army that they had seen today? What none of them knew was that Max, who had just returned from battle to his hangar aboard Santa Maria, could hear their thoughts as they discussed the proposal to beg the humans for weapons technology. It looks like they're planning to beg us for light mecha to add to their constructors. They upgrade mostly by lucky finds, so this fits with their strategy, and our light mecha would be an improvement on what they have. Plus, we can tailor the weapons to use against the Arisen. Max suggested. Nico smiled as she considered the possibilities. She might be without her drones here, but if they had more competent allies, it would help. The Reavers never sold current generation technology, but even 2 generations old still made their gear more advanced than it had been when the two of them introduced their first mecha to the Kepler military, so it would be better than what the Kaleska were using. I think that we can work a deal. I'm not sure what the payment terms will be, other than their agreement not to turn on us and to protect the anomaly, but we can certainly get them some mecha for their armies. Even if we just trade them some new weapons, I think it will help a lot. Their actual war machines aren't terrible. They're at least on par with the old generation gear from our training days, and both Stalwart and Tereth's Rage were great units. So if we just programmed some new guns in for them and trained the pilots, they would get a huge bump in combat effectiveness. The Arisen army has gotten good at matching their shielding to their enemies, so I think that a random phasing ion cannon would be a good start. With every attack on a different frequency, they can't optimize against them, and then we can upgrade the Kaleska close combat weapons to go with their training and see how far that gets us in casualty reduction. 2 weapons technologies would be far less disruptive to the process than changing their entire army's main mecha. She suggested. Max smiled at Nico's initiative. That would be much easier to convince the leaders to adopt. Come up with something that matches their design scheme and get it ready for presentation. We can send it to Commander Yuri and the Minister of Defense as soon as you are finished, since they will be in meetings for the rest of the evening. If we go in person, it will only make the process take longer, so we can let them do the negotiations on our behalf and upgrade our allies as soon as possible. I will get right on it. Should we just go with 1 ranged and 1 melee weapon to start and then upgrade them again if the Arisen adapt to the new weapons? Nico asked. Max smiled at Nico's plan. Yes, keep them coming back when things go wrong. It's the best way to keep the anomaly under heavy guard. If they need us safe. Chapter 793. Checking in. Nico got right to work on the upgrades to the ion cannons for the Kaleska army while Max started on the improvements to the energy blades that they used. They weren't terrible, but they suffered from a lack of efficiency against the War Walker's armor. That wasn't all that surprising. Either weapons or armor was always a generation ahead of the other, so one would be relatively ineffective, but he could bring the blades up to standard with only a little bit of work. If he integrated a different power field generator into them, they would cut through the armor much more easily but would suffer a bit against the energy shielding. That meant they would rely a bit more on the new ion cannons to take out the shielding before the War Walkers made it to close combat, but they were already very ranged weapon reliant. It should more than balance out in the end, with Nico upgrading their ranged weapons, So Max did what he could to minimize the loss of effectiveness against the energy shielding without losing the effectiveness gained against the actual War Walker. "How's it going over there? I've got a pretty good basis for the variable frequency ion cannon already since it's not a new technology." Nico called to him from across the main room of Santa Maria, where they were sitting at separate tables so they could use the holographic projector to assist in visualizing their work. "Not too bad. There is a bit of a loss of effectiveness against the shielding but a significant gain against the body of the War Walkers," Max explained, then sent her his data. "Just bump up the output 5%. They have the spare power to maintain it, and that should bring it back up to equivalent against the shielding and even better against the body. I can't see a reason why they would complain about that." Nico shrugged. "Good enough for me. Let's send these off and let the Koleska decide what they're doing. Then we can check in on the students later in the day and see how their first training day is coming along. We don't have a lot of samples for the use of the learning device on their species, and I'm sure that someone back in the Alliance would appreciate the extra data." Max agreed. The data was sent out right away, along with a prepared deal for the trade of the weapons and the programming of them into the Koleska template constructors, in preparation for them to be deployed all along the battlefield. It was a good deal, and they only asked for a small price per unit created, with no limit on how many units could be made or where they needed to be created. There was a clear and obvious opening for the Koleska to exploit it by not reporting their created weapons, but Max knew that it would be a last resort for them after they started running out of resources. If their pride had fallen that far, they weren't far from losing the war, and at that point, Max would be happy for them to make the best weapons that they could in order to drive back the Arisen. "There we go, the messages are sent, now it's up to them to get the rest of the leaders to agree." Max and Nico spent the rest of the day relaxing around the ship, waiting for something to happen, while the Koleska leaders examined their proposal and did the calculation on how great the survivability improvements might be as the beginning of a cost-to-benefit analysis. Max knew that his plan would pass that sort of test. The price was too low not to be overshadowed by the benefit. But bureaucrats were the same anywhere, and they needed to justify their existence with reams of paperwork on every matter that passed through their department. When they woke up the next day, they had a response. The Koleska government was going to start equipping frontline troops with their upgraded weapons options starting that day, and the first day's training for the students had been a success. Some of the students had already run the first module of the training twice in order to pass, but eventually, they all had, and today they would start on the second module. The first was the basic passing standard that the Minister of Education had set for them, and the rest was simply for bragging rights and their own personal benefit, but the minister had high hopes that a lot of them would succeed and go out the next week as elite fighters. Max decided to message back to Absolution and see how things were going, using the new implanted communication technology. He wasn't sure what time it was there since he had updated their time to match the local station time, but someone should be awake to answer his message no matter the hour. "Greetings, Commander Karis Max. This is Felicity. How might I help you today?" The AI-turned-android answered when Max paged the station. "The battles are going well here. We are helping to upgrade the locals' weapons a little to keep them on top of the battles against the Arisen. How are things at the station? Any unusual happenings or interesting guests?" Max asked. "I have determined that there are 603 new arrivals of interest since you departed the station. 46 possible criminals and the rest are of interest due to personality or unique hobbies that are not in my database." Felicity responded. "Good work. Have you received word from Terminus since they departed?" "Affirmative. They have arrived at a world within the Deathwind territory where they will be remaining in orbit for an extended period of time and studying the local ecosystems, as well as the meteorological phenomenon. After that, they will be headed to a resort world within the Cygnus territory for a shore excursion." Felicity paused for a moment, then continued. "I have compiled the matters that require your attention, and they have been forwarded to you for review and signatures. The rest of the matters have been attended to at the division manager level." "Thank you, Felicity. You're doing an excellent job. Be sure to keep up with the good work and report back to me if there are any significant negative changes aboard the world ship or positive change proposals that can't be managed by the board of directors." "Understood, Commander. I will inform them that you are reviewing their proposals now." Chapter 794 Graduation. It only took the Koleska 1 week to roll out the new weapons combination to select units all along the front lines. The combat effectiveness of the upgraded units saw an immediate 30% upgrade in their kill counts and a resultant drop in the casualty rate, as the reduced number of Arisen fighters were unable to overwhelm their units as easily, and far fewer of them were making it to close combat where they had the greatest advantage over the Kaleska fighters. The bureaucrats who had approved the change were all over the local news, congratulating themselves on their insight and foresight, as well as claiming personal responsibility for all of the lives saved in the recent battles. It was a bit laughable since their recommendations had led to the limited rollout instead of a force-wide switch in weaponry for the battles, but this was their moment of glory to push for a promotion at work, and neither Max nor Nico was willing to get more involved in the lives of politicians. They were polishing the armor on their mecha and doing the daily check for damage and system glitches when they finally got a message from the station dispatch, but not for combat. You have been formally invited to attend the graduation ceremony for this month's class of soldiers. Commander Yuri informed us that you would appreciate the chance to see the first students of your learning machines graduate from school. The message informed them. They weren't wrong. It would be good both for them and for the students who saw them in attendance if they were at the ceremony. Max knew that their combats had been regular viewing for the students during the last few weeks, and for the ones who had been using their learning devices, it was a sign of hope that they, too, could stand out from the crowd and crush the enemy regardless of numbers. The Kaleska didn't actually have a mecha, which was capable of what Shining Darkness, or even Shattered Pride, could do, but that didn't matter in the minds of the naive young students. They were just determined that they would live and become heroes using their more advanced knowledge and years of simulated experience. The ceremony was held at the station, where the new graduates would be assigned to units and would receive their first real-world war machine. Unlike the training in Kepler, the Kaleska training was entirely virtual even before the learning machines. They never touched a mecha until they went into combat, never trained their muscles to react to the stimulus, or got used to the feeling and smell of a real cockpit. The ones in virtual reality were always clean and in perfect repair. That wasn't the case in combat, and the subtle differences could throw new pilots off balance. It wasn't something that Max could convince them to change, but at least in the learning machine, the mecha would become realistically grimy and damaged as the missions went on. Max and Nico got dressed in their Reaver best and headed for the assignment grounds where the assembly for the graduating class would be. They were joined by a lot of other pilots, off to wish the new recruits the very best and give them some encouragement from their peers. The newest of them had only seen a few combats in the months since they graduated from the academy themselves, so they really were peers, unlike the Kepler system, which only graduated once a year. A full year in combat was worth a lifetime of training. They would never truly be peers until the newbies reached their first year, at which point they would all be considered the veterans to the new graduates. There was less of a distinction this way and a smoother progression through the ranks for those who could shine. The Kaleska had saved them spots up front, as befitted their ranks, and once everyone was seated, a mournful-sounding horn echoed through the room, and the students began to march in. They looked so proper, with their freshly issued uniforms still showing creases from the vacuum packaging and the shiny helmets, with no stickers, writing or damage tucked under their arms. Although they were different species, and the piloting suits were only vaguely familiar looking, it was still a nostalgic moment for Max, reminding him of every influx of new troops he had ever seen. Welcome everyone to the graduation of our first hybrid-trained class of pilots. As you may already know, these students have been trained both by our best holographic instructors, as well as human-created learning machines. We have high hopes for their skills, and these students have scored exceptionally well on every aptitude test that we have put them through, far beyond the classes before them, and are already showing a level of combat awareness that surpasses expectations. Now, we will introduce the students to their war machines by numerical order. Commander Yuri announced. It was by the number of the unit that they were taking over, starting at 001, which went to the top student in the class, and then the rest were assigned to the students by the wing that they had been deemed most compatible with. It was very Kaleska, everything was merit-based, and every time a unit ending in number 1 was called out, there was extra applause for the wing leaders. There was one wing left to announce when the alarm sounded, alerting them of an incoming threat. Attention all pilots, an arisen attack force has been detected 30 minutes out. Please prepare for combat. The first launch is in 20 minutes. That was strange. They never got that much warning of an attack. The arisen would appear within the star system that they were attacking, and nobody could predict when they were coming. Max wondered if it was a drill for the new pilots, but it seemed to be real, and everyone was preparing for combat, even Commander Yuri, who would know if there was a drill going on. Let's get to the mecha. Something strange is going on if the arisen is appearing so far out. Max whispered to Nico. The Mecha had better sensors than anything else except Santa Maria, and they would know soon enough what was going on. Chapter 795 New Trick. Max launched Cleansing Light the moment that he stepped inside, not even waiting to strap himself into the seat. The gravity stabilization would keep things in order as he glided out of the bay on Santa Maria, and he could strap in while the sensor sweep ran its boot-up diagnostics. So, while the Mecha powered up, Max checked the sensor logs of the main ship to see what he could learn. The Arisen fleet had appeared at the very edge of the solar system, and they had chosen to engage a patrol fleet instead of going straight for the station. The patrol was outnumbered and outgunned, but the Arisen had only sent one main ship, a dark metallic cube that was launching war walkers and a few of the croissant-shaped fighters. The Kaleska fleet consisted of 3 ships, all of which were cruiser class, by human reckoning, and they had sent out thousands of war machines to counter the Arisen threat, but they were proving unable to hold their ground. 30 minutes might be what it took the Arisen fleet to reach the station's defense lines, but that was only because the patrol could only be expected to last about 28 minutes. Requesting a deployment formation to avoid line-of-sight interference. Max requested dispatch. It was a very normal message, just to let them know he was heading out and to make sure he wasn't going to cut anyone off. The response came right away, with the usual half-circle formation heading for the battle in 6 minutes once the new recruits were all properly launched. The commander in charge had determined that it would be better to wait for them instead of sending them as a second wave for the battle, so they would be a few minutes later than usual in reacting but still well within a reasonable amount of time for a large response force. Max led Nico to a position on the right flank of the battle and started to mark targets with his system functions. That should introduce some chaos, and we will need to prioritize the fighters since the Kaleska patrol isn't doing a very good job of defending against them, Max informed her with a smile of anticipation. This is going to be great. I've already optimized the mass driver rounds for use against those new ships, and I think that we will be able to do some real damage this time without resorting to antimatter rounds. She announced and then sent Max over the details of the first batch she produced. They were very much a tit-for-tat retaliation against the Arisen army, warp-capable mass driver shells with a small fusion bomb in them. The Arisen had used nukes against them, so she would use nukes right back. Max charged the orbital lance and prepared to target the mothership first to slow or stop the flow of fighters and war walkers that were coming from it, and Nico followed his lead by picking the same targeting point. This time, I go first, and your orbital lance can follow through. It might have more luck with the shield weakened than it did last time, and this ship looks like it has already been through hell. She wasn't wrong, there was a lot of partially repaired battle damage on this cube, and the 3 Kaleska ships were still trading fire with it, keeping the shield somewhat weakened. Nico's round would be faster to the target than the lance, so as soon as Nico fired, so did Max. The result was truly glorious. The round impacted the shield with enough kinetic energy to make the entire barrier glow, just as a bloom of white light, as bright as a newly formed star, shone at the point of impact. The glowing barrier began to crack and collapse around the point of impact, sending streaks of nothingness racing across the surface as capacitors overloaded and the barrier system went offline. That was when the orbital lance struck, with the carefully controlled radiation of the disruptor tearing apart molecular bonds and ripping a hole deep inside the ship. Secondary explosions rippled out from the path that the beam had carved, and before Max could even celebrate, the ship had vanished, leaving behind a mighty fleet of war walkers and fighter ships to wage war with the Kaleska patrol. Good work, commanders. I doubt that they will fall for that trick too many times in the future, but today you have saved us a lot of pain. The lead ship of the patrol messaged them. Even if they don't fall for the trick, the question remains if they can do anything about it. In the face of overwhelming force, there is often no choice but to retreat or die. Max replied. That was what the Arisen ship had done today. They had chosen to retreat and save as many of their occupants as possible while abandoning the force that had been deployed to their fate. Max's luck wouldn't hold for long, though, and the cube wasn't truly alone, only the first to arrive. Just after it vanished, another cube and 2 cutter-sized ships of the more familiar pattern, similar to Absolution, appeared between them and the station, in the more conventional attack position well inside the star system. It's a diversion. The first attack was to draw out our fleet and leave the station undefended. The patrol leader called over the command channel, followed by a string of expletives. The Arisen had either overestimated the Kaleska ability to respond, or they had come prematurely when the first ship was damaged because the main attack fleet was just beginning to assemble outside the station when the new ships arrived, leaving the Arisen in between the defense force and the patrol, with Max and Nico at their backs. Max charged his orbital lance again while Nico fired the first round against the cutter on the flank. The ship immediately flashed out of existence when it noticed the energy signature, letting Nico's round detonate where it used to be, then the ship reappeared on the far side of the other cutter. Oh, that's a new trick. This battle just got much more interesting. Nico celebrated while putting calculations into her system, using stochastic evasion patterns to predict where the ship would appear if it vanished again. Chapter 796 Kaleska are improving. Nico prepared another round as Max's system functions frantically worked on predicting the outcome of another round going at a cutter. Are we ready for the 1-2 punch? Nico asked happily as Max's full-force orbital lance showed ready. Let's do this. You fire, and I will pick the predicted location as soon as it vanishes. He agreed. Split it into 2 charges the first time. Better odds of hitting the ship when it comes back. Nico suggested. That likely wouldn't destroy a cutter, but it would put the fear of whatever gods the Arisen worshipped into the commander of the vessel. Nico fired her mass driver, but the glorious plan to determine the disappearance pattern was foiled at the last moment when the ship forcefully ejected a war walker into the path of the projectile. The energy shield destabilized the warp bubble around the projectile, and the war walker joined the combined impact, thrown back against the shields of its ship by immense force. The shields held, but barely, and Max could see explosions all over the ship as the power relays were overloaded, and then the cutter went completely dark and began to drift into space. Looks like we overloaded their main power source, or warp drive, whatever they're using to drive those things. Nico laughed as the disabled ship began to drift. Max was about to eliminate the ship completely, but the sudden appearance of what looked like the entire contents of the cube changed his target priorities, and he turned the pair of lance strikes at the assembled army with a dispersed pattern for maximum effect. The strikes never made their target. The shields around the cube flashed and flickered, showing Max that they had anticipated his response and chosen to protect their warriors from his first strike. I think they're learning to fight against us, Nico mused as the mass driver charged. I didn't expect them to sacrifice their shielding to protect the war walkers, though. Extending them that far makes them weak. Max agreed. The war walkers were already racing toward them from both sides, and the ships wouldn't be able to protect them from the next strikes, but Nico and Max would only get one more before they were outnumbered 10,000 to 1. Give me a lift. Just a warp speed hop into melee with the war walkers from the cube since the patrol is still bearing down on the ones behind us. Nico demanded. Her thoughts said that she was done playing cat and mouse with the ships, and once they were in melee, there was very little chance of the enemy using heavy weapons, as every shot that missed would likely hit an allied unit. It was the same anywhere. Projectile and high-powered energy weapons had no place in a confused melee unless you were greatly outnumbered. The damage to your own troops from friendly fire would be too great. Max grabbed Shattered Pride and brought it deep into the enemy ranks, then released Nico back to back with him and fired outward with the disruptors set on maximum dispersion. Hundreds of war walkers died in an instant, torn apart by the energy beam, and the 2 mecha charged forward with their defensive lasers constantly glowing as they targeted everything that they could see. Commanders, if you can hold for 30 seconds, the station defense fleet will be at your position to reinforce you. The station dispatcher informed them in a desperate tone. Nico was the first to reply in her characteristically happy combat voice. Fear not, young dispatcher. 30 seconds is no challenge for us. Just make sure they get here safely while I collect arts and crafts materials. Max was certain that the dispatcher thought it was a strange human joke that didn't translate properly into Kaleska, but Nico had an actual project in mind. The war walkers were basically skeletons, made up of an alloy that shouldn't exist in reality, but if she could capture some before they had a chance to vanish and put them in the flat space she had equipped on her mecha, she could make herself an Arisen-themed trophy room. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't disappear from the flat space, but since it was already a separate space, there was a good chance that they wouldn't be able to rescue the pilfered body parts from her. Not only would that allow her to make her trophy room, but she could also study them properly if she wasn't in combat with them. The gleam of gold and blue as cleansing light ducked and dodged, avoiding being shot while it fought, was a stark contrast against the dull gray of the war walkers in this group, but the blue energy of his lasers made them glow in a way that reminded Max of a bad horror film, where anatomically incorrect skeletons gleamed with magical energy as they attacked. The sight made Max laugh, and once he had seen it, the bad animatronic skeletons could not be unseen. Their only saving grace was that their torsos were solid. If they were skeletal like the bony limbs, Max likely wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing as he fought. Familiar ion cannon signatures flashed all around him as the reinforcements with the new weaponry arrived at the battle, so Max pushed onto the offense again, trying to separate the war walkers into clusters that the Kaleska could focus on and eliminate in smaller groups. The new ion cannons were doing a wonderful job of cutting through the war walkers' shielding, and the arisen force was falling faster than they could charge at the new arrivals. The battle wasn't completely one-sided, though. The Kaleska defenders were falling at a steady pace to the war walkers' return fire. They were doing their best to utilize the evasive techniques that they had learned in the training program, but they didn't have the practical experience to combine them and improvise. So, while they dodged some shots, which was an improvement, more than enough shots were still landing to thin their ranks while both sides scrambled to bring more forces to the most affected sectors. Chapter 797 What makes them tick? Max and Nico pushed forward together, punching a hole through the war walkers so that they could isolate a group for the Kaleska to focus fire on. It didn't take long for the arisen army to realize what they were doing and to send more command walkers to deal with them instead of letting the two giant mecha tear through their lines. "Boss, I've come up with a new setting for the barrier on your shield. Give this a try when the command walkers start firing, and you can't dodge," Nico informed Max as she sent over a configuration file to Cleansing Light. "What is it supposed to do? It should cause carrier wave instability in the energy beam. If it hits the shield at an angle, it should deflect off without you having to take the brunt of the damage." Now that sounded useful. You could never dodge every shot, but it was much easier to angle his shield to deflect shots away from him the way he would do with a solid blade. The only question was how much of his power supply those efforts would consume. If it wasn't too high, he could do it indefinitely, but that seemed unlikely. Even if it reduced the damage by half, it would make for an effective trick, though, and there was a chance that he could use it to deflect shots into other enemy units. He could almost feel the frustration from the arisen reinforcements as he moved behind a cluster of lighter war walkers to break their firing lanes, but it was obvious that their main goal was to approach him in close combat anyhow. Once they were at 50 kilometers, only a few seconds away in a space battle, Max set his disruptors to maximum spread and blasted a path between himself and the command walkers. Nico moved to follow right on his shoulder, and the two mecha charged into the ranks of the elite arisen units, with Max's shield blocking the incoming fire. It was a chance to test the new settings, and the war walkers would only get one chance to hit him where he couldn't dodge while charging. The first blast from the command walkers hit the angled shield exactly as Max had intended and went careening off into a crowd of light war walkers, cutting through 3 of them before dissipating. 20% shield usage, Nico reminded him. That was much better than taking the hits directly, and his system functions were happy to show Max how to angle his shield to make the shots hit other nearby units when possible. A second shot hit the shield and deflected wide of the battle, dispersing in space, and then Max was in melee range, slicing down at a command walker with his blade while his defensive lasers burned holes in its chest. Beside him, Nico's 4 blades were overwhelming her opponent with attacks, and the command walker was in full retreat. That seemed to be the secret to dueling the command walkers. They had limited ability to deal with rapid attacks, despite their advanced skill set, so they could simply be overwhelmed and defeated. That was the style that Max switched to next. He struck out with his shield and made 3 quick sword attacks with a flick of his wrist, none of them heavy enough to cause real damage but enough to throw the command walker off its routine and send it scrambling to defend itself. It seemed that they didn't know which attack was going to be the most dangerous one, so they treated them all as a lethal threat. Max followed up the final swing of his blade with a pulse from the disruptor, punching a hole in the torso of his opponent, then kicked it backward into the next rank of command walkers as a shield for his advance. Now that it was disabled, the arisen units showed their fallen comrade no mercy, blasting it apart to get at the mecha behind it before Max could get into their ranks again. They didn't get the chance to stop him before a round from Nico's mass driver exploded in their ranks with a small-scale fusion detonation that made Max duck behind his shield to avoid having the radiation and shockwave scramble his controls. The entire wing of command walkers was eliminated in an instant, leaving Max standing in the open while Nico's opponents retreated to find a better way to deal with the flurry of blades from the hostile 4-armed mecha. Max rejoined his wingman and took stock of the battle. The arisen was definitely losing, and the newly trained pilots were getting the hang of separating and encircling them so that they could eliminate the war walkers in manageable groups instead of spreading their firepower across the entire front line. If I am correct, the Arisen fleet will call them back and sound the retreat in under 1 minute. Nico informed Max, followed by an attack plan to eliminate more command walkers before that happened. Max set his disruptors to 2 combined beams and aimed them to the sides of the current group. As soon as Nico fired her mass driver, Max fired, and the command walkers scattered. The problem was they no longer had anywhere to go. The detonation of the round wiped out everything that was too slow to react, and the twin disruptor beams tore through the others, leaving only a few crippled units still active. As Nico had predicted, the damage threshold was met, and the Arisen fleet called back their forces only seconds later before vanishing into nothingness. That disappearing act is starting to get annoying, but at least we are starting to understand the combat doctrines of their army. Once we know what it takes to make them retreat, we can learn what makes them not appear in the first place. From what I understand, they have passed by entire species with their attack pattern, putting them further down the priority list or too far up the threat list. If we can put ourselves somewhere that does not warrant attack priority, we can make life much easier in this sector. Max informed Nico as the Kaleska force began to organize for their return to base. One step closer to victory. Nico agreed as she set a course back to Santa Maria. Chapter 798. Curiosity. Back aboard the station, the mood was jubilant. They had just finished a battle with the highest individual kill rates and lowest casualties in the history of the conflict, and the Arisen fleet had retreated in record time. Even better, while the weapons were new to them, they were not entirely new, as the technology was familiar to the Arisen, so there was no reason for them to adopt new defensive measures to counteract the ion cannons. It was a win without a real downside, and they had learned a lot in their first battle after training. All that the new pilots could talk about was the things that they wanted to try next time. Techniques that worked well but were only mastered later in the battle, and ones that they had seen others use but hadn't had time to try themselves. It was the happiest that Commander Yuri had seen his people since the war started, and it was only 1 day after the advancement in their training. Though they were celebrating, the station's alert status was still set to maximum, waiting for the Arisen to adjust their tactics and come again. They had seen that the ships could vanish and immediately reappear nearby, and that had made everyone more cautious about making sure that the threat was really gone. Without a time limit on when they could return, the disappearance of the ships meant very little, only that they couldn't be attacked for the moment. While the station celebrated, Max took the time to fully examine the more recent upgrades to his body. The increased durability of his skin was obvious, but from what he could tell, the bones had been hardened as well. He would have to check in the training room to see just how much, since the system didn't quantify actual changes to your body, only the stat difference versus baseline. For most pilots, that would barely matter, but for Max, who was quickly reaching a level that might be called bullet resistant, he needed more details than just a simple string of numbers. So, he headed to the gym aboard Santa Maria to crank up the gravity adjustment and see where he started feeling the creak of his bones and taking damage to his skin. It wasn't the safest way, but there were safety measures designed into the facility's programming, so it should stop before he broke any bones. He was almost to the door when Max realized that there was, in fact, an easier way to do this. Nico and the system had an understanding. She could likely tell him what the limits of his bone and other augmentations were. So he turned right and headed down the short hallway to where Nico was working in one of the spare rooms that had been converted into a lab. What a rare honor. What brings you to my lab today? Lewd things across the desk. Nico asked hopefully. Maybe after. I was hoping to know what the extent of my latest upgrade is without destructive testing. Max explained. Well, that's easy enough. Let me get out the scanners, and we can take a good long look at you. She agreed. Nico set up a full array of scanners all around a stasis pod that she had been using to hold parts in place while she worked, and then gestured Max toward the vertical tube. Just stand there, and we can get a proper reading on everything that changed to make you more durable and anything that you might not have noticed changing as well, Nico instructed, ushering Max to his spot while she hummed a happy tune. Max stood in the small circle, and the sensors came to life, bringing up walls of data on the holographic screens all around the room. The first thing Max did was to activate Nico's skill so that he could read all that data directly instead of watching it flash by on screens that he could barely see due to the angle. Again, Max ran into the issue of his technical knowledge falling short of the task. Though he could read all the data, most of it was very nearly gibberish to him. He had focused all his studies on Mecha as a child, and he hadn't had time to expand out into other fields, while Nico had simply taken in everything that she could get her hands on, relevant or not, and stored it away for later use. Alright, I will give you the basic overview of what we're working with here. Your bones are made of the same alloy and nanotube construction that mine are, but with additional passageways for the bone marrow and blood flow. Here are the cross-sections in comparison. Max took a long look at the two, comparing the relative strengths in construction. While Nico's maintained the same structure all the way through, Max's were more like regular bone, much thicker on the outside than in the middle, with a complex structure to allow for the biological functions of his body. Now that you understand the bones, let's move on to the muscles and ligaments that are attached to them. Nico brought up dozens of examples of unaugmented human muscles and tendons compared to Max's, and it was hard to tell that they were even the same species. The shape was right, but that was about all that they had in common at this point. It wasn't clear how much of that was due to previous system optimizations and how much was new, but the difference was staggering. Forget the fact that everyone accepted that Nico wasn't human. It would be a stretch to call Max human at this point, even though the basic DNA was still the same, or at least very close to the same. Hey, are you familiar with genome coding? I got very good at it in my past life, and there is something wonky about what I see here in the data from my blood sample. Max explained. Chapter 799 Genetic Oddities. Nico smirked when Max mentioned his genome but shrugged. My knowledge in the field isn't all that great. I only learned the parts that were relevant to modifying myself. That was clearly obfuscation and not even a good attempt at it, but Max was too engrossed in what he had found to call her out on her lies right now. Well, from what I see here, the basic human genome is all still there, but it has been augmented with samples from what looks like another species. It's not one that I am familiar with, but it looks like the demon droids that you made in our last lifetime, those modified sex bots that could procreate with nearly anything that walked and assimilated the best of their genetic material. This modification is a rapidly adaptive one, designed to help the body adapt to new conditions, much like your demon droids or the early human settlers who hadn't mastered terraforming used on themselves. It's fascinating, and it looks like it has picked up some sort of biomechanical coding that caused the major changes in my body as soon as the system realized that they would be an improvement. Max explained. Nico didn't look even a little bit shocked as she pulled up more data on his genome, then brought out an unfamiliar data set, and a standard human set, then hundreds of smaller screens of data that appeared to be other species. These are you, the baseline human genome, my droids, and a collection of species that we have met along the way. By looking through these, we can see what your body has picked up and isolate the various genes that have been changed, what their impact on your body has been, and what you can expect in the future. Nico explained. The news that Nico had the code for her demon droids was very concerning. She had created an army of android pilots who weren't truly sentient, but if the coding for the demon droids was introduced, they very quickly would be. The code was adaptive, so they would change with everything they touched until they were fully optimized and could be considered proper living beings. That was what had happened to the original group, and it had been chaos across 100 galaxies as the sex bots rose up to demand sentient rights and began killing their former owners. You had the code for your droids? He asked. Yeah, I remembered it a while back. I just didn't think it was a good idea to introduce it to the android pilots and especially not to Felicity. Can you imagine what a traumatized research station AI would do with the ability to adapt itself and become a fully living being? She already likes creating monsters for entertainment and learning. Well, at least Nico had some sort of moral compass about how she distributed her knowledge. I'm glad to see that you learned something from your past life that wasn't killing related. Max joked. Oh, this was killing related. They were really hard to put down when they got out of hand and started to turn against all other living things. I ended up having to introduce new genetic coding to reduce their aggression. Nico laughed. Go figure. Max looked over the changes to his genome for a while, making sure that they should be stable and not lead him to some dead end of evolution or a misshapen monstrosity of conflicting codes, but it seemed that the introduced elements were all being compared against the existing elements by the system's nanobots and could only take root if the system deemed that they were essential to improving Max's capabilities as a human soldier. Because when he looked over the samples from the other species they met, he found bits and pieces through his own genetic code, but it had all been altered with segments of his original genetic code to make the new parts more compatible with humanity. You know, your body really is interesting. I've never even considered some of these changes, but if we could isolate them and give them as a vaccine-type injection to new pilots, I think that we could rapidly increase the capabilities of the entire Reaver fleet. Max shook his head at Nico's suggestion. Do you really think that the system would approve of you trying to make the Reavers less human? It has allowed it for us because it was deemed necessary at the time, and no other option was available, but for young pilots, the system would wipe it out before it ever took hold, and who knows what it would do to pilots without the system's nanobots to regulate it. Max chastised her. You really do eliminate all the fun options first, don't you? But I have some good news after reviewing all this data. I have a theoretical performance chart for your physical body, and there are some unexpected results. Nico sent the data to Max, and he compiled it using her skill, then compared it to where he knew that he was before the upgrade. It looked like his bone strength had increased by nearly triple, while his skin had become over 20 times harder to damage. His muscles and blood veins had received a similar increase, so even if the gravity control failed in the mecha, he shouldn't have a problem sustaining G-forces upwards of 30 times standard without ruptures or passing out. It was when he got to the final segment of the data that Max had to stop and read the heading twice. Predicted future upgrades to allow procreation. Nico, are you saying that I have become infertile due to the changes to my body? He asked before diving into those 300 pages of information. Well, yes and no. Technically you are perfectly capable of procreating with a human female and creating superhuman children. There is a caveat in there. Go ahead and spit it out. Max sighed. Well, if you try, I will definitely make you infertile. Preferably using brute force. So I included a list of future upgrades that will be necessary on both of our parts to make my mother's dreams come true. Max quickly read through the data and did his best not to laugh when he found that Nico's stated optimal method for reproduction was a fertilized hard-shell egg that could be gestated remotely. She really did plan to lay an egg and give it to her mother to hatch as a grandchild, as far as Max could tell. Superhuman children, with biomechanical bodies perfectly tuned to rapid adaptation and survival in the most extreme of environments. Yeah, that actually does sound like what she is after in a grandchild. Chapter 800A Light Week. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, the new pilots got to really work on their skills without a serious threat of being overrun. Not once did the Arisen send more than one ship after the station's zone, making every battle a skirmish as the enemy tested the extent of their new developments, and the Kaleska hurried to spread them all over the Empire. It was a race for survival on their part, as the new developments had cut casualties by such a large margin that they could actually produce soldiers faster than they were losing them for the first time, and the new pilots were gaining valuable experience to become more effective combatants. This place is starting to look more like home. No more fresh-faced kids everywhere. There are actual combat veterans now. I know they don't show much on their faces, but you can see in their eyes that they have experience now. Even the way they carry themselves has changed, more pride and confidence, even though their rank hasn't changed. Nico commented as the pair walked through the station toward a post-deployment debriefing. The last battle had been the best one yet for the station defense force, and the Kaleska commanders were looking to get more of the training devices made so that they could send them to every station in the region. The new weapons spread quickly, but their systems were incompatible with the creation of the learning devices. The computer software didn't work with anything that they had, so they had to either get a full ship's computer setup from the humans to program and synchronize the sets or keep buying the sets with their programming intact. Max didn't have an issue with that. The experiment had been a resounding success here at the station closest to the anomaly, so it should be the same elsewhere, and that would make the Arisen spread out their forces even more. The two walked arm in arm into the meeting room where the Kaleska commanders and senior bureaucrats were waiting for them, still blissfully unaware that Max could read their minds and already knew exactly what they were after. They thought that the Kaleska and the humans were simply similar in thought, so they got along well. They had never met a mind-reading species, so the thought never occurred to them. Welcome to the meeting, commanders. As I'm sure you are aware by now, the experiment with your teaching methods has been a great success for our troops here at the station. But in the interest of not drawing massed forces of Arisen to our location, we have a proposal that we would like to put to you for consideration. The lead bureaucrat of the Kaleska delegation informed them politely. I suspected that it might be something like that. Our agreement has also been to the benefit of my species, and we have no objection to expanding it to include other training locations so that a larger segment of the Kaleska military can be fully trained to our standards, as well as their own. Max readily agreed. Max resisted the urge to smile when the bureaucrat bemoaned the fact that Max hadn't mentioned payment terms in his initial statement. They believed that they had gotten a heavy discount the first time because it was in his best interest that the other defenders were fully trained. As such, the bureaucrats were very concerned that the next batch might cost them much more dearly. We have prepared an agreement to distribute another 1,600 learning devices to various academies around the nation. Please, look it over. The bureaucrat informed them with his best professional smile. Wagers on it being exactly the same as the last deal but with the number of units increased. Nico asked Max in a text message. Almost guaranteed. They think that we gave them a heavy discount the first time, so they're going to try to keep the discount. Nico paused for a moment, and Max heard her mental sigh. I forgot that you already knew the answer. Max opened the document and compared it to the last one. It really was identical. The number of units had changed, and the wording of the distribution, as they were going to send them all over their territory, but 90% of the document was word for word the same as the last one, right down to the price per unit. He pretended that it was taking him much longer to go over the document and even brought up the old one on his holographic display to put on a show of making sure he wasn't getting scammed with a tricky clause, then closed everything up after a few minutes and smiled at the bureaucrats. I believe that with the bulk order discount, these terms are satisfactory to us. I can provide the units by the end of the day after the raw materials requested in the agreement are provided. Max agreed. He put his thumbprint and signature on the official document and passed it back to the head negotiator, who happily added his own and then passed it to an assistant to fulfill the terms. Commander Yuri made a happy humming sound with the chitin plates on the side of his neck that Max knew was their equivalent of laughter, and the bureaucrat returned a more annoyed noise. I take it there was some wagering on how the negotiations would go. Nico asked after watching their exchange. Indeed there was. They believed that you would be more unreasonable this time after giving us such a good deal the first time. The station commander laughed. Last time was our first deal. The terms were good but not unreasonably good. So it was no hardship for us to keep them this time. There is a bit of wisdom in the Reaver's trade doctrine. Never offer a price that you're not prepared to offer again. Once you have made a very good deal, your buyer will view that as the fair trade price moving forward. So if you have more to trade, they will expect that price or better every time, and if you undercut yourself, you will quickly end up in a very bad situation. Nico explained. Your people are wise in the way of trade. Many merchants among our people have lost everything after a string of bad deals. The bureaucrat replied as if Nico had given them some great secret to trade. It wasn't, and their merchants already knew it, but the Koleska classes didn't really mingle, so the bureaucrats, who had worked to stay at the top their whole lives, had little personal interaction with the common shopkeepers who sold them their daily necessities. Now that the trade deal is out of the way, how is the situation in the other regions of Koleska space? Max asked, eager to get the details so that he could send some useful information back to the Reavers this week. It's not great news, but not as bad as we had feared. The Arisen haven't increased their rate of attack against the rest of our territory, despite the reduced number of combatants in this region. We are holding, for now, and looking forward to having more trained pilots on the lines. The military strategist in the room informed him in a carefully neutral tone. He was concerned about the casualties, but it wouldn't do to look weak in front of his allies.